Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto and Elsa Were in Love. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. All was well with the world as Naruto finally succeeded in life. After so long the war was over and he had defeated Kaguya. The village had finally given him the respect he had yearned for all these years. And Sasuke had finally returned to the village in their time of need. Now if only he wasn't burning to death from his own chakra. While victorious he had used too much of the Kyuubi's chakra in conjunction with the invincibility of his sage mode, and was now suffering the backlash of combining the two powerful forces into one for so long. The massive amount of energy released had left his chakra coils so expanded that the Kyuubi had to continually push chakra through his system to keep it from collapsing in on itself, leaving him with more chakra than he could use, and his body had to literally burn the chakra off in an effort to get it out of his system. Kurama was kept busy as the Biju directed its chakra between slowly returning Naruto's coils to normal and simultaneously healing his body from the heat damage the chakra burn was doing. Naruto's temperature had finally evened out, but didn't seem like it would be dropping anytime soon. Eventually the large fox demon was forced to admit that unless something massive was done soon, Naruto would just continue to suffer before dying via immolation. Naruto looked at his friends surrounding him as he lay on the ground in agony, his body radiating so much heat that his loved ones were unable to get close enough to give him a hug or even hold his hand. Slowly the rest of the army that Naruto had led to victory circled around to watch their hero's final moments. To its credit, the nine-tailed fox gave its jailer-turned-partner as much time as it could with the ones he loved after it told Naruto what needed to happen to save his life, and began to direct the chakra inside Naruto's body to perform one more jutsu. Showing the Uzumaki determination once more, Naruto pushed through the pain of his burning body and looked to his precious people and smiled. "Don't worry guys," Naruto said as loud as he could so everyone heard him, "Fuzz but says I've got to go away. But he promised that I'll live, so I'm going to continue being awesome somewhere else and you guys need to stay here and look after the place. Okay." Naruto's ever-present smile and always optimistic attitude continued to prove infectious as all his friends promised that they too were going to continue on and make a better world. With one more weak wave goodbye Uzumaki, Naruto vanished from the world that he had called home from the beginning of his life and was sent off to his next adventure. Break. While Naruto's unconscious body hurled through time and space, the Kyuubi had returned his coils back to normal and was hoping that Naruto would survive the side effects that he would have to live with. Mainly that his body temperature was insanely high right now and would be higher than normal for the rest of his life. Drained of its own chakra, Kurama could only hope that Naruto would not only live through the landing but that he would survive long enough on his own until the Biju had regained enough of its own chakra to finish the healing. If only their luck could hold out long enough, Naruto would land on a nice fluffy snow-capped mountain that would keep his body chilled for the time being. If only there wasn't an ancient summoning circle carved into the earth by a group of trolls disguised as rocks that was attracting Naruto's body to it like a beacon. And if only it wasn't the middle of the hottest summer the city of Arendelle had felt in a long time. Break. Several months had passed since Elsa's coronation, and subsequently her people discovering her powers. But the young queen was happy. She and her sister had returned to being the best friends they were as children. The people had fully accepted her, powers and all, trade with the other countries, besides Weasel Town, had never been better, and using her gifts she was able to put a slight damper on the blistering heat that was plaguing the town. Of course it was only by a few degrees. She wouldn't want to put Kristoff, the man many were calling her future brother-in-law, out of business, now would she? At least Olaf was enjoying the heat. Currently she was on her way to the Valley of the Living Rock to thank the trolls for helping her family as much as they have. She wished she could have come to thank them earlier, but being the new queen of a country did take up most of her time. And what free time she did have was spent with Anna, as they made up for all the time together they had lost over the years. But at the current moment Kristoff had plucked up enough courage to ask Anna to join him for a picnic before he went back up the mountains to fetch more ice. So Elsa thought it would be nice to visit the trolls, especially since she had just gotten over her cold from Anna's birthday. And with there being no life-threatening need for her or her magical ice powers in town, she took the time to relax for a little bit while riding deeper into the mountains with nothing but her thoughts. And at the forefront of her thoughts was the recent want that her people expressed for their kingdom to have a king. As nice as it would be to make Kristoff a prince, many still wanted a king. While her mother had helped run the country as an excellent queen that everyone adored, they were still used to a king having final say in everything. Even their neighboring countries and trade partners had sent inquirers about any prospects for Arendelle's new king. Most of the time she would just ignore them. Truthfully, Elsa wasn't sure she could find a husband. She was known as the Snow Queen, and no man would be able to be near her for long periods of time. Her body was colder than a normal human, and occasionally her magic would wrap her body in a cold breeze when she became emotional. So any suitors would either have to accept a severe lack of physical intimacy, or be able to stand freezing temperatures almost constantly, neither of which seemed very likely to her. They would probably need to have separate bed chambers as well. And there was another problem. If she did get married, she would be expected to produce an heir for the throne eventually, and how would that work? Elsa was forced to stifle a giggle as she thought about a man in heavy winter clothing entering her chambers to lay with her. The image was almost too funny as she imagined that she would only be able to see his eyes under all his layers of clothing. Of course, his eyes would be a blue color that sparkled like the sun, able to warm her cold body through the night. But this was a thought for another, more private time. Even if Elsa would have loved to have someone keep her warm at night, despite the cold not bothering her. A short horse ride later, the platinum blonde-haired queen reached her destination, only to find the many resident trolls circling around something she couldn't quite see. The sound of her feet hitting the hard earth as she dismounted caused the trolls to turn and look in her direction. As the trolls disengaged their circle around whatever they were looking at on the ground, Elsa thought she could see what looked like gold lying on the ground behind them. "Welcome, Queen Elsa," the elder troll, Pabby, greeted. "Greetings, Pabby, king of the troll," Elsa replied in kind. "I had come to thank you and your clan for helping my family as much as you have in these past years." Elsa started as she once again looked behind the trolls at what she thought was a lump of gold before she noticed it had a badly burned orange cloth wrapped around the rest of it. "I had not intended to interrupt anything important for you." "It is all right, my queen," Pabby said quickly to ensure that the ruler of the land would not misunderstand. "We were merely checking on the one who arrived just moments ago," the aging troll said as many of the trolls moved so Elsa could get a better look at the lump. What she thought was gold had actually been the bright yellow hair of a young man who was covered in the burnt remains of what used to be an orange jacket. Every couple of seconds or so his body would spasm and shake as he lay on the hard ground. The moss that was ever present in the troll's domain had been scorched around where the man lay, as heat seemed to radiate from his body. As Elsa drew closer to the man, she found herself subconsciously using her own magic to keep herself cool as she noticed the haze caused by the heated air around him. "What's wrong with him?" Elsa asked while she kneeled over him as her magic protected her from the heat. "We are not sure," Pabby said, moving to stand next to the queen as his rock body protected him from the heat as well. "He appeared in the ancient circle as if someone had summoned him, but when we gathered around him he was already like this." Elsa tentatively reached down and felt her fellow blonde's bare forehead to check his temperature the same way her own mother had done to her. Even with the ice that now covered her hand, protecting it from being burned, Elsa could feel the heat from the man's skin slowly begin to fill her. What surprised the both of them the most was that the young man gave his first sign of life as he moved his body closer to Elsa when he felt her ice-covered hand touch his brow. When Elsa looked towards the Troll King for an explanation, he could only shake his head in sorrow. "I can sense a kind of magic inside him that burns him from the inside out. It is his need to be cooled down that draws him towards you." When Pabby finished speaking, Elsa looked back towards the suffering man. With a quick flick of her hand, the blonde was raised from the ground on a bed of solid ice with a thick sheet of frost covered him. After a few seconds had passed, he stopped shaking and seemed to fall into a restful sleep within his frozen confines. With the man now comfortable, Elsa turned towards Pabby again with the hope that he could help the boy. "You said magic was what was hurting him, so can you just remove it like you did with my sister 14 years ago?" the queen questioned as she sat on the bed of ice. "I cannot, your majesty," the elder troll said in a morose tone. "The same magic that now harms him is also a part of him, and I can no more remove it than I can remove the magic you were born with from yourself." With each word that was spoken, Elsa's face grew more solemn as she turned to look at Boy and saw a soft smile had replaced the anguish-filled grimace that had previously marred his face. It was at that moment that she noticed the thin lines on each of his cheeks that looked remarkably like whiskers. Elsa felt a blush appear on her own cheeks at the thought of how cute he looked. If Pabby hadn't started talking again, she might have started touching the marks to see if they were real. "Do not worry, Queen Elsa, I can sense that his own magic is also trying to heal him. It will however take time that he may not have with how hot his body is." Elsa had to stifle another gasp at the troll's words. "However, I believe that I see how we can keep him alive while he recovers. You, Queen Elsa, must take him with you back to your castle and keep his body cold with your magic just as you have done here. If you don't, his body will destroy itself before he can heal." Elsa agreed immediately to the request, mainly because she would never turn away someone she could help, but she also felt that she had to take the man with her. No matter how hard she tried, every time she looked at his smiling face as he lay on the icy bed just brought a smile to her own lips. Elsa entertained the thought that this boy might have the most contagious smile she had ever seen. With a flick of her wrist, Elsa conjured a set of ice skies below the bed, turning it into a makeshift sled. Seeing what her plan was, many of the trolls that had been standing around watching started to move forward and attach the newly made sled to the horse that the queen had arrived on. Elsa could only stand back as the trolls quickly and effectively wrapped ropes between the horse's harness and the bed of ice. A hand pulling on her dress alerted her to Pabby once more wishing to talk with her while his people industriously worked. "I do not know how he came to be here, but I feel that it is no coincidence that you, the one person that can save him, arrived only minutes after he appeared. I only ask that while you tend to him that you also try and befriend him yourself." "I will, King Pabby," Elsa said as she checked that the ice sled was secured to her horse. "You said you were unsure of where he came from, so I can only imagine that he is not from around Arendelle. I am sure he would be most appreciative to have a friend while he is here." Finding the sled firmly secured, Elsa mounted her horse and said her goodbyes to the trolls before making her return home. Anna and her boyfriend Kristoff were speechless. They had returned from their picnic together only to hear that Elsa had gone off to the Valley of the Living Rock to visit Kristoff's friends, family. And now here they were standing by the gate Elsa would return through only to see her horse pulling a sled made of ice. While it wasn't odd for Elsa to create ice structures, it was odd for her to pull them anywhere instead of just create the structure where she wanted it. What was really strange though was when one of the guards called down that there was a person inside the sled. For the queen to bring someone into town was never unheard of in their history, but for this person to be able to stand Elsa's ice was possibly the oddest part. Within a few short minutes Elsa arrived at the gates where her sister and Kristoff waiting, and by the time Elsa had dismounted her horse Gerda and Kai had arrived. I will explain everything when we have time, Elsa said before anyone else could speak. Kai, please go and gather some soldiers who can carry this boy into the castle, Elsa ordered to Kai, and tell them to wear gloves and long-sleeved shirts for protection. She yelled after him while he ran off to gather the men. Elsa turned towards Gerda, asking if her old room was still empty. After a few seconds of thought, the elderly maid answered affirmative, but that it was still designed to withstand cold temperatures. That is perfect, Gerda. Please have the servants remove my old bed from the room and give it a quick cleaning for our guest. Elsa had already turned around and returned to the side of the ice sled by the time Gerda acknowledged her order. Anna and Kristoff followed the queen over to the sled and for the first time got to look at the man that could sleep on ice. The young man's bright golden hair shone out against the clear ice of his bed. His body was covered in a thin sheet made of frost. When Elsa pulled the sheet down to check on him, Anna, Kristoff, and Elsa were all amazed at what they saw. Where once the blonde had obviously been sleeping on solid ice, he was now sleeping inside a bowl filled with water from the ice that his body heat had melted. That is one hot guy, Elsa's sister Anna said before quickly realizing that out of context that might sound weird to her boyfriend who was standing beside her. Not that he's hot or anything. I mean, he is hot, but not in an attractive way, just a melting kind of way, Anna said, trying to clear up any misunderstanding while she waved her arms about frantically. Fortunately for Anna, Kristoff was too busy mourning over the loss of the perfectly clear ice Elsa had made to notice his girlfriend's slip-up. By the time Anna had calmed down and was able to calm Kristoff down as well, Kai had returned with several guards strong enough to carry the young man. Elsa quickly began guiding the soldiers, ordering them to keep the man wrapped in the blanket of frost while keeping their metal gauntlets on to protect them. From what they were unsure, but soon enough the guards carrying their cargo towards their queen's old bedroom. Once they reached the room, Elsa began creating another bed for her fellow blonde, who seemed to at least be content, so Elsa took her time in crafting his new resting place. Instead of creating her usual ice that was clear enough it could be used for windows, Elsa packed as much ice as she could into the simple bed to prevent the bed from melting like the sled did earlier. When the bed was done, the soldiers placed him down before leaving to returning to their posts while Kai left to continue his duties, as Elsa, Anna, Kristoff, and Gerda stayed to watch over the unconscious stranger. Now all we need to do is prop him up while I remove his clothes, Elsa absent-mindedly commented out loud. And that was not the next comment anyone was expecting from the queen in regards to the unconscious stranger. We laid a guy down on a bed of ice and you want to remove his clothes? Kristoff asked, shifting his gaze between the two blondes. I only meant his jacket and shirt, Elsa said quickly. Your Majesty, are you sure it is wise to remove any of his clothing? Gerda asked. Yes, for his health he must be made as cool as possible. His cloths are also ruined, so they need to be removed either way, Elsa said in the steadiest voice she could manage, now that it had been pointed out that she and the others in the room would be removing the cloths of the admittedly attractive boy. Surely it would be better for one of the male servants to remove his clothes, Your Majesty, Gerda suggested. No, I'm the only one who can touch him, Elsa said with more force in her voice than she would have liked, but she couldn't take the chance of someone getting burned by the superheated boy. However, because she had yet to explain his condition to everyone, they thought that she was just being possessive. Anna made a mental note to tease Elsa about her new crush later. All right, fine, I'll lift him. You pull his jacket off, Kristoff said to Elsa. Make sure you're wearing your gloves, Elsa called out to him. You sure you don't have a thing about dirt? Kristoff asked as he pulled his gloves on. I don't. You just need to be careful with him, Elsa said with some slight annoyance in her voice. Anna chuckling behind Kristoff was not helping. His gloves in place, Kristoff forced his fellow blonde into a sitting position, as his thick gloves unknowingly protected him from the heat. Once the mystery man was in a sitting position with Kristoff's hands on his left side, Elsa began to remove his ruined jacket from the right, exposing his mesh shirt. When the right side of his jacket off, she moved to the left as Kristoff shifted his hold to help her remove the cloth. When his jacket was off, Elsa folded it on the foot of the ice bed to cool off, before she grabbed the bottom of his mesh shirt and pulled up. Kristoff adjusting his grip from on top of the shirt and put his gloved hands onto the other man's bare back, where he thought he could feel something hot, but shrugged it off as a trick of his mind. Elsa, meanwhile, was lost in her own world as her bare fingers traced against the back of her fellow blonde's broad naked shoulders while she held his shirt. As she was getting the shirt over his pecs, she was pulled out of her thoughts by a loud gasp from both Kristoff and Anna. Leaving the mostly pulled off shirt where it was, Elsa looked towards the man's back where the other two were staring. The discolored skin of a jagged scar resting below his shoulder blade over his heart caused Gerda to turn away and Elsa to literally freeze to the floor as her powers reacted to the jarring sight. Yet she could feel that the fist-sized scar was not the end of it, and with trembling fingers she turned and finished pulling his shirt off, revealing another identical scar on his chest. Trying to retain as much composure as possible, Elsa motioned for Kristoff to lay the blonde down, before she covered him with a sheet of ice and a blanket of snow. As his face lost some of its redness, Elsa sighed in relief that the boy's life was now safe. Picking up the ruined jacket, she turned towards Gerda and deciding to distract the older women. "Gerda, please take this jacket and see if it's salvageable." "Of course, Your Majesty," Gerda said as she took the tattered piece of cloth and retreating from the room. Once the elderly maid was gone, the room descended into a peaceful quiet. After several minutes had passed, it was Anna who broke the silence between the three as she took a closer look at the other boy. "So, Elsa, what's the story with this guy?" "I'm not really sure myself. It was the trolls who found him," Elsa responded to her sister. "The trolls found him?" Kristoff questioned. "Yes, when I went to thank them earlier, they were surrounding him," she said, indicating towards the unconscious blonde. "When I asked why he was there, King Pabbie said that he had just appeared before I showed up. I find it hard to believe that he could just appear and not even Grandpabbie knows where he came from," Kristoff said with some skepticism. Before Elsa could respond, Anna, who had been staring at the unconscious boy, reached her hand out toward his face to check if his whiskers were real. As the red-headed princess fingers touched the marks on his cheek, she recoiled her hand and screamed, drawing everyone's attention. "Anna!" Both Elsa and Kristoff yelled as they rushed to her side while she held onto her hand. When she released her hand, the two could see that her fingers had been burnt and were now a painful red. Seeing the burn, Elsa quickly grabbed her sister's hand and began to course her magic across the burnt fingers, relieving much of the pain and pulling the heat out. After a short time, Elsa pulled her hand away to reveal that her powers had been able to pull the heat out of Anna's fingers, leaving the digits sore but otherwise fine. Her sister's fingers partially healed and being doted over by Kristoff, Elsa turned toward the bed. She noted that the ice bed was cold enough that the superheated blonde had finally stopped radiating heat, leaving Anna with no warning of the danger until it was too late. Knowing her sister was fine, Elsa allowed herself a soft smile at the knowledge that her methods were indeed helping to keep the boy alive. Looking to see that Kristoff and Anna had calmed down from the burnt finger scare and were now staring at the other blonde with some fear, Elsa called for their attention and began to explain what was going on. "I'm sorry that you got hurt, Anna, but I did warn you that I am the only one who can touch him without gloves," Elsa said, trying not to be too reprimanding towards her still naive younger sister, but still convey that she was worried about her. "As you've noticed, his skin temperature is high enough to burn the skin of most others. I can touch him because of my powers. Next time, could you give me an earlier warning, Elsa?" Anna said as she rested within her boyfriend's arms. "I'm sorry, Anna, I should have told you earlier, but I had to make sure he was safe first. When I first saw him, King Pabbie said that there was a magic inside him causing the heat, and that it would kill him if he wasn't kept cooled," Elsa said. "Wait, so Grandpabbie said he had a magic inside him that was killing him, so why didn't he just remove it?" Kristoff asked, perplexed how any of the trolls that raised him and Sven could just leave an injured person as they were. "According to Pabbie, he was born with his magic just like I was, so he couldn't remove it. He also said that while the magic was hurting him, it was also trying to heal him at the same time." Seeing the look of wonder that now replaced the look of fear the other two were giving the young man, Elsa stayed silent for a few minutes before she continued. "Pabbie thinks that he will heal on his own, but until then he needs to be kept cool so he can heal. So he asked that I bring him with me to the castle so that I can watch over him until he is fully recovered. So you bring a guy home and we keep him on ice until he gets better, right?" Anna said as she once more moved to look at the strange blonde. "That's about it, but I have to ask, what made you touch him in the first place?" Elsa asked as she also moved closer towards the unconscious man. "Oh, I was just curious if his whiskers were real. I noticed those too, but didn't get a chance to see if they were real," Elsa said, as her sister pulled herself out of Kristoff's hug and moved next to the blonde's bed. Once Anna was next to her, Elsa reached out her hand and gently placed her fingers against the blonde's cheek before slowly rubbing his whiskers marks. What happened next confused the room's conscious occupants as a dull rumble resonated throughout the room, startling everyone as Anna moved back next to her boyfriend. Eventually the sound disappeared and Elsa, who had stopped rubbing the blonde's whiskers, looked at the boy and began to wonder. Tentatively, Elsa dragged her fingers against the blonde's marked cheek. Almost instantly the rumbling sounded again, but this time, prepared for it, Elsa didn't stop rubbing her fellow blonde's face. In what she correctly guessed as related, the noise didn't stop this time. Slowly leaning forward, Elsa brought her ear closer to the blonde's chest where she noticed the sound was coming from. In one quick movement, Elsa pulled herself away from the boy and stifled a laugh at what she had discovered. Taking a moment to compose herself, Elsa turned to look at the room's other two occupants, who only looked on with curious stares. "He purrs," was all she said before returning to stroking the boy's whiskers and bringing the rumbling purr back. Guided by their curiosity, Anna and Kristoff both once again moved closer to the purring human, as they watched the queen of their country amuse herself by seeing if she could get him to purr any differently by changing her petting technique. It was only when Kristoff spoke that the sisters were pulled from their trance of wonderment. "You know, people call me unmanly because of my blonde hair, but not only is he blonde, he also purrs like a cat." The response to Kristoff's statement was an elbow to the gut thanks to his girlfriend and her sister. "Well, if you're going to be like that, I should probably go." You coming, Anna? Before her sister could say anything, Elsa decided to intervene. Go ahead, Anna, have your hand properly looked at, and tell the staff about him so they don't make the same mistake you did. I'm going to wait here for a little bit to make sure that he's fine. Nodding to her sister, Anna left the room with her boyfriend. Once alone, Elsa pulled a chair towards the bed and began to wait. With only the quiet breathing of the blonde and an occasional purr as Elsa would rub his cheek, the Queen of Arendelle was left alone again. Left with nothing but her thoughts, dreams, and an unconscious man. Break. When trained ninjas become conscious, the first thing they do is try and determine their surroundings to see if they're in any danger. When Naruto Uzumaki wakes up, he yawns loudly, sits up, and stretches out his arms to give any would-be assassins an easier shot. Naruto has never been too worried about safety, being that he could heal instantly from most wounds. So when he woke up in a bed made out of ice that wasn't cold for him, and having no memory of how he got there, Naruto was a bit confused. He remembered Kurama saying something about how they had to leave so he could live, but that was it. The blonde ninja was interrupted from trying to remember what happened when he felt something soft push into the side of his leg. When he looked down, he saw a head of almost white blonde hair resting on the side of his ice bed, while the rest of the bent-over slender feminine body could be seen sitting in a chair next to the bed. Whoever she was, she had apparently fallen asleep while waiting for him to wake up, and had bumped her head into his leg when she shifted. Deciding to wake up the person who had been assigned to take care of him, or at least get her up from the uncomfortable position, Naruto began poking the girl in the head until she began to stir. The first thing the strange woman did was sit back against the chair and try to stretch her back. When she seemed slightly more comfortable, she looked towards the thing that had woken her up, and let out a light gasp that Naruto had woken up. And then she started talking in a language that Naruto didn't understand. I'm so glad you're awake, I hope you're comfortable, the beautiful woman said in some foreign language. Naruto, having no clue what had just been said, could only ask what. The woman looked slightly lost before starting to say more incomprehensible words. What was that? I didn't hear you. I've got no idea what you're saying, lady, Naruto said as he moved to sit against the headboard. You speak a different language, don't you? The lady said in her weird language. However, before Naruto could say anything, she stood up from her chair before she grasped at her back in pain. Before she could fall over from the sudden shock of pain, Naruto had already moved to the side of the bed and caught her. With the woman in his arms, Naruto noticed that she was still holding her back to try and ease some of the pain. So Naruto, never being one to turn away from helping someone, placed his hand over the small of her back and began to use a simple massage technique he learned at one of the many clubs Jiraiya dragged him to, combined with a medical ninjutsu that Tsunade had pounded in his head just for emergencies. Break. Elsa was mortified. Not only had she fallen asleep in a horrible position, but now she was making a fool of herself in front of the man she had promised to help. And now he was holding her up after she had almost fallen due to her sore back. She was used to soft mattresses and feather pillows, not bent over in a chair. So it was a great surprise when she felt the boy's hand on the lower part of her back, and was just about to tell him to move it, whether he would understood it or not, but stopped when she felt a soothing warmth wash over her entire body. Where once her back had been sore, now her entire body felt like it had just emerged from a hot, relaxing bath. It was all she could do to keep a slight coo of pleasure silent, as even pains she had long ago gotten used to vanished under the warmth of whatever this stranger was doing. When all of the pain had passed from her body, Elsa stood up from the boy's hold and looked down at him while he continued to sit on the bed. Clearing her throat to make sure that she had the boy's full attention, she began to speak slowly and precisely so that hopefully her fellow blonde might understand. Thank you. Short sentences would probably be best for now, Elsa decided as she watched the boy. At first he seemed to think over the words, before he started moving his jaw, and finally he moved his lips and began to speak sense for the first time. Tankyo, or so Elsa had hoped. At least the words were recognizable, Elsa thought. Th and Kyoo, Elsa said, putting emphasis on each part of the words, hoping that the boy would parrot them back. Th and Kyoo, he managed to say, stumbling over the words, but there was no doubt that he had indeed said them correctly. Elsa smiled as the boy continued to say the simple sentence a few more times before he too began to smile along with her. His was a large toothy smile that seemed to encompass his entire face, while hers was a bit more subdued but no less radiant. Once again clearing her throat to bring the boy's attention back towards her, she tried for another word that he would need to know, namely her name. Pointing towards herself, she said her name slowly and with as much care as she could muster before saying it again at the correct speed a few seconds later. Expecting him to parrot it back like he had done earlier, she was not prepared for when he once more smiled broadly and pointing at himself promptly said Naruto. While she had not thought that he would do such a thing, Elsa was pleasantly surprised that the boy had thought to do introductions. So taking her time, she tried to repeat the same sounds he made while saying his name. Naruto. She seemed to have said his name correctly as he once again began smiling and nodded his head rapidly at her success. Smiling softly, she took a few seconds to turn towards the clock on the wall, wondering what time it was. Elsa, the boy said, drawing her attention back towards him. Once she was looking at him again, he began to say her name again, followed by his own as his hands pointed towards both of them in correspondence with his words. As he kept speaking, Elsa got the feeling that he was more seeking acknowledgement that he was right instead of practicing. Nodding her head in agreement caused the Naruto to let out a loud yada before he began to talk quickly in whatever language he spoke and just didn't stop. Eventually Elsa found herself sitting in her chair again as she just listened to the foreign words. She may not understand any of them, but she didn't really need to. All that mattered for that short period of time was that Naruto, the boy she had promised to protect, was awake and, judging by the amount of energy he showed, well on his way to being fully recovered. It had been about a week since Naruto had woken up. The servants had been briefed by Anna not to touch him, and now that it was known why Elsa had brought him to the castle, many were accepting of him. The few who were more cautious about him were soon won over by his naturally charismatic personality. Soon he had met everyone in the castle with the exception of Olaf and Sven, who had disappeared, but those two wouldn't be hard to win over when they came back. In truth, the only problem with Naruto seemed to be that he spoke a different language. Most of the staff and linguists from the village had at one point or another tried to talk to him, but none of them knew anything he was saying. Whenever someone tried to communicate through gestures with him, they would be unable to follow his hyper and erratic movements that meant something to him but left others clueless. The only person that seemed to understand his gestures was Elsa, probably because she spent so much time around him. The queen had decided to watch over him due mostly to the fact that she was the only one who could touch him, and being that the doctors needed to touch him in order to check if he was healthy did cause a problem. The only thing they could do was prescribe him bed rest until his fever went down, and Elsa volunteered to watch over him to begin with. And so the two blondes were left in the same room with little to do but run a country and try to learn about each other through the language barrier. And one of the first things Elsa had learned about Naruto as a person was that he hated to be kept in bed. She had to spend the first day trying to keep him in bed. Whenever he was awake, he would try to make an escape. The first time he had simply stood up and tried to walk away, and Elsa had to forcibly push him back towards the bed until he figured out that she wanted him to stay in bed. A few attempts later and Naruto tried to escape in a way that had been quite funny for Elsa as he tried to jump out the open window of the room to make his escape. However, Naruto quickly learned that it would be very difficult to escape from his frozen bed as Elsa made his ice sheets come to life and trap him before he could make it to the window. That seemed to have at least slowed down his escape attempts, mostly because ever since he had learned that she could control ice, he had become fascinated by her ability. When she first used it to stop him from leaving, he had looked surprised, and Elsa thought that he might become scared of her. But no, after only a minute he once again became animated and started talking in his foreign language. He had willing spent the next few days in his bed watching as she crafted sculptures out of ice and did other little tricks with her power. Over those few days he made several comments, none of which she could understand, but he would always use the word Haku-chan. Elsa thought given her powers that the word might mean ice where he was from, but often found that he said it like he was talking about someone. If it was a name, maybe this Haku-chan had a relation to ice like she did. The two of them would have a lot in common if they ever met. It was during her first display that Naruto figured out that his body was superheated. Apparently he was unable to tell what his skin temperature was, and no one could tell him. So when Naruto tried to grab a piece of paper and it started to burn, he was naturally confused. Naruto spent the next several minutes trying to hold a piece of paper with little success. With all the smoldering paper, it was kind of amazing that Naruto didn't give up sooner. But eventually he decided to stop and return to using gestures to communicate. And after an entire week, only a few minutes ago, did Naruto learn that Elsa was an important figure in the city. She had a meeting about a dispute between some of the merchants, and being that it was the middle of the day, she feared that if she left, Naruto would try and escape. So she opted to have the meeting in Naruto's room. Through the use of the basic gestures the two had worked out to communicate, Elsa managed to get Naruto to quiet down. Convincing him that he needed to remain quiet for a little while was problematic, but doable in the end. With Naruto staying silent, Elsa signaled for the guards to allow the men into the room. Standing, she greeted the men, who immediately bowed back to her in respect. Hearing a noise from Naruto, Elsa looked towards him only to see him smiling at her with that fox-like grin he would occasionally get. Turning away from him, Elsa began her meeting, hoping that Naruto would remain quiet. And he did in fact remain quiet. He never made a sound during the meeting. Thankfully it was a short meeting, and Elsa didn't need to worry about how long Naruto would remain silent. Once the merchants left, Elsa turned back towards Naruto and saw that he was still sitting in his bed smiling at her when he spoke. Elsa froze as Naruto said it. He had tried talking to her many times, but the words never held any real meaning for her. Yet what he had just spoken seemed to draw her to him. He hadn't said them in a particularly special way, but how the words seemed to be meant just for her brought a smile to her face. Pointing at herself, Elsa parroted back the strange words, causing Naruto to nod and began to weave his fingers around above his head. She was confused at first, but eventually figured out that he was trying to signifying a crown or headpiece. Figuring out what he meant, Elsa called for a servant to bring her tiara, that she usually didn't wear, and immediately put it on when it arrived. Doing a quick curtsy to try and convey her royal position, Elsa stood to the sound of Naruto clapping at her display. Looking at the broad smile on Naruto's face, it was all Elsa could do to keep from laughing and retain her royal demeanor. Wanting to continue the special moment the two of them were sharing, Elsa decided to reward Naruto for staying quiet during the meeting. So the Queen of Arendelle moved to her old dresser, where she grabbed a package that she had put earlier that day. Sitting in her chair by Naruto's bed, Elsa undid the string tying the paper bundle together before she pulled out her gifts for Naruto. When Gerda had told her that Naruto's jacket was beyond repair, Elsa wasn't too worried about the orange jacket's death. It wouldn't be until a few hours later that she had a wonderful thought. While Naruto's jacket was destroyed, it had been insulated enough that no one could feel his body heat through it. Calling for the royal tailor, Elsa gave instructions for her fellow blonde's clothes to be remade, but with an insulated non-flammable layer on the inside to protect others. At the tailor's suggestion, they added gloves and a vest filled with water that Naruto would wear under his jacket, and Elsa could freeze to keep him cooled under the warm clothing. The clothes had been finished the night before, and Naruto's temperature seemed to have gone down some. So Elsa thought that the clothes would make a wonderful gift to Naruto so he could get out of his bed and move around a little. First, she pulled out his new jacket. She had asked the tailor to recreating the look of his old one, but had run into a problem or two. Mainly that he refused to make the colors that atrociously bright and orange, as he called it, so made it a darker burnt orange color instead. Elsa didn't mind the color that much though. So while the jacket didn't match his old one exactly, it did look very similar, and judging by the look in Naruto's eyes when he saw, it was close enough. She handed the jacket over to him and watched as he moved it around in his hands to look it over, taking in every detail. Soon enough he pulled the jacket on and started moving around wildly before Elsa caught his arm. She gave a slight tug at the back of his jacket to show him she wanted him to take it off, mostly so he could put the vest on when she got to it. Definitely not because she enjoyed looking at his naked muscular chest and had grown used to seeing it on a daily basis. Having gotten used to seeing that scar over his heart, that showed just how tough he really was even with that lovably goofy smile of his. With his jacket now gone, Elsa pulled the gloves out and handed them to Naruto. The tailor had made them with the same colored cloth as Naruto's jacket, which Naruto immediately showed he liked by putting them on. With the gloves on and fitting nicely, Elsa tore a piece of paper from the wrapping and physically put it in his hand to demonstrate that he wouldn't burn things while wearing them. What Elsa hadn't expecting to happen next was for Naruto to leap from the bed and wrap his arms around her in a hug while shouting the phrase she had taught him a week ago, "Thank you." Surprised at first that she was being hugged, Elsa soon became more surprised that she was comfortable being hugged. Naruto pulling her into his warm body as her normally cold skin flushed against his bare chest. Holding her protectively with his strong arms as if his entire body was a blanket meant just to be wrapped around her from. She was content for those seconds, being held against Naruto's naked chest as her own showing skin brushed up against it, and there was the wake-up call she needed. Inside the comfort of the hug, Elsa had forgotten that Naruto radiated heat and melted anything he touched, especially if it was made out of ice like his bed or even her dress that now had a few holes in it showing off her flawless skin. Quickly disengaging from the hug and turning around in her chair to hide and repair the holes in her dress, she turned her head and tried to give her most reassuring smile to calm Naruto, who looked very confused at her actions. Luckily, he seemed to have not seen anything. With her dress presentable again, Elsa turned and began to hand him the rest of his new clothes, demonstrating to the best of her abilities that the vest was meant to be worn beneath his jacket and keep him cool. With his gifts spread out on the bed, Elsa stood and tried to motion for him to get dressed as she left the room to give him some privacy. She was used to only seeing his top half naked, not all of him. Standing outside the room, she stood close to the door in order to hear if Naruto tried to do anything. Thankfully, it was only a minute later when she heard the door begin to open. Break. Naruto was happy to be getting out of his icy bed and quickly began to get dressed in his awesome new orange clothes. He had woken up in that bed a week ago and had been trapped there ever since, only being allowed to go to the bathroom. Thankfully, Elsa had been there to keep him company, even if she was the one who was keeping him there. When he woke up, he felt fine, if a bit tired, but he couldn't feel anything wrong. He tried to talk with Kurama to see if whatever it had done worked, but couldn't seem to contact the demon. Having no real reason to believe that he needed to be in bed, he tried to leave, only to have Elsa push him back into bed. Eventually, he tried the window and again Elsa stopped him, but this time she used her control over ice. At first, he thought that Haku had been reincarnated, but eventually figured out that Elsa just had the same powers. Wondering if she was using chakra, he grabbed a piece of paper to show his use of wind chakra to cut it. However, what surprised him was that instead of the paper slicing cleanly down the middle, it started to burn. Really confused due to his lack of a fire nature, Naruto tried again only to get the same result. So he tried again, but this time didn't use any chakra when he picked up the paper, and again it burned. Another attempt later and Naruto finally figured out that it wasn't his chakra that was hot, it was him. A few seconds of thought brought Naruto to the conclusion that he was being kept in the ice bed to keep him cool, and Elsa was watching over him because she could touch him due to her ice powers. His theory was proven when he met several other people, including who he thought was Elsa's sister, but none of them would shake his hand or come close to him. The only one who did shake his hand was another guy with blonde hair and a hard-to-pronounce name, but he wore gloves when he did. Knowing that he was superheated and therefore a danger to others and not being able to contact Kurama, Naruto resigned himself to just sitting in his bed. Thankfully, Elsa was around and was fun to be around. Even though he couldn't understand her, he still had fun talking with her and trying to learn her language. He only knew about a dozen words and mostly communicated with Elsa through gestures, but he was happy. Elsa would come by early in the morning and they would talk for as much as they could, before Elsa would move over to the desk at the far wall and do paperwork. That was what really shocked Naruto. He originally wasn't sure why she was doing paperwork, but now he knew she was some kind of ruler like the old man or Bachan. He figured she must be a princess or daimyo due to the people from earlier acting like she was, so he called her a princess. And if she really was a princess, that would explain why she seemed nervous during the first few days she stayed with him. It was only little things like looking towards the door constantly or peering out the window. Naruto had originally thought that she just didn't want to be there, and even tried to tell her if she was uncomfortable that she could leave. But he had once again forgotten about the language barrier. Now that he knew she was a princess, he figured that she was just worried that someone would need her help and she would be busy with him, and he really admired that about her. Even though she must have been busy with her people, she still took the job of watching over him very seriously. She just seemed to give it her all with everything she did, and Naruto really liked it about her. Pulling his gloves back on his hands and leaving his jacket unzipped to keep him cool, Naruto headed out. Opening the door, he was greeted by a smiling Elsa who dragged her eyes across his new clothes. She moved to stand beside him and began what he assumed would be a tour of the house, or castle as he soon found out. Naruto followed Elsa down the stairs and through several hallways until they reached a large stone room that had several people running around in it. Understanding it was a kitchen, Elsa pulled him over to a side table and both of them sat down. She said something to one of the servants, who brought her a plate of dumplings, and then gestured to him, which he took as being his turn to order. Naruto of course asked for the greatest food known to anyone or anything, ramen. What he got was a blank stare. After a few seconds he remembered that he wasn't home and probably wouldn't have the same foods. So he tried to show what ramen was with his hands, making waving motions with his fingers in the hope that he could imitate the look of ramen. Deciding that he couldn't match the same level of awesome as ramen with his fingers, Naruto stood up and began to walk round for some himself. After several minutes of fumbling with handles, due to his gloves, and opening every cabinet and drawer, inside a far pantry Naruto found some noodles. They didn't look like the ramen noodles he was used to, but they at least smelled similar, so he pulled them out, and placed them in a bowl he had picked up. Moving on, Naruto followed his nose to a stove where several pots of broth were cooking. Coming to one near the middle, Naruto pointed at it so a chef would add it to his bowl. Steaming bowl of beef broth and noodles in hand, Naruto returned to his seat across from Elsa and began the task of waiting for the noodles to cook, unaware that he was the center of conversation for those in the kitchen. When he thought that 3 minutes were up, Naruto began to eat. It was a bit difficult to eat without chopsticks like he was used to, but over the week Elsa had been teaching him how to use a fork and he thought he was doing pretty well. Finishing his bowl of not quite godly but more demi-godly noodles, Naruto put the bowl down and turned to thank the chefs. Seeing that Elsa had finished her dumplings and was just watching him by this point, Naruto could only blush and scratch at the back of his head in embarrassment. While he was used to eating with a few girls, like Sakura, he wasn't used to a girl just watching him, especially if her lips were in that soft smile she had when she was just content to watch him. Naruto gave his bowl to the chef so it could be cleaned. He smiled at Elsa, who smiled back, and stood from her chair in that graceful manner she always had and beckoned for him to follow. Standing to follow, Naruto headed out the door they entered through as Elsa stopped to talk with one of the cooks for a moment. While waiting for Elsa to finish, Naruto looked down the hall and saw something weird. Curiosity getting the better of him, Naruto walked over to see what it was and why it seemed to be moving. Reaching the end of the corridor and now close enough to touch it, Naruto was able to identify the large, furry, brown mass as the back end of an animal. Looking around the corner, what he saw was some deer-like creature. Naruto had experience with deer due to his friendship with Shikamaru, but what he was looking at was much hairier than other deer, and seemed to be crossed with a dog if the lolling tongue was any indication. It seemed to look around for something, before it grunted and walked farther down the hall. When the thing had walked around another corner farther down the hall, Naruto turned to look up the hall he was in to see Elsa moving towards him. Motioning for her to stand beside him, he pointed to where the strange deer had been and then held his hands above his head with his fingers splayed to symbolize antlers. Elsa chuckled into her hands as she seemed to understand what he meant, and even gave him the word Sven for the deer thing. Whether it was the thing's species or its name, Naruto wasn't sure. Whatever it was, the rest of the tour was spent with Naruto watching out for Sven. Before anything else could happen though, Elsa grabbed his hand and pulled him farther down the hall they were in, towards a large room full of paintings. Having never really appreciated art that much, Naruto found the paintings boring, but he did enjoy the architecture of the castle as the tour progressed. It had so many nooks and crannies that he, or others, could hide in. He investigated all of them to make sure they were safe. While not expecting a full-on invasion, he wanted to make sure the home of his new friend was secure for her. And so he didn't insult Elsa by scrutinizing her defenses. Naruto put forth his best effort to be polite and not jump away while she was looking at or talking to him. This seemed acceptable to Elsa, or she at least didn't indicate otherwise, so Naruto continued his search for hiding spots. And it was in one of these spots that Naruto saw another strange sight. Elsa had been called over by one of the older maids, and had moved to one side of the entrance hall she had been showing him. Naruto took the chance and jumped up to a windowsill near the ceiling. Seeing that Elsa was still in the same place, Naruto looked around the room, and saw something white on the other side of the hall from his friend. And while strange this time, Naruto knew what it was, or at least all the parts of what it was. It was a small mound of shaped snow with twig arms and a carrot nose that was being followed around by a floating cloud that was constantly snowing on it. While Naruto had seen many snowmen due to his travels, they weren't seen that often in Konoha due to the hot weather. And they didn't have clouds following them or move themselves, but Naruto had honestly seen weirder. An army of moving stone statues to start with. Figuring that the moving snowman might be connected to his new friend, who could control snow, Naruto jumped down from his perch to meet the strange snowman. Now that he was closer, Naruto could see that it was really small and looked like it had been designed by a child. Its facial features defied gravity and its arms moved without joints. It truly was a marvelous sight, and if it was Elsa's doing, it was a large testament to her power. And then the snowman talked. Naruto was prepared for an enthusiastic wave or something, not for the thing to start screaming words and running at him. Most of what it said was lost on Naruto, who was only able to make the word Sven out, but what truly mattered was that it was running at him. When it was right in front of him, the snowman stopped running and started jumping, so Naruto decided that he should play it safe when dealing with the snowman, by getting it as far away from him as possible. Break. What Elsa thought would be a simple tour soon turned into a whirlwind of motion and excitement as she tried to follow Naruto around her home. She had started off by pulling him down to the kitchen so that the two of them could have an afternoon snack, and possibly to see what food he liked. After ordering herself to show her intent, Naruto spent several minutes trying to order something called ramen. He started off by saying the word every few seconds in his rapid speech before trying to show what he wanted. When he decided that failed, he went around the kitchen looking for it himself, before finally finding some noodles that seemed to be what he was looking for. After adding some soup broth to the noodles, waiting a few minutes, and ignored all of the chefs talking about the strange food he had made, he proceeded to eat the odd concoction. He seemed to enjoy it greatly with how fast he was trying to eat it. And given how bad he was at using a fork, it was impressive. At least he was using a fork when compared to earlier this week when she had considered spoon-feeding him, due to his lack of knowledge about eating utensils. Pretty soon Naruto had finished his meal and passed the bowl to a chef to wash. She stood and Naruto followed her out of the room, but before she left she turned towards one of the chefs and asked that he try and recreate the noodle and broth concoction that Naruto made, both because Naruto enjoyed it and because she wanted to try some. When she and the chef had finished talking, she turned to look towards where Naruto was, only to find him at the end of the hall looking paranoid. When he saw her, he waved her over as he began pointing down a side hall, and then held his hands over his in the vague shape of antlers. Of course, the only thing he could be referring to had to be Sven, due mostly to the fact that Elsa preferred that wild animals not roam the halls of her castle. So unless a wild reindeer had found its way inside, she could only guess that he had just seen the lovable Sven, who Naruto hadn't met yet, which might explain his mild panic attack regarding the appearance of the large animal. Chuckling at the situation of being unable to calm Naruto's worries over the reindeer due to the language barrier, Elsa told Naruto that the reindeer's name was Sven, mostly so that Naruto would know that Sven was a friend and hopefully wouldn't freak out the next time he saw him. Feeling confident that Naruto was calmed down, Elsa grabbed his hand and pulled him towards the room full of paintings that Anna would spend her time in when she wasn't hanging around Kristoff. Due to Anna spending quite a lot of time with the paintings in her youth, she could tell anyone almost all of the history behind the different portraits and images. Elsa could not, having spent most of her adolescence in parental and self-imposed isolation. Not that she could tell Naruto anything about the paintings, even if she had known anything. No, her reasoning for bringing him to this room in particular was to try and learn Naruto's language or teach him hers. She was hoping that with the many paintings she would be able to point at a picture, say the word, and slowly teach him that way. And if not, she could see if he recognized any of the foreign paintings, and might show where he's from. Once they entered the room, Elsa let go of Naruto's hand and moved towards one of the paintings, expecting him to follow. So when she reached the painting she wanted, and turned towards Naruto, she was mildly shocked to find him missing. She half expected him to be by the door looking for Sven, but he wasn't. In fact, he wasn't anywhere in the room that she could see. For a full minute Elsa ran around the room looking for the disappearing blonde. Keep her eyes open for any sign of his blonde hair or orange clothes, while straining her ears for the sound of his voice. It was while her head was still down, after having looked under a couch, that she saw a shadow stretched across the floor. Following the shadow towards one of the many large windows near the ceiling of the room, she was greeted by the silhouetted form of Naruto, who was staring out the window into the outside world. Not knowing how he had managed to get up to the window with no ladder, and only having turned away from him for all of 5 seconds, Elsa was left speechless, completely at a loss for words, forced to just stand in the middle of the room looking skywards at her fellow blonde, engulfed in the sun's light, as if he was the source of the bright glow. And for a scant second, Elsa thought she could see golden flames rising off Naruto's form. What Elsa would later recount as having felt like spending several hours watching her friend was in fact only a few minutes. Elsa herself would have probably continued to stare for longer if the object of her gaze himself hadn't moved, breaking the moment. Finding himself stared at, Naruto turned sideways towards Elsa and grinned as the sun now illuminated his whiskered visage. She could only give a soft wave as Naruto began smiling at her like he wasn't in a windowsill on the equivalent of the third story. She did have to stop waving in favor of taking a step back when Naruto jumped to her complete disbelief. Where Elsa thought that Naruto would be stuck up there until a ladder could be brought to get him down. Naruto just seemed to take a step off the edge and land in front of her in a low crouch, before standing straight with no sign of strain or fear. Instead, he just smiled at her before talking in his rapid and excited manner, presumably about the view, until he just stopped and smiled at her. With nothing else to do, she just smiled back, grabbed his hand to ensure that he wouldn't run off on her again, and continued their walk around the house. Her idea of teaching him not forgotten, but pushed to the side until later. Hopefully when he would stop surprising her, or at the very least not scare her like he just did. The rest of the tour had Elsa showing Naruto around the castle, literally by the hand to make sure that he was following. Elsa had quickly learned that if she turned her back on Naruto or let go of his hand in any room, he would disappear. However, if she was looking at him or holding his hand, he would follow her around and wait semi-patiently for her. She wasn't sure whether he went off to explore when she wasn't looking at him, to keep his secret on how he got to the higher places, or he stayed around in case she was going to talk, gesture with him. It only took seeing that large good-hearted smile of his to make her believe it was more the second option. Sometime after Naruto's third disappearance, Elsa began to make a game of trying to find him. She would bring him to one of the many rooms, look around with him, and then let him free for several seconds before she would try to find him. Which was not as easy as she first thought it was going to be. Where she had figured it would take Naruto a little bit of time to get up to one of the higher spots that he seemed to favor, and he would then stay there. Instead, he seemed to scope out the entire room and would only stop if Elsa could find him before he finished. In one of the smaller rooms, Elsa turned around to find Naruto standing almost exactly where he was before. The only thing different was the ball in his hand. A ball that she remembered Anna playing with when she was younger, and had accidentally bounced hard against a wall and had gotten it stuck in the rafters, where it had remained ever since because no one could reach it, so Anna had just been given another ball. Elsa tentatively looked up towards where the ball usually lived, only to find it missing from its home for the past couple of years. Looking at him, Elsa couldn't help but smile at his simple act of charity and friendship. For as weird and strange as he was, to Elsa it was the simple act of Naruto retrieving a lost ball that cemented how kind and nice a man he was. And if the two of them weren't friends before, Elsa was determined that they were now. And as his friend, she was going to make sure that he survived his problem, and was helped out in this world he was unfamiliar with. Holding the old dusty ball in one hand, to personally give to Anna later, and dragging Naruto along with her other hand, Elsa began the walk back to her old room that Naruto now lived in. Her intent was to take him from the entrance hall, where everything was connected, to his room so he could hopefully learn his own way to his room. However, Jirta called out to her when they were just about to reach the stairs. Not really having much of a choice, Elsa left Naruto to explore possibly the largest room in the castle. While Elsa couldn't really imagine what could go wrong in the large, mostly empty room, she just felt worried for some reason. Maybe it was woman's intuition. Or maybe it was the sound of Olaf yelling as he ran towards someone new to him, and who didn't know about him. "Hi, I'm Olaf and I like warm hugs. You must be the guy Kristoff mentioned. You probably met him, but you might not know who he is because he's sometimes called Sven. I mean, it's really rare, and while it's convenient, no one ever really bothered to explain why he's called that. Don't you think that's weird? 'Cause I do." Throughout Olaf's mini rant, Elsa could feel her heart sink at the thought of what Naruto might do about the snowman, who happened to be just as hyper as he was. If Naruto freaked out over Sven because no one was around to tell him the reindeer was a friend, she did not want to know how he would react to the walking pile of snow by himself. Unfortunately, she got her answer a second later when Olaf's separated head and body flew past her and Jirta before hitting the far wall. "Wow, that was intense," Elsa could hear Olaf exclaim as he slid down the wall, showing that he was okay. Now she just had to make sure Naruto was fine. Well, maybe fine wasn't the word she wanted Naruto to be. In truth, she would have much preferred to have him calm at that moment. Sadly, while Naruto was fine, he wasn't calm. So Naruto's head could be seen from behind the stairs, yelling words that sounded suspiciously like they might be swears in his language. Hoping that her presence and calm demeanor in the situation would help to calm him down, Elsa moved closer towards her friend, mentally preparing herself for how she was going to deal with her hyper-blonde friend, who wasn't a fan of her hyper-snowman friend, who had scraped himself off the wall and was now happily dancing around again, prompting more words from Naruto, probably wondering why Olaf was fine. This might take a while to explain. Oh, the headache Elsa had. It had only been a few minutes, but between Olaf's happy yelling and trying to coax Naruto down from the rafters, it was getting hard to keep calm. As she had been approaching the blonde behind the stairs to try to calm him down, Elsa made the mistake of taking her eyes off Naruto and turning towards Olaf and asked him to keep quiet while she calmed her other friend, who took the chance to disappear. Not like he did the other times where he would move to a new part of the room. This time he just vanished. He had even stopped yelling, making it even harder to tell where he was. The only time he was seen was if she caught sight of his hair or clothes when he moved from one rafter to another. So far Elsa had been able to see him in 5 different spots within 2 minutes. Unfortunately, with all the commotion that was being caused, it seemed that almost everyone in the castle was moving towards the entrance hall. This of course had to include Kai, Anna, Kristoff, and Sven, who came running to Olaf's excited shouts about the new friend he had just made and how fun he was. Apparently whatever had been done to the snowman to throw him had not hurt him enough to convince the snowman that Naruto was not exactly keen on being his friend at the moment. But that could be explained to him later. A few minutes after everyone had gathered and had been given an explanation, an exasperated Elsa passed the ball she had been holding to Anna, who started spluttering about the fact that she was now holding her long-lost ball. Elsa left her sister to explain to their friends about the ball, hoping the story would distract them, especially Olaf, while she calmed Naruto down, or at least got him down from the rafters. Getting to the far side of the room, away from everyone else, Elsa called out to her friend, hoping she could coax him down. Thankfully, Naruto was willing to at least respond to her as he stuck his head out from behind a particularly high rafter when he heard her. "Naruto, come down here," Elsa called out in the calmest voice her stressed-out state would allow. Thankfully, Olaf's loud, happy talking, that would have caused Naruto to disappear again, was hard to hear from across the hall. Seemed her tactic of giving Anna the ball had worked. Unfortunately, Naruto still couldn't understand her, and instead chose to look between her and the living snowman who was now ogling the ball that had been rescued earlier. Not getting a response from Naruto caused a bit of worry for Elsa, but she continued on trying to ease her friend from his hiding spot. A few minutes later, with no success, Elsa decided to try another approach. With a stomp of her foot that caused some frost to fly up behind her, pulling Naruto's attention towards her and away from Olaf. Looking directly into her friend's eyes, Elsa pointed a finger at the ground right beside her and called his name using the, as Anna called it, royal commanding voice. The same voice Anna herself used on Kristoff occasionally. Elsa chose not to compare her using the voice on Naruto with Anna using it on her boyfriend. However, the effects were identical. Where Kristoff would look dumbfounded for a few seconds before bursting into action, Naruto took a second to widen his eyes before he jumped off the rafter, a feat which caused some screams from the servants and Anna. Of course, Naruto landed with barely a sound next to the queen. Giving a smile to her friend to show she wasn't angry with him, Elsa took his hand and turned towards the rest of the room, who had all taken Naruto's jump in different ways. Kristoff had attempted to run forward to catch his fellow blonde, but had only made it halfway across the room. Anna and Sven had taken to covering their eyes with hands and hooves respectively. Kai and Gerda had grabbed onto each other. Several other servants looked away or had taken steps back. And Olaf had gotten over whatever shock he suffered and was now running towards Naruto, causing him to tense. Elsa, not about to risk things degrading back to their previous state, tightened her grip on Naruto's hand, looked towards the snowman, and simply commanded Olaf to stop. Apparently she was still in the mindset of using the royal commanding voice from earlier, causing Olaf skidded to a stop just before he passed Kristoff. After the snowman halted, Naruto relaxed immensely, and Elsa couldn't stop a sigh of relief from escaping her lips. Unfortunately, her rather loud command had caused all those present to stop hiding and notice that Naruto was fine, which caused the others to take a few tentative steps towards him. This included a certain easily excitable animal who ignored Elsa's previous order completely and started charging towards the blonde that resembled said animal's best friend. Kristoff, hearing the thunder hoofs of his friend, reacted on instinct and moved in front of the reindeer to prevent his advance. Sven slowed to prevent a crash as Kristoff grabbed his friend to help slow him and hold him in place. Once the reindeer was stopped, Kristoff started apologizing to his friend and even made a comment about not wanting to smell burnt reindeer, which caused the other occupants of the room snapped out of their shock and realized that Sven had been with Olaf for the past week, and both were unaware of the danger from the seemingly innocent boy. Many of the servants ran forward to help the mountain man explain to Sven and Olaf about the superheated boy who didn't speak their language. Meanwhile, as the others were distracted by the charging reindeer, Naruto had taken action and grabbed Elsa in a princess carry before he jumped towards a high windowsill. While Elsa was amazed at the fact she was now being held on top of the tallest windowsill in the room, she was pleased that she now knew how Naruto was getting into the rafters. While the fact he could jump so high was odd, it was much more reasonable than something else, like if he was switching places with a log or something. But she needed to put those thoughts on hold as she felt the small amount of heat, no warmer than a hug, that passed through Naruto's jacket start to melt her frozen dress. Again, it wasn't going to melt completely like before. She could feel parts of her dress break away where Naruto was holding her. Even though she knew her dress could hold up to even higher temperatures than Naruto was currently giving off, her dress just seemed to melt around him. If this kept up, she'd need to make a suit of armor out of her ice so Naruto could hug her more often. And upon realizing what she had just thought, Elsa shoved that idea into the farthest reaches of her mind indefinitely. Instead, she focused her thoughts on how she was going to get Naruto to take her back down before her dress melted further. It wasn't like she could fix the damage while in his arms, although he probably wouldn't even know what was going on if she did. Though no matter how much Elsa thought she wanted to get out of Naruto's arms, she couldn't stop herself from spending several seconds just quietly staring at his handsome face as his warm arms held her protectively. She actually spent so long looking at him that she almost missed her name being called by her sister. Turning her head to look over the edge of the windowsill, Elsa saw her friends and family looking around, presumably for her and Naruto. Olaf and Sven were helping everyone else look with concerned faces, so hopefully they were now aware of Naruto's problem. Which was good news for her, since now she only had to convince Naruto that the snowman and reindeer weren't going to hurt him. After she got him to take her down. "We're up here," Elsa called out, drawing everyone's attention to their queen being held in the windowsill. She figured that the best way to keep everyone calm was to alert all of them to her and Naruto's location. While many of the servants had started pointing and staring at the two of them, they had at least stopped moving, so with any luck Naruto would be able to jump back down and land in a clear area. "Naruto down," Elsa commanded as simply as possible while she pointed towards the floor, hoping that he not only understood her want, but also that he might have learned the word down. Thankfully, he did seem to understand, as after looking at her for a few seconds, before looking at everyone else, she felt Naruto tense before he gave a small push with his legs that sent them flying through the air. It felt like only a second passed before the two of them landed on the far side of the room from everyone else, and specifically Olaf and Sven if she had to guess. Thankfully, as soon as they landed, Naruto lowered his arms so she could move out of his arms. And while disappointed at the loss of heat, Elsa hurriedly put a foot on the ground, but kept a hand on Naruto at all times so he couldn't run away. Once standing on both legs, Elsa quickly waved her free hand behind her back, quickly fixing her dress. Thankfully, the way Naruto had landed meant no one saw the melted back of her dress yet, so there shouldn't be any uncomfortable questions about it. Especially since if someone was melting the clothes of the queen, the people, her royal court, and the other nations would demand that she not associate with such a man. The back of her dress fixed, Naruto not running anywhere, and Olaf and Sven standing well back meant that the continuous chaos had finally stopped, and allowed for a calm and rational introduction for Naruto, Olaf, and Sven. She hoped. So projecting an image of cool, composed confidence, Elsa took Naruto's hand in her own and walked with him towards the rest of the group, taking measured steps to ensure nothing spooked her friend or caused another outburst until they were only a few steps away from the rest of the group. Standing with Naruto next to her, cautiously watching everyone, but at least no longer looking like he would attack anything that moved towards him. Which was a good thing considering how strong he had to be to jump as high as he does. Giving a reassuring squeeze to Naruto's hand, Elsa calmly and softly called both Olaf and Sven to walk towards them. "Naruto," Elsa called, getting his attention on her while the two non-humans moved towards them. "Sven," she said while pointing at the reindeer, who gave a low grunt in acknowledgement of his name being called. Elsa had specifically left all words except names out of her speech so as not to confuse the blonde. Tightening her grip a little to draw Naruto's attention back to her, Elsa pointed at her other friend, Olaf. She pointed towards the snowman standing in front of them, and waved slowly at Naruto, now that he was aware of how dangerous the blonde was. Naruto waved back in acknowledgement of the living snowman, but still kept his distance. Noticing Naruto's hesitation, Elsa waved her free hand in the air to conjure a small blizzard that condensed into a non-living likeness of Olaf, save for the carrot nose. Hopefully Naruto now understood what the living snowman was, and that she had created him. He must have understood something, because as he looked at the small snow statue, he returned to his normal enthusiastic demeanor while saying something in his own language. Giving another wave of her hand in a burst of magic, Elsa turned the Olaf-shaped pile of snow into a flurry that flew around the room, much to everyone's enjoyment, before dispersing into the air. The queen really didn't want to accidentally make another living snowman like she did with Olaf, by leaving the look-alike just standing there, like she did with Olaf on the mountain. Even if she had no clue how Olaf came to life. Hearing the sound of clapping from those present at her magical display, Elsa gave a small wave to the crowd, hoping they would calm down and stop making such a big deal of her magic. She was about to say something to that effect when she felt a light squeeze on her arm from Naruto, who did nothing afterward but smile at her. Whether he was aware of how she didn't like to show off her powers, or something more, Elsa decided to just enjoy the moment with her friends, especially since no one was causing Naruto to jump away. When the clapping had died down enough that Elsa could talk, she turned and addressed the servants. "Now that we have had some fun for today, I think it's time that we all return to our duties." With the servants leaving to perform their given tasks now that the excitement had passed, the only ones left were the queen, her sister, Naruto, Kristoff, Sven, and Olaf. Now alone with her friends and sister, Elsa looked towards the living snowman. "Olaf, where have you been for the past week?" she asked in a calm voice. The living snowman was silent for a few seconds, until he pointed out the door towards the mountain in the far distance. "I was out in the countryside gathering flowers to give you guys. Sven was there with me too, but he didn't do anything besides follow me," the excited snowman said as he ran outside, only to return with a huge bouquet of purple flowers, which he started handing out to all present, including Elsa, who got a slightly smaller bunch than Anna, Sven, who just ate his, Naruto, whose flowers didn't burst into flames because of his gloves, and Kristoff. Said Ice Harvester just gave his to his girlfriend, while Naruto, seeing the act, gave his flowers to Elsa, failing to see the soft red glow that now adorned her cheeks. Using the flowers to hide her blush from view, she moved her hand so it was now holding Naruto's and proceeded to guide him towards the kitchens, stating that she and Naruto would grab dinner before she would take him back to his room. Elsa only looked back for a few seconds when she heard her sister sneeze, causing a shower of petals to fall over the entrance hall. Continuing on her quest to feed herself and her blonde friend, the queen missed the strange look her sister gave her. After Anna had sneezed into the flowers, she had looked at her sisters retreating back and noticed that the back of her dress was a lot more plain than it usually was. Almost like she had to dress quickly instead of taking the time to form her dress correctly. Returning Naruto to his room for the night before retiring to her own, Elsa stood before a full-length mirror, looking at her shimmering dress made of ice and frost. Twice today her dress had melted slightly when Naruto held her. Having experimented with her powers, she knew she could make her dress strong enough to withstand a burning fire, so she was pretty sure her dress could stand up to a hug by Naruto, especially if he was wearing the special clothes she had made for him. But it didn't, and that worried her. She feared that Naruto might not be getting better like she thought he was if his temperature was high enough to melt her ice, but another part of her subconscious knew that he was going to be just fine. With how energetic he was today, she couldn't help but smile at the thought that Naruto would be healthy soon. Healthy enough that he might leave her. The sadness that descended over her at that thought caused her to flash freeze her entire room. She really didn't know why, but she felt a chill at the thought of Naruto not being around. Her next thought probably wouldn't have occurred to her if the wind from an open window pushed her dress against her body and caused her to shiver from the cold of her dress. She was cold, a feeling that she hadn't felt in forever, and caused her to break from her thoughts of Naruto leaving as she realized just how cold she was. She was freezing. Her icy dress felt cold to her because Naruto wasn't around to warm her up. She had grown so accustomed to having Naruto around her that when she was away from him the cold did bother her. Forced to admit that her dress was cold, Elsa let the traitorous cloth melt away like it had been trying to all day. Left with nothing blocking the view of her pale skin in the mirror, Elsa for the first time in a while looked at her body. Elsa would admit that she had a nice figure. She had seen many men in the village turn to look at her as she passed, and not just because she was the queen. Even a few of her suitors seemed more interested in her than her power or land. Those were her more genuine suitors, because at least they acknowledged her as more than a queen who had mystic powers. But even then she was still known as the Snow Queen, and was said to be as pure as the freshly fallen snow of her title. So many people, from her own kingdom to those far away, were very adamant that when she married it must be to someone worthy of her status and powers. And if the other kingdoms have their say, it would be their princes that would woo her. But she never thought of marriage, mainly because from the time that she had accidentally hurt Anna and onward, Elsa had thought of herself as a monster. She was a danger to everyone that she was near, so couldn't dare to think about getting close to anyone new, let alone a boy when she was old enough. Throughout puberty, Elsa couldn't stand herself. She found it difficult to wonder about boys, while she was trying to prevent herself from hurting anyone if she lost control. Now that she was older and had her powers under control, not to mention being the queen, her schedule was too full to worry about boys and husbands. In fact, the only boy her age she spent any time around during the past year was Kristoff, and for as nice and caring as he was, Anna didn't need to worry about him being stolen from her. The reindeer man just didn't do it for the queen. But then Naruto showed up. At first she spent so much time around the blonde to keep an eye on him. Then it was to keep him company after he figured out he couldn't leave the bed. And even now she found herself making excuses to stay near him. The current one being that she was going to teach him to speak their language. She could have just ordered one of the tutors to teach him, but he seems to learn better by doing, so she could be there to help him. Now that he's better, a servant could take over watching him while she worked in her study. Of course, no one in the castle understood Naruto like she did. Naruto would of course worry about her if she disappeared after she spent so much time with him. And she didn't want to worry him. And there she was making more excuses to be around her friend. In the confines of her room, standing bare in front of her mirror with nothing to hide, Elsa could let out the truth that the real reason that she was always around Naruto was because she felt he could relate to her on an emotional level. She had been isolated for years, and now Naruto was alone in a land he knew nothing about and couldn't even say what he wanted to. After the fiasco that had been her coronation was settled, Elsa had silently vowed to herself that she didn't want anyone else to suffer the same loneliness that she did. So she would stick beside Naruto, and the sole reward that she wanted was to see that dazzling smile he would give her. That smile that caused her own body to heat up enough that she thought her dress would melt off her, even without being around Naruto. Her whole world seemed to become much brighter when he was smiling at her. His sapphire eyes would sparkle as his golden hair caught the rays from the sun. Elsa's dream of Naruto was ruined when a loud moan sounded across her room, and pulling her from her thoughts as she noticed her own hands exploring her body on their own accord. Mildly horrified at what she was about to do, Elsa pulled her hands away from her body. Nightgown forgotten, Elsa almost jumped into her bed and hid beneath the confines of the covers, telling herself that she was just under a lot of stress lately, and she shouldn't pull her friend into her perverted fantasies. But as she laid in bed half asleep, one final thought crossed her mind. That maybe on a subconscious level, she had wanted her dress to melt around Naruto. That would explain her dress's fragility, but why would she? Maybe it was to get closer to the heat of Naruto's body that her own craved, or possibly something even more primal. Whatever the answer was would remain a mystery for the night as the queen slipped off to the land of dreams, forgetting the thoughts she had when she woke up the next morning. The next morning had been interesting for Elsa. After she had woken up and gotten ready for the day, she went to check on Naruto, and was greeted by the sight of a sweaty Naruto doing push-ups without a shirt. From what Elsa could get from his gestures, Naruto thought that since he had been let out of his bed yesterday, he was now allowed to be out of his bed at any time. And as much as she wanted to argue, he didn't seem to be overheating, so she allowed it for now. For the next several hours, Elsa sat at the desk she had in the room, while Naruto alternated between different stationary exercises, all of which he performed shirtless. And even though he hadn't worn a shirt for the entire week he had been bedridden, Elsa found it difficult to concentrate on her paperwork. Thankfully, one of the servants had come into the room with a message that her head servant Kai needed her down at the docks where a merchant ship had some odd items. So pulling herself away from her work and the distracting sight of Naruto's workout, Elsa now found herself standing before the merchants Kai had insisted she meet. "All right, Kai, why did you need me?" Elsa started off in the soft tone she used for diplomatic purposes, or while she was in front of sailing merchants. "I'm sorry to bother you, Your Majesty, but while I was down here at the docks, I mentioned our guest's name and these fine men recognized it as a foreign word," the head servant said. "Guest, Kai?" Elsa asked. "Your man here said his name was Naruto, milady," one of the merchants said as he gave a short bow to the queen before him. "Oh, yes, Naruto. He's around so much I almost forgot that he was a guest, and not a permanent resident of the castle," Elsa quickly replied, having actually forgotten that Naruto was just a guest for the time being. "He certainly draws attention to himself, my queen," Kai said as he tried to hid a smile at the memories of yesterday's events. "But these men claim that the word Naruto actually means maelstrom in Japan of all places." "Your Majesty, we just came back from the Orient where we got a book to help us learn some words to help our sails." "You have a book?" the queen asked in shock. "That was the reason I asked for you to come, Your Majesty. These men have a book on the Japanese language, which I believe Naruto speaks," Kai said. Elsa saw one of the men hold up a book that appeared to be well preserved for having been on a ship. "Some linguist set up shop in Japan and makes a living by writing language books. We bought a set to help with trade, and we learned all we needed so we would be happy to sell them," the sailor said as he motioned to a few more books behind him. Elsa almost couldn't believe how lucky the situation was. She had planned on teaching Naruto her native language just as one would a child, and still probably would have too. But if these books could tell her words to help Naruto learn faster, that could increase his learning exponentially. And all it would take was for Naruto to actually be speaking Japanese and not something else. "May I look at those books before we buy them?" Elsa asked, trying to keep the excitement out of her voice. "I would like to make sure that these will work for what we need them to." Get an affirmative. Elsa picked up one of the books and began to leaf through the pages looking for any words that she knew from her time with Naruto. It only took a few seconds before she found several words she thought sounded familiar, but not quite, as she continued to look. And then she found it. Elsa didn't feel the need to continue looking as her eyes looked down towards the page, as the one word she had longed to know was now understood by her. Time, the word Naruto called her and only her, was finally known by her to mean princess. And that made it all the better. Naruto knew she was a princess and still treated her like just another girl. While she had resigned herself to the fact that as queen, when she walked down the street she would be given formal hellos and respectful bows, while her sister was given casual greetings like she was an old friend come to visit. It didn't bother Elsa a great deal, being that she was used to avoiding people. But now instead of her avoiding people for their protection, everyone else avoided her because she was queen. Not in the running away kind of avoiding, but in the way where the townspeople would never get close enough to know her for who she was. But Naruto didn't. Elsa had felt he was aware she was important, but since he seemed to have learned that she was a princess yesterday, he hadn't changed at all. He still smiled at her in that genuine way that only he could. He would poke her in the arm to get her attention, and even this morning while she was doing paperwork. She had let out a sigh of frustration from the mountain of work she had left, and he came over to rub her shoulders. Nothing overly intimate, he just rubbed her shoulders to help ease her tension. His increased body heat helped immensely too, but she had to stop him before he melted her gown again. Turning towards the sailors, and trying to hide the pure excitement that she could finally do something for Naruto besides keep him cool, and asked how much the books were. "We haven't really set a price yet, Your Majesty," a sailor answered truthfully. "While we're thinking of a price, would you care to browse the rest of our wares from Japan? Your guest would probably like something from his home," a sailor said as he tried to entice the queen into buying more items from them. "Unfortunately, I am too busy to browse today," Elsa replied, having spent most of her life learning about politics, and how to deal with them meant that she saw right through the merchant. He wasn't a bad man, he just wanted to get the most money that he could. "But, my shrewd head servant Kai here will gladly strike a fair deal with you, and possibly buy anything else he believes Naruto might need during his stay," Elsa finished as she gestured towards her loyal servant. "Of course, Queen Elsa, I'll be sure to work out a suitable prince, and I'll see what else I can find for the young man. Maybe some foreign eating utensils. He seems so uncomfortable with a fork and knife," Kai said as he smiled at the thought of haggling with the merchants. Kai always did have a vindictive streak. That's why last year she let him deal with Hans and the Duke of Wesselton. Giving a smile to the now nervous merchants, Elsa turned and began walking back into town, knowing that Kai would get the books for a fair price. He also had a fair point about the fact that Naruto was always uncomfortable with a fork and knife, so maybe they used something else over in Japan, if that was where he was from. About halfway back to the castle, Elsa heard a shout from one of the townspeople that made her heart stop. There was a fire in the village. Naruto was lying on his bed inside the room that had been his home for the past week. Not that he minded living here. Truthfully, he really enjoyed being with his new friend Elsa. But yesterday was one of the weirdest days that he had ever experienced. Okay, maybe it wasn't the weirdest. He had fought against several self-proclaimed gods. But not only did he learn that Elsa was some kind of noble, but he was living in her castle. Being restrained to his bed meant it was difficult to look out the window, save for when he tried to escape through said window, but he didn't really get a good look due to being grabbed by Elsa's ice. He was only able to look outside while Elsa took him on a tour of the castle. In truth, he should have honestly known he was in a castle due to the amount of servants running around, but in his defenses he was never that observant. But even though it was odd that he was now living in a castle, it was the snowman and deer creature that were still on his mind. Having had the night to think about it, Naruto realized that he shouldn't have been as unsettled by the living snowman as he was. But when Olaf started running at him and yelling, he really didn't have any reason to believe that the snowman wasn't a threat. Although thinking back, he should have figured that he was safe when Elsa didn't react the same way and instead stood next to the snowman. Thankfully, that whole fiasco was resolved quickly, even if he had to carry Elsa out of the way of a charging Sven. Apparently the snowman and whatever Sven was, he still wasn't sure, were just both overly excitable. Not that he had any room to talk, according to Sakura. And thinking of Sakura, even with the new additions to the friends he had made in this strange place, Naruto wondered how everyone was doing back home. He knew they were all safe since he had beaten Kaguya, but he couldn't help but wonder about how they were getting along now that the war was over. Maybe he'd see them again someday, and he could introduce them to his new friends here. He bet that they'd all really like Elsa. But that was for the future and in his past, while he needed to focus on today. So once he had woken up that day, he had started in on some basic exercises to keep himself fit. He had been doing this in secret at night, since he worried that Elsa would disapprove of him being out of bed, but with the tour yesterday he figured that he should be allowed out of his bed for a bit. And while Elsa seemed to be initially displeased when she showed up, she eventually relented. Naruto believed it was because he had shown her that he was perfectly alright and healthy enough for some light training. Although he might have gone too far when he was showing Elsa that his body was fine when he flexed his shirtless muscles and she went red in the face. He really hoped he hadn't made her angry, but at least she relented and let him continue his workout. So for the first little bit, Elsa sat at her desk while Naruto continued to exercise, under her watchful eyes. It wasn't long before Naruto stopped, mainly because he wouldn't be able to do anything else in the bedroom. So with nothing left, he begrudgingly sat back in his ice bed and proceeded to wait like he had done for the past week. He had thought to ask Elsa if she could bring his some leaves from outside, so he could keep up his wind manipulation training, but quickly realized that the leaves would ignite as soon as he touched them. And so he spent the rest of the morning sitting in his bed just watching the queen of the country filling out forms of paperwork. The sight actually reminded Naruto of the times when he was younger and he would sit in the Hokage's office and watch the old man work. Even though he liked all of the old pleasant memories from when he was a kid, Naruto felt helpless as he watched Elsa work. He had always hated being stuck in a bed and not able to train, but now not only couldn't he train, but he also couldn't find a way home. In all honesty, he liked it here, but he wanted to try and get home. When he had been lying on the ground burning up from his fight with Kaguya, all that Kurama had been able to say was that something drastic needed to be done to save his life. At the time, all that was said was that Naruto needed to move somewhere to waste as much chakra as he could. And by move, that apparently meant anywhere. Naruto could be anywhere in the world, or even not on his world. But he wouldn't know until Kurama woke up and the two could talk. So for now he would just sit, wait, and enjoy the presence of his new friend. And that wasn't so bad. He really liked Elsa. Despite not being able to talk with her and having a village to run, she never pushed him off onto anyone else. Every morning she would walk into his room and smile at him. She would then check on his health, physically. Her soft hands would run over his body as she determined if his fever had gone down any. Her lithe fingers would trail over his muscles, while her piercing blue eyes followed his every movement. While Naruto greatly preferred spending time with Elsa, he was always unsure of how he should react around her. She was just so physical. At first it was small things that he wasn't even sure Elsa noticed she did. When she was done with her examination, she would drag her fingers up his chest and let them rest near his shoulders. When they were alone and talking together, if he seemed sad, her hands would hold his. And when she left his room for the night, what started as a mere caress of his shoulders for the first few days had recently turned into chaste hugs. He was confused. He had only received a few hugs over the years. Most of them had been from Sakura or Tsunade after a dangerous mission. And it was usually after he woke up in a hospital bed. Much like his current situation where Elsa was keeping him bedbound. Although it was better here, because he was used to literally being bound to a bed back in Konoha. However, before Naruto could start contemplating Elsa tying him to the bed, said Radiant Queen broke him from his musings. He had been so lost in thought that he hadn't noticed that a servant had entered the room. Apparently Elsa needed to go out and wanted him to stay in bed. and while naturally opposed to confinement of any form, he agreed, if for no reason other than he didn't want to worry Elsa. With a nod and a spoken thank you, Elsa was gone with the servant, leaving Naruto alone in the room. While tempted to just leap through the window, Naruto stuck to his promise and stayed within the room, though he did open the window and sit on the sill. Maybe it was the time he had spent sitting on top of the Hokage monument, but Naruto had always loved being up high where he could watch over the village. And while not as high up as he was used to, he could see all of the village that Elsa presided over. It really was a beautiful place, from the ornately decorated houses to the small river that trickled into the valley from the mountains, with the cloudless sky only obscured by the billowing black smoke rising from behind the castle walls. Naruto had to do a double as the smoke began to rise. At first he had just believed it to be from a blacksmith, but the more he watched, the more he was convinced that it was actually a fire. With little thought to his previous promise to stay in his room, Naruto jumped from the window and landed across the courtyard on one of the walls surrounding the castle. And a second jump got him onto the peaked roof of a larger building. His new vantage point afforded him a better view of what was going on, and he could easily see the large flame-lit building on the outskirts of the village. There was already a crowd of people moving towards the building, many of whom were carrying buckets of water. Others were moving hoses towards the sea. While there were a great many people helping to douse the flames, what caught Naruto's attention about the scene was that no one was coming out of the building. Having seen a few fires, Naruto was looking around for the family that had lived in the home, huddled together and happy with the knowledge that they were all safe. Instead, Naruto saw a group of men trying to clear the way into the house. With a fear that there were still people stuck inside the blaze, Naruto sat down and began to meditate. While still impulsive, Naruto had grown over the past few years and knew that the best thing to do was to enter Sage mode. With the life-sensing abilities, he would be able to locate where everyone was, run in, ignore the heat because his body was already hot, and leave with everyone, saving the day. If he did everything right, no one would even know it was him, and Elsa wouldn't find out that he left his room. As the orange pigment began to spread over his closed eyes, Naruto was able to sense a multitude of lives still stuck inside the burning building. However, instead of the wealthy family Naruto was expecting to own a house like this, he instead felt a large number of children hidden within the basement. There were a couple of adults scattered among the kids, obviously trying to keep everything calm. It was then that Naruto recognized the building for what it was, an orphanage, full of children as the building burned down over their heads and trapped in the basement, where they would be buried by the rubble if they couldn't get out soon. And it was to the sound of wood breaking that Naruto's eyes snapped open, just in time to see the weakened building give under its own weight. Break. The people of Arendelle had been hard at work for a while now. No one knew how the fire got started, but many blamed the hot weather. Even with their queen's snow powers, it was still hot, and they couldn't just have the queen blanket the town in snow again for fear that the crops would die. So when a fire broke out, everyone was ready. It had been terrifying to learn that it was the orphanage going up in flames, but it was worse that the kids and the caretakers had gotten stuck inside. From what anyone could tell, they were safe from the fire for now, but it was only a matter of time before the flames collapsed the building on top of them and they would be stuck down there. Every available hand was present, forming bucket lines as others helped run hoses towards the sea to pump water, many hoping that they could control the flames until the hoses were ready or the queen showed up. Several men had bravely started working on the doorway, hoping to clear it enough that the children would be able to escape. But fate worked against them as the creaking of wood sounded over the congregation. There was only enough time for the men nearest the house to run away as the house collapsed, sending a wave of embers and smoke over the area. The villagers could only look on horrified as where there was once the front wall of a building, there now rested the roof of said building, supported only by a few stray beams, keeping it from covering the entirety of the foundation. Many had started crying at the sight of the inferno. It was impossible for a normal person to even approach the flames now, let alone do anything truly useful. It was with silent resignation that those present began to pray. Some prayed that the queen would show up and freeze the fire. Others gave a more abstract prayer for a miracle to occur, anything at all that could save those trapped inside. While the queen would stop the fire, it might be too late, as the children suffered from the heat. And to the people, it was as if upon the wings of those prayers that a golden-orange blur descended from the skies, breaking past the flames and crashing through the roof. And just as the smoke began to escape from the newly made hole, there was the deafening yell of a wild animal. The roar was only a precursor to a rush of wind that immediately followed, knocking over many to the ground as the air pushed against them. And with the wind went the air fueling the fire, snuffing the flames in one go. Where once there had been a raging inferno of a building, now stood only ruined remains. The few scant walls that had withstood the initial collapse were now gone, blown away with the fire, thanks to the beastly wind. Only the roof remained as it fell where the house used to be, crumbling into itself. What seemed like years had in fact been mere minutes as everyone held their breath. Slowly, in the stillness of the gathering, the house moved. Were the ruined remains of the front door where movement was clearly visible. Tantalizingly at first the roof shifted to the side, before stopping, and then it began to rise. At first all that could be seen was the color orange against the charred black of the building's interior. People worried if the flames had come back, but were soon reassured as the bare torso of someone came into view. his arms following soon after, showing his fingers buried into the ashen wood of what used to be a support beam. Break. Naruto's previous plan had gone from the complicated jump in, save everyone, and escape unnoticed, to the less complicated jump in, save everyone, and figure out the rest later. As soon as he had opened his eyes and saw the collapsing building, he was in the air, leaving a dent in the roof he had been occupying due to the force of his jump. Descending from the air, he crashed down into the weakened roof, making a hole that dropped him onto the floor. Once on the ground, Naruto had to shield his eyes from the blaze, while he barely registered the flames licking at his bare skin. Before he had even stood to his full height from his crouch, Naruto was trying to think of ways to disperse the flames enough that he could get the children out. It was due to his longing that he could ask Kurama for a suggestion that he remembered his fights alongside the giant fox. His thoughts focused on the aptly named tailed beast Shockwave, a move so powerful that it displaced air-knocking projectiles and other jutsus away. If it was that powerful, it should be able to blow out a raging fire completely, he theorized. However, all of the times he performed the technique, he was given chakra from Kurama, against his will or not. And at the moment all he had was using Sage Chakra, but both were a form of chakra, so it should be okay. So with little thought to the word impossible, Naruto arched his back, sucked in what little oxygen there was, and gave a bellowing roar as he released all the Sage Chakra he had. The iris of his eye turned red for all of a second before changing to blue as the orange pigment from around his eyes receded. The chakra exploding out of his body, forming a dome of power blowing out the flames like candles. Ash and loose pieces of debris lifted into the air, as what remained of a solid structure groaned under the pressure before giving out, causing what little was still standing to collapse entirely. Naruto just stood in the epicenter of the explosion, unharmed and uncaring that he had just destroyed a house to put out a fire. What mattered at the moment was making sure that everyone in the house was alright. And without Sage Chakra to locate anyone, Naruto just relied on his eyes. Now that he was able to open his eyes, Naruto found that the entirety of the house was pitch black, due in part to him getting rid of all the fire and destroying all the windows along with the walls. So now there was just a floor and a roof sitting on top of said floor. But without the crackling of fire, Naruto found that he could hear, and specifically he could hear crying. Tucked away in a corner of the wreckage was a small door nearly falling off its own hinges, a set of downward stairs visible behind it. Moving closer to the door and moving several beams out of the way, he cleared a path from what used to be the entrance hall of the building to what he guessed was the basement stairs. Calling down to who he hoped were survivors, again forgetting the language barrier. He received a yell back, and shortly after the soot-covered face of an older woman poked out from the bottom of the stairs. Finding words to be as useless as ever for him, Naruto began to wave the woman up, hoping that the others down below would follow. Take the steps two at a time, and moving like a woman half her apparent age, she ascended the stairs at Naruto's beckoning, coming out into the destroyed remains of her home. She looked around for a while, before staring at Naruto, giving a quick thank you, which he understood. The woman turned back to the stairs and gave a yell. Soon the small heads of children began to appear, making their own ways up the stairs as other adults guided them. With everyone looking well, Naruto began to busy himself with trying to locate an exit. Where he was known for filling in his plans as he went, Naruto had thought that they could climb out of a window before he took out all the walls. Now, having really no other options, he began to look around for a safe place to make another hole they could all crawl through. And finding no place that looked stable, he decided that he could just lift the roof enough that everyone could get out. It was only a half-burned roof. How heavy could it be to the greatest ninja ever? Break. Elsa had been running towards the orphanage as soon as she had been told where the fire was, her dress flowing behind her as her heels clicking on the empty cobblestone streets. Whoever was able to help had already moved to the site of the fire, giving the queen ample room to run. She had just rounded a corner when a loud roar and a rush of wind pushed past her, billowing her gown. When the wind died down a few seconds later, Elsa took notice of the lack of smoke that filled the air only a few seconds ago, and where once there was an abundance of yelling, was now replaced by unsettling quiet. Redoubling her speed for the last few steps, Elsa was greeted by the sight of what was once the orphanage, burned and destroyed, but no longer on fire. The townspeople standing around in silence as no one dared move for fear of breaking whatever spell had put out the fire. The first bit of motion came when the roof of the building itself began to move. Slowly the roof began to rise into the air. A pair of familiar orange pants came into view. By the time the roof was high enough that the lower half of a torso and a pair of arms were visible, Elsa already knew who was lifting the roof. A few tense seconds to readjusted his grip later, Naruto lifted the roof above his head, showing his cold blue eyes as his hair shined golden through the soot that covered him. And with the roof over his head and supported, from around his legs came the running forms of children. The caretakers following behind, bent low to avoid his arms. With everyone out and away from the wreckage, the blonde stepped forward as the roof fell out of his hands, crashing to the ground behind him, kicking up more ash and dust around the stranger's legs. As the particles settled again, there he stood. To the villagers he looked like a monolith of strength as he began to calmly walk towards the town people. To many he was a god amongst men and a savior of children, yet he looked no more extraordinary than any of them. He stopped about halfway to the gathered people, silently watching. While the townspeople checked on the children, Elsa began to walk around the gathering, drawing a few odd murmurs from the crowd. It was only as she passed her people and began to walk towards her fellow blonde did all present take notice of her, including Naruto. While he looked worried, most likely since he wasn't in his room where she told him to stay, Naruto stood tall. His form was covered in soot, and his skin took on a red tint, only letting the scar over his heart shine through like a badge signifying his will to survive. The special pants that were made for him seemed fine, so she wasn't going to worry about those. She spent several seconds looking him over, trying to give her softest smile to show that she wasn't angry. He left his room. Naruto just watched her, scratching the back of his head nervously. It was only when the small form of a young girl ran up to him and wrapped her arms around his leg that either of them were broken from their thoughts. While Elsa had noted that he was wearing his heat-resistant pants, she didn't want anyone to get hurt from accidentally touching him. She moved to intervene. Placing her hand on Naruto's shoulder to stop him from moving, she kneeled down so she was eye level with the girl and smiled sweetly at the child. Standing, she turned to address the crowd. "Everyone, this is Naruto. He is my guest at the castle, but he is very sick with a fever, so we must be careful when touching him or letting him out." Many people started to whisper to each other, none really sure what to make of the strange man. Some had seen their queen bring him into the village on a sleigh of ice, but while rumors had spread, no one had really been sure who he was other than a guest of the queen. While the crowd were discussing their newest resident, Elsa turned towards a group of soldiers and instructed them to gather all the doctors they could and bring them to the palace. When asked why, she reasoned that the grand hall would be large enough to hold all the children and adults who needed to be looked at. And after everyone had been checked over, there was also enough room in the castle for them to stay in until a new orphanage could be built. Upon hearing that, many of the children started yelling in excitement, forcing the caretakers to try and calm the excitable children down, although they were just as happy with the arrangement. Elsa just smiled at the exuberant children and the perplexed look that Naruto now had as a result. He was probably confused by the dancing kids. However, this did bring about a new problem for the queen, mainly how she was going to transport everyone to the castle. Thankfully, luck seemed to be on her side as Anna, Sven, and Kristoff with his sleigh showed up at that moment. Getting everyone loaded onto the sled took a while, and some of the younger caretakers and older children insisted on walking to give more room. With everyone on and now moving towards the castle, Elsa could turn her attention to her fellow blonde, who had at least not run away. As was becoming customary between the two, she smiled, grabbed his hand, and began to lead him back to the castle. Ignoring some of the catcalls from the still-in-view children, she began to wonder if Kai had returned to the castle with the book yet. Because if he hadn't, it was going to be difficult to explain to Naruto that the orphans were going to be staying with them, especially now that he was walking around on his own, which she needed to question him about. Giving a sigh at the long day ahead of her, Elsa gave one last look at the wrecked orphanage, and on a spur-of-the-moment thought cast a wave of freezing wind towards the house, just to be sure, and unknowingly putting out the small embers that still remained from where Naruto had grasped the wooden frame. But what Elsa didn't know, and Naruto only felt as a tickle in the back of his mind, was that deep inside Naruto, a slitted crimson eye fluttered open before closing again. "Did you see the queen's guest?" a woman asked her friend as the two walked down the main street, all around them people whispering the same topic. That being to the strange blonde that had saved the orphanage. The sun was now setting as only a few hours have passed since the incident, but already the talk of the town was the new blonde and what his relation to the queen was. Many wild rumors and theories already resounded throughout the streets, from the simple and mundane to the wild and exotic. With each new rumor came a different telling of how the mysterious Naruto saved the children. Everything from what could be considered as the actual story, all the way to the young man having the same powers as the queen. And everybody had their own opinions on the matter. "He looks like a wild beast," the friend of the first woman said quietly. Any friend of the queen was not to be insulted lightly. "I was told that he had whiskers like a cat. He's apparently a foreigner with a large scar over his heart," the first woman replied. "Do you think he comes from the Southern Isles? I heard there's been unrest ever since last year after Hans' failed coup here. The butcher's wife told me that scar is where the trolls pulled his heart out." "Do you mean he's not human anymore? More like he doesn't fear death now, so he was able to walk into that fire with no fear at all. So the queen is trying to heal his missing heart, and in return for her kindness he'll protect the town, right?" "That's what the baker said, so this means we have a genuine hero in town who will protect us. The queen would never let anyone dangerous into our kingdom, so he must be a nice young man." All in all, the town was happily chatting amongst itself, even if some of the theories being spoken about were of the far-fetched variety. Meanwhile, at the end of the main street inside the walls of the castle itself, things were only beginning to quiet down. What had once been the great hall had now been covered with all forms of sleeping bags, blankets, and cushions. Many children loitered around the hall and its connecting corridors. The caretakers from the orphanage, with the help of the castle staff, tried to keep order, but the prospect of a sleepover in the castle was too exciting a prospect for the young children. And this is where the queen, her sister's boyfriend, and an overheating guest she was tending to are now trying to help keep some form of peace. Once all the children had been led around the castle, letting them marvel at the pictures and wonder of the palace as they ran through the halls. Everything had calmed down enough for dinner to be served. It was a simple meal due to how many mouths there were to feed, but everyone enjoyed it. So after many tough hours the sun began to set and the Queen of Arendelle was finally able to sit down behind her desk, currently in Naruto's room, and relax, while vehemently trying to ignore the once again shirtless blonde doing squats. Maybe this is how he relaxes, the young queen pondered, finding herself watching him exercise despite her wishes for him to take it easy. Every so often she would send a quick blast of freezing air in his direction, not only to help keep him cool but also as a reminder that he shouldn't overexert himself. Naruto would only continue to push himself, but every chilling wind sent his way caused him to at least turn and give a bright grin. If she didn't learn to communicate with him soon her hair would turn white as the virgin snow. With a tired sigh the queen put away the papers she had been looking at and instead picked up the translation dictionary Kai had gotten and began to leaf through some of the pages. Near the front of the book were the messy scribbles of the sailors, who had jotted down many words they wished to have ready at all times. The common hellos and other pleasantries that Elsa quickly committed to memory were followed by a quick guide to numbers and other such stuff that the merchants had a use for. These words gave the young queen a useful place to start at least trying to understand what her guest was talking about. They also gave her a better insight into what she had already learned, specifically the odd suffixes he would add onto names. She had to hide a small blush as the merchants noted that chant seemed to be for young beautiful girls. Memories of all the times that words seemed to follow her name, even after he started calling her Heim, turned her face pink. Shaking her head to return her cheeks to their pale hue and calm herself down, the queen decided to get some help from a native speaker. Calling Naruto over was easy enough, but trying to explain that she wasn't angry about him exercising proved to be a bit more problematic. Once the shirtless blonde was seated across the desk, Elsa began trying her best to explain what she was doing. This mainly involved saying foreign words with much help from her confused friend. Slowly but surely the queen was able to get through the first few words that she felt would be handy to have, although her pronunciation apparently left much to be desired. With enough practice and a lot of help, she should be able to figure out how to speak Japanese, although it would be much better if Naruto were to learn her language instead. If he did, the excitable blonde could speak with the people of the town and make friends outside the walls of her old room. It was strange really, how she and Anna had grown up shuttered within the castle walls so that she could learn control of her powers while her sister healed from the blast of ice to her head. It clawed at her heart how so short a time ago her only comfort came from the locked gates. Yet now, as she had done for so many years, she was keeping someone locked away. First with Anna and now Naruto. The only difference from back then was that it had been Elsa herself who had been a danger to everyone, and now it was another blonde entirely. Even if her father had been the one to order the gates closed, it had all been done because of her, and now she was the one giving the order. As the queen's thoughts turned inward she became quiet. The midsummer wind from an open window hissed against her naturally cold skin. A soft chill began to fill the room as fractals of ice and frost began to dance around trying to bring comfort to their queen's aching heart. And yet it was fire that stilled everything and brought peace. Her hand had laid empty on the desk, but was now being held by another. A warm feeling spread upwards to her heart as she looked up to meet the sparkling sapphire gaze of her friend. He leaned forward, his golden hair catching the last of the day's light, as his bright smile broke the self-imposed trance her own thoughts had instilled. The young woman's heart stilled as their faces moved closer together. The once comforting cold that had previously filled her body now felt constricting, freezing her in place. There was only a hair's breadth between the two now, and the queen's breath caught in her throat when an all-cleansing fire burst forth inside her as Naruto closed the distance and laid his forehead against hers. All the anxiety and sorrow she had built up seemed to burn away from the contact. Nothing but contentment remained. Elsa didn't know how long she sat there, staring through her fellow blonde's eyes. Yet for all her years that followed, nothing felt as long or pure as those few seconds. And so it was with a cold heart but light shoulders that she felt him pull away. That ever-present smile on his face. A small grin tugged at her own lips after the tender moment. However, she quickly dissolved into full-out laughter at the sight of the man sitting across from her giving a thumbs up and looking like he had just solved the greatest mystery, if the smile on his face was anything to go by. Getting her chuckles under control, Elsa stood from her chair and stretched. A small bit of herself took some joy in Naruto's gaze following her movements, especially when she was arching her back or bending over to pick up the dictionary from the desk. A little revenge or motivation for adding Chan to her name. She would figure out which one later. With the day over and all the work she was going to get done finished, the young woman bade goodnight to her guest and began to leave for the night. However, something stopped her as she stood in front of the door, a feeling that she should at least do one more thing before she headed to bed. Turning on the balls of her feet and looking towards her fellow blonde, the queen gave a soft bow and a heartfelt thank you in reference to his actions at the orphanage. Being the first words the two shared, she knew he understood, and hopefully could figure out what he was being thanked for. However, before Elsa could make it past the door's threshold, the scraping of a chair being pushed back quickly, as well as Naruto calling out, caused her to stop and turn around again. He stood in front of her with his right fist held out to her and had a large grin on his face. When she continued to stay where she was, the superheated man brought both his fists together, making the knuckles touch, before moving them back again. With his demonstration finished, he once again held out his right hand, fingers curled, with an expectant look in his eyes. Believing she understood what he wanted, and seeing no harm in a little more skin contact, the queen moved forward. Maybe this was just a way of signifying friendship over in Japan, or possibly it was used as a greeting. Have a more interactive form of welcoming each other would be nice. After all, the two of them couldn't really talk with one another at the moment, so they had to express themselves with gestures, and this could work perfectly with the more physical relationship they shared. Elsa lifted her dominant hand, her left, towards his closed fist and lightly tapped her knuckles against his. What happened next would forever be burned into the queen's mind, bringing comfort to her coldest nights and making the brightest days she would spend with her family that much warmer. Feelings of hope and determination welled up inside her, embedding themselves deeply inside her heart. Just as quickly as it came, the feeling passed, and the two once again stood quietly in the darkening room. Somewhere within the infinity of that experience, their fists had unfolded and their palms now rested against each other. Her smaller and soft hand was dwarfed by the calloused and work-scarred paw that pressed against her own. Each ridge and crevice that marked his skin flowed together in a dance of hard work and self-sacrifice. She understood him now, and felt that he knew her just as well, letting all that he believed show through. And for his desire to protect his precious people, with all the pain that it had brought onto him, she hugged him. Break. It was the day after he had rescued the orphans, and while happy about that, Naruto was bored. And the day had started out so interesting as well. For starters, Elsa had actually brought him out of the room. Ever since the tour, he figured she would return to insisting that he stay near his frozen bed. Maybe she was finally beginning to figure out that he healed quickly and that you shouldn't contain him to one room. Tsunade-chan and Shizune had been like that when he was younger. Sure, it was different now, with the whole everything he touched caught fire, but he could be careful. And all the kids he saved seemed to like having him around. The older ones watched him with amazement, and the younger ones would follow him around. Especially that little girl who had ran up and hugged his leg yesterday. She stayed particularly close to him, but at least stayed far enough away that she wouldn't be burned. The little girl, whose name he wouldn't dare try and pronounce, reminded him greatly of a young Mogi from back home. It was kind of endearing how she kept so close to him, as long as she didn't turn into a fangirl. So with the early morning spent inside his room while his friend did some of her paperwork, and the rest of the morning until lunchtime spent with the children, things were great. Even Elsa seemed to be in better spirits today. He had grown worried last night when she had gone quiet, and he even went so far as to check her temperature like the nurses did back home. When he had placed his forehead against hers, he couldn't really tell how she was doing due to the natural cold that seemed to follow her, but she did perk up afterwards, so that was good. And she had even thanked him before she left, although that was probably for everything that had happened that day. He wasn't really sure. Admittedly, he was still worried about her when she got up to leave, especially since she had been acting strange while gathered up her papers. She kept turning to look at him as if she was expecting some reaction as he watched her. Although what that was he didn't really know. He was scared that she had been making sure that he wasn't staring at her too much, and he tried not to, but she was really beautiful. The sway of her hips had been more distracting to him than any of those girls Erosenin had wandered off with. But when she had thanked him and turned to leave, he could have sworn that he could see sadness in her eyes and didn't want her to go like that. So he had called out to her and extended his fist in friendship like Super Gramps Hagoromo had taught him. What followed after brought a dopey smile to his face and got rid of some of the boredom, but that was last night. And he had to face the unfortunate truth of the present. Naruto Uzumaki was back in school, sitting near the back of her room inside the castle that had been converted into a set of classrooms for the displaced children. Naruto was doing his best to try and stay awake. It would have been easy enough for him to escape through a window, but every time he thought about doing so, he would look towards the far corner where a certain redhead was keeping watch over him. He had been looking forward to playing some more with the kids after lunch, but as soon as he put down his bowl, Elsa had shown up with Anna, who he assumed was either a close friend or the queen's sister. The exuberant girl didn't act like a princess, but neither had some of the royals he'd met. Taking his hand in hers, his fellow blonde took him towards a rather distant room where some chairs and desks had been placed. Once he was sitting and some of the younger children had occupied the other seats, the older woman he had first met inside the destroyed orphanage came in with a stack of papers. It was at this point that he figured out that he was in trouble. What followed was terrible and awful, at least to him. He was forced to write out strange symbols in a repeating pattern. At least that wasn't too difficult, thanks to calligraphy lessons used for sealing. But once he had finished, the teacher would point at one of the shapes and proceed to make a noise. Eventually, Naruto figured out that they were teaching him their language, and that each symbol he had just drawn was related to a noise. Now that he knew what they wanted him to do, he actually tried to put in a bit of effort, even if it was still boring. At least Elsa would appreciate the effort and would enjoy having someone to talk to, especially given how lonely she looked while working at her desk. Thankfully, the lesson ended, not soon enough, and Naruto was led out of the room by Anna. The young students stayed in their seats and waved goodbye, with the blonde happily waving back, before moving on to their next lesson. Being brought back to his room where the ever-busy queen was working hard, his red-headed guide gave a hug and some words to his fellow blonde. He was starting to think they were probably sisters. Once the two girls had finished, and Anna had left with a smile, Elsa motioned for him to take a seat across from her while she finished signing a few papers. As he sat and waited for whatever was to come next, the dictionary on the desk gave him a clue. He watched as the queen finished her work. Naruto was admittedly a little embarrassed that he had just noticed that Elsa was left-handed when they had bumped fists last night. Although truthfully he only learned that Sasuke was left-handed when old man Hagoromo asked him and the bastard for their dominant hands. Naruto-kun, Elsa called out before the blonde could fall back into his memories. However, he was now distracted by her word choice. Seeming to have finished her work, the queen had picked up the dictionary and was now sitting with it open. She had obviously been reading it and had picked up some of the honorifics. He would have told her that she didn't need to use them, but he doubted she would understand. So if she was going to try and learn some of his language, why couldn't he? After all, he was the greatest ninja to ever live. In truth, though, he wished he could just use his shadow clones to learn everything faster, but they might burn any books they picked up to read. Also, from what Kurama had told him before they came to this world, his body was burning off chakra and would need time to readjust, so it was probably a good idea to not use any chakra-heavy techniques until Fuzzbutt told him otherwise. Speaking of, where was Kurama? Break. It had been a good day for the Queen of Arendelle. There were no more fires and she had gotten some work done, mostly due to the fact she wasn't being distracted by Naruto being in the room. She gave another silent thanks towards her sister for agreeing to watch over him during his first language lesson, especially since it had been Anna who had come up with the idea of putting Naruto into the class when some of the children had been disappointed that they still had to attend their lessons despite the orphanage being gone. Many of those sorrows had been dealt with for the younger children when it was revealed that Naruto would be joining them for class. According to Anna, he had at first only done so begrudgingly, but eventually began putting some effort in. Probably once he had figured out he could then talk with other people. From what she had seen, once he was brought back to his room, her fellow blonde was putting in quite the focus to at least learn some of the more common phrases, which pleased her greatly and gave her hope for the future. Although what had made her the happiest was the surprised look Naruto got on his face when she started adding the kun suffix to his name. The merchant's notes in the book stated that kun was the male equivalent of chan. One of the more crass sailors noted that it might be something akin to flirting. For now, just calling Naruto something different from what everyone else called him felt fun and more personal. Almost like she had a pet name just for him, and given how fox-like he was with his penchant for running off on his own, maybe she should put a collar and leash on him. Try to stifle a laugh as the young queen stripped for bed. She dismissed the idea as a bit silly. However, as she sat on the side of her bed and began to slide under the sheets, a stray thought entered her mind that it would be nice if he wore a hat or some kind of headband to keep his bangs out of the way of his beautiful eyes. She would have to think about that more in the morning. Maybe once she remembered to take him to the gallery so she could use the portraits as teaching aids. But she would worry about that latter, since for the moment the more physical relationship she shared with Naruto felt fine. The kingdom of Arendelle had been caught by a sudden storm that had already blanketed the town with a heavy snow. Many of the residents were quickly making preparations for the cold. Logs were carried inside to be used on the fire, while mothers drew the curtains close to keep the chill out, only for little hands to open them back up as the children wished to watch the last ship come into port. A large merchant ship that had been gone for several months on a trade mission. The crew eager to make land and see their friends and families again, while catching up on these wild rumors they had been hearing. Unfortunately, the storm had made that difficult as it had become treacherous to navigate through the fjord. The sailors struggling to keep their vessel steady as the rough waters pushed them farther from land. On a pier stood the magnificent Ice Queen Elsa, hair thrashing about in the winds of the storm. Her hands held high as the gales and waves calmed for the ship. The crew's spirits soared at the sight of their queen standing up to Mother Nature herself. While not able to completely stop the storm on her own, as the commander of ice and snow, she would still make sure that all of her subjects were safe. Yet for how much she tried to keep the weather calm, the ship continued to flow farther off course. However, a sudden flash of color caught everyone's attention. Sailors pointed towards the docks, while children pushed their faces against windows of their homes trying to get a look. Standing on a jetty wearing a pair of orange pants and shirt with a long piece of rope wrapped around his body was a lone blonde man. The snow seemed to dissolve around him, leaving a dome of empty air around his form. Before anyone could comprehend what he was doing, he jumped into the sea with no fear for his life. The waves crested over him and he was soon unseeable by all until he resurfaced a few seconds later. His strong arms carried him closer towards the vessel, each powerful stroke moving him against the raging water. Soon he was close enough to the ship and tossed the rope towards the deck, where several sailors grabbed and tied it down. With one end attached, the blonde gave a firm tug, causing the boat to lurch forward. Satisfied that the rope had been firmly tied down, the young man began to swim back towards the shore, instead of climbing onto the ship like everyone had thought he would. Back on land, he began to pull on the taut line. Smoke rose from the rope as his hands left a burn mark on each bit he held. His feet firmly against the ground as each tug brought the vessel closer. It was a slow progress against the waves, but at least the ship was no longer moving farther away. After a few minutes, several dock hands arrived and began trying to lend any aid they could, although their efforts merely eased the burden on the lone man more than they actually helped. Eventually, the ship had been pulled closer to the land and the sailors on the ship began to throwing lines towards several waiting dock workers. With the ship secured and all the sailors eagerly disembarking, the people still made sure to look towards the lone blonde who had jumped into the water. All of the villagers made sure to give him plenty of space as he stood there panting, many of them aware and cautious of the heat surrounding the now soaked man. With the clicking of heels, everyone was alerted as someone approached. The Queen of Arendelle made her way towards the group of men as quickly as she could, without looking undignified. Once in range, she began sending gusts of ice towards the man, not caring that it had fallen below freezing in the late fall evening. As their ruler began to talk to the orange-wearing man, some of the sailors began to speak with the dock workers. The seamen, who had been away from home for too long, were curious if the man who had saved them was the rumor they had heard about while out at sea, the infamous fiery beast of Arendelle. A creature who, while human, is said to be so strong that he lifts houses, and has a roar that can knock grown men to the ground. He has a power that radiates from his body, and is so intense that it ignites the air around him. A man of fire that could only be controlled by the Empress of Ice and Snow herself. Or so the rumors say. Yet now, none of the sailors knew what to think. It was hard to tell if their queen had sent blasts of cold air at him as a scolding or for another reason. The man didn't seem that dangerous. He stood before the ruler of the land, hand scratching the back of his head, and repeatedly apologized for doing something so reckless. He seemed to be a vastly different man from the one that had jumped into the freezing ocean just a few minutes ago. Giving one final check to make sure that everyone had disembarked safely, Elsa began giving out orders for the ship to be unloaded, and then for everyone to get home where their loved ones were waiting. The workers began pairing off, while the queen began turned back towards her castle. As she left, the mysterious man followed right behind. He stood far too close to her for many people's tastes, believing that the queen should at least be given more space to walk freely. Although she didn't seem to mind, in fact acting like she enjoyed it, even going so far as to join the blonde as he started waving at the many children staring through the closed windows, all of whom waved back. "He's popular with the kids," one of the dock workers said, noticing a sailor watching. "They see him as a hero and never miss a chance to watch him do something. It's just a shame that the queen only just let him leave the castle recently, now that winter's coming." The sailors who heard the statement could only watch as the duo continued to walk farther away from the docks. No one was really sure what to make of the situation. Their queen was capable of controlling this man that had rumors surrounding him, and yet he seemed no more extraordinary than anyone else. Elsa couldn't keep the smile from her face as she walked down the roadways towards the castle. Standing beside her, and acting a little silly, was Naruto. He would wave at the children or do something odd to make them laugh from behind their windows. It had been a strange few months, but she wouldn't have changed them for anything. While she still spent as much time as she could with her sister Anna, the queen now found her time split between keeping the land orderly and dealing with two overly energetic people. While Elsa took great care to help Naruto understand that he should stay inside until he was well again, her sister would constantly demand that they should be outside enjoying the nice weather while they could. All reminders about the overheating boy's condition were ignored. This would usually result in the red-headed princess leading her sister towards some far-off field that she had discovered, where they would enjoy a picnic lunch. Her boyfriend Kristoff would tag along to carry the basket and all other items for such an event. And to make sure he wasn't left alone, Naruto was usually brought along. Elsa really worried about her fellow blonde, mainly with his lack of friends in this new place he had found himself in. She felt that if he could at least learn the language before the seasons turned cold, it would be fine if he ventured out of the castle on his own. Hopefully to make friends without her own royal presence complicating things. People tended to act a lot more formal whenever she was present, and that usually made all conversation stiff and overly proper. This meant that she had waited and kept Naruto separated from the rest of the village until he could hold a conversation by himself. She could have let him out under the guardianship of Anna. But for as much as she loved her sister, leaving the ever-spirited redhead alone with the enigmatic blonde seemed like a recipe for disaster. The queen shivered at the thought of what her sister could convince the displaced blonde to do. Before Elsa could get any farther into her thoughts, a sudden warmness enveloped her, as the man she was thinking about was now walking right beside her. Apparently her thought-induced shiver had been mistaken for one meant to shake off a sudden chill, and he was trying to warm her up. The two shared a grin at each other, both well aware that she took little discomfort from any kind of cold weather. But the action was appreciated, although it did worry her that he was still so hot that he could warm people up just by standing next to them like this. She had hoped that his so-called fever would go down over time as he got better, but instead it had remained at the same temperature since he had first arrived. If he hadn't been so full of life she would have been worried, but for the life of her she couldn't find anything wrong with him. Maybe he was the same as her, only with fire and heat. It would explain why he continued to overheat despite everything. Elsa had heard some of the villagers discuss the strange blonde, and according to rumor there were a few who even believed that he had started the fire at the orphanage during the summer. Of course anyone that had watched him interact with the children he had saved that day would instantly change their minds. Naruto had spent as much time as he could around the orphans, from trying to communicate with them in some way, to showing off an odd feat for them. The castle had never been so lively while the children had been living there, not even when Anna and Elsa had been children themselves. However, a couple months ago, on a bittersweet afternoon, the town's newly built orphanage had been opened and the castle was quiet once more. No one had been sadder about the departure than Naruto and young Ingrid, the fearless young girl who had run up and wrapped herself around her savior's leg. Ever since that first day, the two had been inseparable and spent every moment they could together. This ranged from eating to lessons, and even a few of the private sessions in which Elsa would try to teach individual words from the dictionary. At first, the young girl had been hesitant to be alone in a room with her queen and blonde hero, but after a few days she began to get comfortable around the ruler of the land. That daily interaction ended when Ingrid had entered the new orphanage with the other kids. Of course, the little girl could be seen around town with the whiskered blonde on occasion, but with how little he was outside the castle, they didn't get to spend as much time together. Now that winter was here, maybe the two of them could see each other more often. Of course, Ingrid was younger than what Elsa had in mind for the kinds of people she wanted to befriend Naruto, but it was a good first step. Naruto smiled as he walked down the cobblestone road, the biting cold air clawing at him as his soaked shirt and pants clung to his form. Yet he didn't feel the cold through the layer of heat that prevailed around him. Unfortunately, no amount of body heat would stop the unpleasant feeling of walking around in wet clothes, something that was visible to the queen beside him. "Are you all right, Naruto?" the platinum blonde queen asked. "I am doing all right, Elsa Heim," her counterpart replied as well as he could. "I just wish I did not have to walk around in these wet clothes," tugging at his quickly drying, but no less unpleasant, shirt. Naruto cursed as his decision to wear the clothing. The alternative, of course, was walking around without a shirt in the snow, and while the cold wouldn't affect him, it still felt weird. Of course, Naruto also didn't want to scare any of the children around the village with his Chidori scar on display, a habit he picked up after the failed rescue mission all those years ago. While not ashamed of the wound, having used it to motivate himself during his training trip, Naruto quickly discovered that others were not as enthusiastic about the vicious wound, especially children like the Konohamaru Corps. Even Sakura had been a little squeamish before her medical training, although to the day he last saw her, she would avoid looking directly at it. Around the castle there were people who apparently knew about it, like Anna, who could on occasion be caught looking at his chest with a curious yet sad expression. Naruto liked the princess of the land, who would spend time playing with the orphan children while they had been staying in the castle. She always seemed so happy and carefree whenever the redhead would run through the halls or take a trip into the village, although the spirited girl would on occasion get a far-off look on her face that confused the equally spirited blonde. Anna's boyfriend, Kristoff, was a little cautious around him, although that seemed to stem more from the man's own cautious nature than any kind of ill feelings. The ice farmer or harvester, it was hard for Naruto to understand his fellow blonde's job, made sure that whenever they were around the superheated ninja to keep everyone at a safe distance. He also had an odd habit of holding Anna's hand when the two were around Naruto. A hand waving in his face broke the orange wearer from his inner thoughts as the queen tried to get his attention. "Were you thinking about home?" she asked, remembering the stories her fellow blonde tried to describe with his limited vocabulary. While not fully understandable, the wide variety of tales he told were always entertaining. Naruto scratched the back of his head, a dopey smile on his face. While he hadn't been strictly thinking about home at that moment, it was most certainly hard to forget about his home and all that he had left behind. But for as disheartening as the thought was, Naruto had long since decided that there wasn't much use worrying about it until Kurama woke up and the two of them could discuss their options. Although the main problem was that the fox had yet to wake up since the two of them had arrived in Arendelle. No matter what he tried, nothing roused the giant chakra entity from its slumber. Shaking his head no at his fellow blonde, and sending the last of the water droplets from his hair at her, Naruto tried his best to avoid the topic with his response. "I was thinking I would be dry if I had walked on the water." A few drops of now frozen water fell from Elsa's flame-like hair as she turned quiet. Whether she was confused or just thinking was difficult to say. Naruto chuckled at the look on her face before he began trying to explain what he meant. While difficult to get his point across, he told stories of having to walk over hot springs or risk falling into the scalding water. Grand battles that took place on the surface of the ocean with giant beasts. Every few minutes Elsa had to help him with a new or difficult word, taking tender care to listen to his story and understand what he was saying. Not only to enjoy the tale, but also to provide words based on nothing but context clues and gestures. A feather-light laugh escaped from the queen's lips at the image of her friend rolling around on the ground with his feet burned red from water. Soon the towering castle stood over them as the guards stood watch over the entrance, waiting for their queen and her guest to return. The laughter from the two blondes was infectious as the staff couldn't help but smile at the two. A calm feeling of happiness that had been pervasive from the past several months hung in the air and helped to disperse the cold that accompanied the drifting snowflakes. A yell resounded throughout the castle as an angry frost crawled over the interior walls. An annoyed queen marched through the halls as she looked for a particular blonde. The bed and room he normally occupied were empty save for a note saying he was going out. Given he could barely speak the language, Elsa had a feeling that a certain princess might have helped him write it. Up on a hill away from the castle were a group of children having a wonderful time. chief among them being a princess and a displaced shinobi. The snowy slope was already covered with tracks as shouts of joy resounded through the air. Snow angels littered the top of the hill, one noticeably deep enough to show the ground underneath. Several sled trails headed towards the bottom where a camp had been set up, ready for the children wishing to take a break before making the trek back up the hill, only to then slid back down again. At the center was a certain blonde, being used as a makeshift heat source during the cold winter day, Ingrid constantly sitting by his side. Other children huddled around warming their hands and bodies, while a certain red-haired princess had a different use for him in mind, mainly keeping warm the hot chocolate that she had brought. So there Naruto sat, a large container of warm choco nestled on his lap, while the princess of the country danced around him with children. Laughter filled the air as everyone present had a great time playing outside. Fortresses were constructed and demolished across a dozen snowball fights as the afternoon moved on. Olaf even joined in, being that he was made out of snowballs. The little guy felt perfectly justified in running around and jumping onto any poor soul he was near. Kristoff and Sven were in the mountains for the day harvesting ice, leaving the mountain man's girlfriend alone with the overheated blonde for the first time since he had arrived. Elsa was supposed to have some meeting today, so no one bothered to ask if she wanted to come along. Hopefully she wasn't too angry about not being invited, or that they had essentially snuck out. When twilight set in and flakes of snow began to fall, all the kids began returning home, Olaf following along as he got caught up in the movement of small bodies. It did take some convincing to get Ingrid to return to the orphanage, but a promise from the blonde to visit her tomorrow had her skipping off, leaving only Naruto, who was carefully packing a sled full of leftover supplies, and Anna, who sat watching the stars appear. The princess smiled at the fantastic time she had over the day. Playing in the snow with Elsa as children had always been some of her favorite memories. Running out of the castle to take advantage of blizzards that would leave the hills perfect for sliding down. Afterwards they would take buckets full of snow into the castle kitchen where they would laugh and try to hit the post and pans hanging from racks. It was memories like those that always brought a smile to the young woman, even if she was sure that most of them were lies. While the two princesses would spend the day in a winter wonderland, they would drag their sleds back to a castle that was being decorated for a summer dance. The details on where they had been playing to find such snow was always a foggy subject. As a child, Anna had either not paid attention to it, or just believed they had gone to the constantly snowy mountains for the day. Of course, she now knew that would have been impossible, but it made sense back then. It honestly felt like over half of her memories from those days were in some kind of snowy paradise that she and her sister could enter and leave whenever they wanted. Of course, now she knew that it was just Elsa's magic making the snow, but even with that realization, why didn't she remember more? Of all the joyous memories she had, most of them would blend together with how similar they were. There weren't many moments she could think of that involved the warm kiss of a summer day. Almost everything the two girls did seemed to be during winter. She knew that both of them had bicycles when they were young, but couldn't remember either of them going riding that often. Yet despite that, after Elsa had been isolated, Anna found she could ride her bike perfectly, spending her time pedaling around the courtyard and even the castle halls, gliding around with a well-practiced grace she couldn't remember learning. Plenty of ice skating and sledding, but very little riding their bikes through town. And that was what worried her the most. When Kristoff goes home for the day and Elsa turns in at night, Anna would find herself alone with just her memories. Memories she could no longer trust to be what actually happened between her and her sister. For those terrible sleepless hours she would wonder where the truth began and ended. Thankfully, she didn't mind about the past all that much now that she and Elsa had reconnected. As a little girl locked outside her sister's door, the young princess had spent a lot of time with her thoughts, but now she had friends. Olaf and Sven were always fun to be around, while her boyfriend Kristoff was such a gentleman. There was even Naruto, who was being super annoying as he waved a cookie in her face while she was having deep philosophical thoughts. Standing in front of her was the blonde, smirking down at her while holding a baked sweet just in front of her. Yet whenever she reached for it, he would keep it just at her fingertips. Finally giving up, she began leaning up farther, only for the blonde to grab her wrist with his gloved hand and pulled her all the way into a sitting up. Placing the cookie into her still outstretched hand, her companion took a seat across from her and began staring her down. "Problem?" he asked, tilting his head slightly. Anna was confused for a second before figuring that she must have been showing her uncomfortable thoughts on her face. "There's no problem, I was just thinking about something," she said, waving her hands in front of her, almost losing the cookie in the process. Naruto's eyes narrowed in response, raising his finger and poking the girl in the forehead. "Why are you sad?" His words came out slow and measured. Anna was stunned, having expected the blonde to either leave the subject alone or be unable to understand what she had said. Maybe she should give him the benefit of the doubt and see if he could help her sort out her own thoughts. Having a new perspective on the matter might help. "When I was young," she gestured with her hands, trying to help him understand. "My memories were changed." Hopefully her words were simple enough to get. A few seconds passed before Naruto said anything. "Changed, not lost?" he asked, trying to clarify for himself. "That's right," Anna confirmed. "My memories of one thing became something different." "Which one's changed?" Naruto prodded, seeming to have the basic idea. "When I was young I knew about Elsa's ice powers, but those were changed after something happened." No one will tell me what that something was though, Anna muttered the last part, not wanting to confuse the boy any further. Subconsciously she found herself twirling a strand of hair between her fingers. Naruto had a puzzled expression on his face as he pieced together what he had been told. How do you know they were changed? He asked, holding a thinking position. I asked Elsa about it, and she said Dad did it years ago, she answered. I don't really know why though. So much for keeping that part secret. As the blonde went back to thinking, Anna silently hoped that he would give up and the two of them could return home. She enjoyed talking with the guy, but the princess wasn't really convinced that he could help her that much. It was kind of impressive that he could understand everything so well. Are the memories bad? The sudden question broke the girl from her thoughts. She gave a moment of pause, not having considered whether these changed memories were bad. No, she started off hesitantly. I remember having fun with Elsa as we played in the snow. She must have been using her powers, but I don't remember her using them at all. Were your original memories of having fun with Elsa? Oh yeah, I could never forget how great it was to hang out with her. Anna punctuated her statement by throwing her fist in the air, a renewed vigor to the redhead. Then what is the problem? Anan froze mid-pose, not really expecting the question. I meant how you never forgot the good, it is just different than how you remember, Naruto clarified, hoping he hadn't said something wrong. He hadn't, but it still got Anna thinking. What really was wrong with having different memories than she felt she should have? No matter what, she and Elsa had been best buddies as kids, and now that the truth was out in the open, nothing was ever going to change that again. So what if she didn't remember Elsa having powers before her coronation? Now that she knew, everything had been going perfectly. I guess it doesn't matter really, Anna said, standing and dusting the snow from her skirt as she prepared to leave. My memories may be different, but what really counts is still there. Naruto smiled broadly at the happy princess. Standing up himself, he watched as she danced around the clearing while he went back to the packed sled. A few seconds later and the duo were headed to the castle, a new blanket of snow already covering the ground. One short trip later and both of them were standing on the edge of the town, the dirt path they had been traveling on turning into a cobblestone street. Neither of them moved, just standing there taking in the quiet beauty of the village. Windows were closed from the chill as men carried a few more logs indoors to keep the fires nice and hot. At the far end were the spires of Arendelle Castle, where Elsa was probably furiously wondering where the two of them were. Elsa's going to be worried enough about where we were, Anna said, looking towards Naruto, so let's not bother her with what we talked about, okay? Secret, got it. Naruto smiled and gave a thumbs up, trying to show he understood. Truthfully though, he was worried about the red-haired princess. During the walk back to the town, he found himself constantly watching her as she joyfully bounced around the forest road. But, if you become sad, talk with Elsa. The exuberant girl's shoulders drooped at the request and gave a small shake of her head. I don't think she would know how to help me in this situation. The young woman became quiet as she looked over the snowy landscape. Honestly, I'd probably get better help from the trolls. For as good as he had been doing in his studies, Naruto was now confused. Trolls was a word that he had yet to learn, and given the already tense situation, he would ask later. Although it was probably better to ask Elsa for clarification on any words instead of Anna. The princess could be less than ample at describing things in ways he could understand. If he had to guess, trolls were probably some kind of mind healer, akin to the Yamankas from back home. Wherever that was, or perhaps when, as he had recently started to think. With Elsa having control of ice like Haku from the Yuki clan, and now people who could help someone with scrambled memories. The comparisons between his home and where he now found himself were starting to get annoying. Maybe he had ended up in the past, and this was before Kaguya was even born. Not likely, but also not improbable at the moment. Truthfully, at this point Naruto figured that the only person who would know for sure was Kurama, and the giant fox still hadn't woken up. He knew the Biju had said it would need to rest for a while. Yet after all these months, the blonde was expecting at least some kind of a response from his partner. It was actually kind of worrying now. If these trolls, that Anna mentioned, were any good with mind stuff, it might be a good idea to see if they could learn what was wrong with him. Although that sounded like a bad plan in general, given that they probably didn't know the first thing about seals. So probably best not to go see them right away, and just ask Elsa instead. Speaking of the queen, Naruto and Anna were quickly approaching and impatiently waiting one. The snowflakes that were beginning to cover her head giving a nice contrast to the flame-like wisps of her hair. Although the absolutely stunning image she gave in the soft frosty downpour only seemed to accentuate how annoyed she looked. Anna, seeing the look on her sister's face, whispered an apology to her traveling companion before running ahead. Moving past the still glaring queen, giving a nervous chuckle along the way, the redhead threw herself into the arms of her boyfriend who had been waiting a few steps back. The couple immediately losing themselves in each other's embrace and ignoring the rest of their surroundings. Elsa sighed at her sister's antics, trying really hard to ignore the obvious kissing sounds happening behind her. She was happy that Anna had found someone to care so deeply about since they had opened the gates, but it was also a reminder that she herself hadn't found someone to spend that kind of quality time with. This being on top of the fact that she was still fending off marriage proposals from neighboring kingdoms and trade partners. It was getting harder to send responses that both declined the offer and didn't start any wars as the other countries started pushing for closer unity. Thankfully, as trade and communications slowed down for the winter months, the Queen of Arendelle could take some time to sit down and enjoy the company of her friends and family. From Anna and the staff to Kristoff, Sven, and Olaf, the castle was always lively this time of year. Even the grinning blonde idiot standing before her, scratching the back of his head, could now be counted amongst that group. No matter how much she wanted to pull on his ear, yell at the top of her lungs, or make icicles hang from his eyebrows for disappearing on her like that, she couldn't. There wasn't a reason now that he was back. She worried about him and wanted him to get better. He was still burning to the touch, and had to walk around in his heavy clothes to keep from catching anything on fire. Yet with the cold weather, now would be the perfect time for him to lose some layers and start getting his fever under control. Hopefully then he could lead a normal, healthy life, and not be stuck in a room like when she was younger. Without even realizing it, he had become precious to her. "Did you have fun?" Elsa asked, struggling to keep her annoyed face on. The enthusiastic nod she got as a response was so comical she couldn't help the giggle that came out. "Did everyone get home safe?" she continued. Another overly animated nod. "Good." She tried to maintain her queenly stature in front of the goofy blonde. "Let's go home." She had to resist doubling over when the response she got was a thumbs up and a yosh sound. Whatever that meant. Turning around, she began moving toward the castle. The sound of a pulled sleigh behind her as the two walked next to each other into the castle. A small party was being held in the market square of Arendelle. A few of the braver villagers had decided to brave the cold winter morning to see off their queen and the mysterious blonde who had been helping out their town for the past few months. With the colder months slowing down business, Elsa found herself with more time to spend with her family. And while it was impossible to take every day off and go play in the snow, she made sure to make an appearance outside the castle when she had time, greeting the hardy people of Arendelle as they went about their snow-covered business. It was during one of these outings, as she was being accompanied by Naruto, that her blonde companion began asking about the trolls that lived in the mountains. At first the queen had been curious how he had come to learn about the magical rock people, expecting some story about Kristoff describing his family. Instead, the superheated man insisted he had just heard about them from around the castle and tried to deflect any further questions, although he did seem to look towards Anna during his explanation. While Elsa wanted to continue pressing for answers, she eventually relented and tried her best to explain the legend of the troll tribe that lived in the mountains. With several of the villagers, and the orphan girl Ingrid, around, it wouldn't do for people to start thinking that there were actual trolls living nearby, and that they had magical powers to solve almost any problem. Thankfully, it was easy enough to explain to Naruto that they were considered a myth, which he seemed to accept. Although when pushed on why he wanted to know, he admitted that he was wondering if they could help him with something. What exactly he needed help with ended up being left unsaid, but Elsa was confident that he had been thinking about his temperature. For the next few minutes, as Naruto played with the village children, Elsa thought about the conversation. While the trolls had originally found Naruto, they had entrusted his well-being to her. Yet with everything she did, nothing seemed to give him any kind of relief. Maybe it was time to go back to the trolls and see what Grandpappy thought of the situation now. Once Naruto returned to her side, a plan was quickly set out to go and visit where the trolls supposedly lived during Elsa's next day off. Of course, Ingrid and the other children had heard that their friend was going on a journey and quickly set up a farewell party for the blonde. The fact that he should be returning that very night did little to calm them down. So a few days later found Naruto and Elsa in the middle of a small gathering, ready to head up the mountain towards the rumored Troll Valley. Anna and Kristoff had already gone ahead, the ice harvester wanting to make sure that Pabbie was actually there, leaving the queen and guests behind. Once the children had said their goodbyes and the few grown-ups gave another round of thanks for everything the shinobi had done, the two set out. The ride to the Troll Valley was one of the more enjoyable trips that Elsa had taken in recent memory. A small sleigh that only she and Naruto shared, pulled by her personal steed, plowed through the wintry countryside. A light snow had started to fall, with flakes so soft that Elsa doubted that she could have managed such a flurry at her most delicate. The clacking of horse hoofs against the trail resounded through the woods. Every so often a low-hanging branch would brush against the side of the carriage, causing the dangling icicles to knock against each other, adding to the frosty melody. Laughter soon joined the harmony as Elsa chuckled at a story of something Naruto had seen, involving Kristoff, Olaf, and a basket of fish. "It's been a while since we've been able to talk like this," Elsa said once she had her breathing back under control. "While I am learning the language, we do not get to have a lot of alone time," Naruto responded, giving a firm nod. Elsa agreed that the two of them had been spending more time apart recently. With both his studies and seemingly improving health, her fellow blonde had been spending more time away from the ice bed that he now only slept in at night. While she still kept her desk within the same room, it had become much lonelier without the boy there to keep her company. Even if she had been able to catch up on her work now that there were less interruptions. "I sometimes miss sitting in that bed all day, talking with you." Naruto's surprise statement caught the queen off guard, not having expected the usually energetic blonde to equate anything positive to the time she forced him to stay bedridden. It might have been a sign of his hidden maturity, or perhaps there was still a lot to learn about the enigmatic man. Elsa stiffened as her companion gave a loud yawn and leaned back in the bench seat, throwing his arms across the backrest, which also meant that he now had his arm wrapped behind her shoulders. Her blush found its way to her cheeks as she felt a soothing heat radiate off him. "I've missed our talks too," she answered back, lowering her head to hide a smile. A gentle quiet fell over them as Elsa tried to think of a topic for them, preferably something easy enough for Naruto to understand, yet would provide a challenge to test his vocabulary. And as luck would have it, a certain question had been nagging her for a few days now, and it was the perfect time to ask. "Naruto, what did you and Anna talking about the other day when you were on your way back to the castle?" The question came out stiffer than she had intended, but she was curious about what the two had shared with each other. Not in a nosy kind of way, but more closely to a worried sister who knew what trouble the mischievous pair might get up to. The sleigh was quiet for a second. Before she could press farther, the queen frozen as a warm hand held onto the back of her neck, slowly massaging away the journey's chill and the stress from her daily routine. Slowly the ache left her. Hours spent leaning over a desk doing paperwork had left her constantly sore. The firm massages from her fellow blonde were becoming a more frequent activity between the two. "Try not to work too hard, or else you will turn out like old Lady Tsunade," Naruto said. Elsa would have been confused as to who he was talking about, but she was too busy enjoying the relief her body was getting. She was so relaxed that the reins controlling her steed almost fell from her grasp. Thankfully for the both of them, Naruto noticed and stopped his ministrations before the two of them were at the mercy of the horse's judgments. Coming out of her blissful state, the Ice Queen sat up just a little straighter as she ordered her horse to continue marching towards the Troll's Valley. A smile and blush stained her face as she watched her companion return to his reclined position on the seat. "Thank you for that, Naruto." She twisted her neck slightly, enjoying the feeling of how loose it felt. "But you're not getting away from my question that easily." Naruto's hand had already been on the move when Elsa voiced her question, and the displaced shinobi saw no reason to stop, although it had given him some time to think about his answer. "Anna was telling me about the trolls," he said simply, not wanting to go against Anna's request. "And that's all." A delicately maintained eyebrow rose higher. Naruto smiled slyly, keeping quiet on the matter. The two had a staring contest, each holding their own in the short match. Eventually the ninja flicked his sight ahead of them towards the road, causing Elsa's to follow in worry that there might have been something blocking the path. Thankfully there wasn't, and the trail forward was clear all the way to the quickly approaching valley. By the time she returned her gaze to orange-wearing blonde, he was once again leaning back, this time with his eyes closed. The only thing that stopped her from putting her elbow into his side was the fact that as queen it would look bad if she did such an act. That didn't stop her from ordering her horse to take an upcoming curve more sharply than was necessary. Naruto cracked open one eye to send a glare her way before returning to his rest. A full minute of quiet passed. Talk with Anna about what happened. The suddenness of his words caught her off guard. She worries sometimes. Before any more could be said, the shinobi stood in the small sleigh and jumped onto the road, choosing to run the last little distance to where Sven was parked at the entrance to the troll's domain. Elsa was left alone as she continued on, getting closer to the reindeer, his handler, and Anna, both of whom were smiling and waving at her in Naruto's arrival. The blonde queen wondered what her sister had to worry about if she could smile that brightly, but it couldn't hurt to talk with Anna just in case. Break. Elsa paced back and forth inside the small clearing, a habit she had picked up from her youth when she had been locked in her room. Tabby, the elder troll, stood in the middle as Anna, Kristoff, a noticeably nervous Naruto, and a horde of trolls stood in a circle around them. After they had explained to Naruto that trolls were in fact real and gotten him to promise not to punt any of them, the mountain dwellers spent several minutes examining the strange blonde. Bolda, Kristoff's adopted mother, took an immediate liking to the ninja, offering to cook him something the next time he visited. Naruto had a feeling anything he ate from her would resemble something that Ma would serve back on Mount Mayaboku. Unfortunately, that was where the pleasantries ended as Pabby showed up with less than good news. While Naruto had made amazing progress in healing, the fact he could walk astounded the old troll. There wasn't much else that could be done for him. This is what led to Elsa's pacing. "Are you sure there's nothing that you can do for him now?" Elsa asked, stopping in front of the elder. "I'm sorry, your highness. As I said, when you took him from us, there is a magic of his own that burns him, and none of our magic could help him." The forlorn look on the Troll King's face spoke volumes of his displeasure at being helpless. "Couldn't you pull out the magic?" Kristoff contemplated, giving a sidelong glance towards his girlfriend. Anna wasn't really sure what was happening, but she did catch the look the ice harvester gave her at his mention of removing magic. While not sure what he was getting at, she did notice several other trolls looking towards her in the same way. Giving a shake to of her head to clear it, she decided to do not worry about the weird looks for now and instead focus on the conversation. After all, how would one go about pulling magic out of someone else? Her parents would have probably had it done to Elsa when she was younger if it was possible. Maybe the trolls sucked out the magic through a kiss. "His magic is different from ours, and far more vast," Pabby answered as he moved closer towards Naruto. "I'm afraid that we would not be able to remove enough magic from him if we tried." The gathering went quiet again. The humming of different people trying to think of a solution was only broken up by the soft clicking of Elsa's heels as she resumed her pacing. It was obvious that something unexpected needed to be thought of, or at least knuckleheaded. When you say magic inside me, you are talking about a type of power, right? Naruto asked, locking eyes with Pabi. The elder troll nodded in response. If I were to use up the magic myself, would that let me heal faster? Naruto, having decided that magic must be this world's word for chakra, felt that his suggestion made a lot of sense. No one there, except for the shinobi, had even been aware that Naruto could access whatever energy he held inside him, let alone use it. Elsa had a feeling it was how he snuck around the castle, but had never gotten confirmation. Pabi stroked his chin, finding a lot of merit in the idea. That would most likely work if you could expel the excess energy in a safe way. Over time you could, most likely, lower your temperature, he said. Is there any reason you think it might not work? Naruto blinked at the elder's words, only having understood about half of them. Yet it sounded like an endorsement for his plan, and he understood the question at the end. Before I woke up here I was in a large fight, he started off. A loud yelp from Elsa went unheard as everyone listened to the blonde's tale. The queen did as well, but also found herself thinking about her new friend having been in a battle of some kind, and the scar on his chest. During the fight I used a lot of magic, and it started to burn. Naruto continued trying, to the best of his abilities, to explain the situation that brought him to Arendelle. Without mentioning any giant demon foxes, he needed to talk with Kurama before that piece of information had to be explained. Interesting, Pabi said, going silent as he thought. A few minutes later he had the makings of a basic plan. If using your magic causes you to heat up, there is a good chance that if you were to try this you might get worse. Naruto scratched at the back of his head. I was worried about that, so I used as little as possible until I had gotten better. Pabi chuckled at the response. We can avoid that if you release your magic somewhere really cold. How about Elsa's ice palace? Anna shouted out. It's near the peak of the North Mountain and would give him some place to sleep during the night. We don't know how long this will take, so putting him in a spot that we know would be beneficial, Elsa chimed in. While she didn't like the idea of leaving Naruto alone in the palace, she and Anna would have duties to perform down in the village, and Kristoff had his job as an ice harvester. Meaning anywhere they took Naruto he would have to be left alone. This was probably the best compromise if it meant getting her fellow blonde healed. There's still plenty of time to head up there this afternoon before coming back down, Kristoff added. I even have some supplies we can leave up there with him until tomorrow. Several of the trolls began to give suggestions. Some mentioned better routes to take, while others went off and gathered even more provisions to take to the ice palace. Naruto, on the other hand, had been unable to follow the conversation since Anna had cut in. But whatever was being planned seemed to be thoroughly taken care of. This left Naruto with time to look around the valley that he had been sitting in for the past little while. Specifically, he was curious about the circle that seemed to be carved into the very rock beneath him. While having never received an extensive education on sealing techniques, he had seen enough to recognize the similarities the circle had, especially with the summoning jutsu. Young man, the words borked Naruto from his examination as Pabi walked towards him. With all of this commotion I had almost forgotten to ask if this was yours. The old troll held out his hand, and laying in his rock palm was a simple piece of metal. A symbol was etched into the front of it, while the burned-away remnants of a black cloth were attached to the back. Naruto was quick to grab hold of it. Thank you for finding this, he said, holding it to his chest. Pabi laughed. I like to think you merely left it here while you were recovering, the troll stated as he stood next to the shinobi, both watching the others finalize their plans. I am glad that you found some friends in this place who are so willing to help you. Naruto stared forward. Elsa and Anna had taken to loading Kristoff's sleigh with what looked like a woven grass bag of potatoes. The mountain man was having a mock conversation with his reindeer friend, and every troll was moving around their home with practiced ease. They are precious to me, was all he said with a large grin. Pabi laughed in agreement. Snow flew up against the sides of the sleigh as the group of 4, plus 1 reindeer, journeyed farther up the mountain. Elsa, Anna, Kristoff, and Naruto rode in the ice harvester's sled as the peak of the North Mountain slowly came into view. Simple conversations were held as they moved steadily onward. Anna had taken an interest in some of the stranger food that had been packed for the blonde's stay in the ice palace. Most specifically a sweet-tasting cracker that Kristoff refused to say what it was made of. Elsa stared out at the snow-covered countryside, seeming lost in the beauty of it all, a content smile on her face. Eventually the sun passed its highest point, and the group decided to take a break. Pulling up to a frozen lake, everybody disembarked, even unhitching Sven so he could wander around. Although the reindeer spent most of his time getting strands of ice stuck in his horns. On one side of the lake was a cliff, a small waterfall draining into the body of water. Naruto found himself sitting against the rock face, holding out his hand to let the cold liquid wash over him, as thoughts of his home came to the forefront of his mind. Holding his palm against the water, Naruto pushed his chakra against the cold trickle. A second later and the waterfall split, cut off in midair. Memories of the days he spent practicing his wind chakra brought a smile to his face. Naruto, Elsa called out to her fellow blonde. We're ready to continue now. The rest of the group had gathered at the sleigh, ready for the rest of the journey up the mountain. When the queen had called out to him, Naruto was so lost in thought that his concentration slipped and he spiked his chakra, causing the water to splash outward, covering his hand and soaking the cuff of his jacket. Clicking his teeth and shaking his arm to dry it as much as possible, Naruto began making his way towards everyone else by the sleigh. Decided to play in the water? Kristoff asked, taking in the foreigner's damp cuff. A nervous chuckle and a handwave was the ice harvester's answer, as the shinobi didn't want to explain what he had been doing. It was going to be bad enough when they reached this ice palace, and he would have to, with his limited vocabulary, describe how his magic worked. Naruto understood that the people of Arendelle were not ninjas. None of them used chakra, and only Elsa showed any kind of Naruto had noted did cause some people to look at her differently. Like she was separate from everyone else. She was forced to stand on ceremony as a queen on top of being seen as different with her powers. Elsa must have had a hard childhood. Kristoff jumped into the driver's seat as Anna snuggled in next to him, leaving Naruto to take a seat on Elsa's left, behind the couple. The two blondes patiently waited a few moments as they watched Ice Harvester and Princess spoke quietly to each other, getting lost in their love. The two sitting in the back tried to ignore the couple, wanting to give them as much privacy as they could, but found it difficult due to the close proximity. Eventually the sled gave a hard jerk and started moving, startling the queen and her guest, who were too busy looking anywhere but forward. Elsa, unprepared for the sudden movement, grabbed anything nearby that could help stabilize her. Unfortunately, what she grabbed happened to be Naruto's hand, causing the ninja to grasp back and make sure the queen was steady before he let go. The two looked at each other for a full minute, just sitting there with their hands clasped. After another bump from the sled, the two regained the composure and split apart, sitting back in the sled as it sailed along. As they moved along, Naruto took a look at the cuff of his jacket that had been soaked earlier. While his body heat had already dried most of the water off, there must have still been some moisture left. An intricate ring of crystalline ice spiked around his wrist from when Elsa had grabbed his hand. While he would never doubt the power of his friend, Naruto's curious mind wondered if his usage of such a small amount of chakra had lowered his temperature. The only way to really find out was for him to get serious once the group got to the ice palace. Break. Naruto was having the best day since he had arrived in this world. He had spent the morning with Ingrid and the other village children. The sleigh ride up the mountain with Elsa had been great. His temperature was showing signs of dropping, and now he was fighting a giant snow monster. The sun had been well on its downward journey when the group arrived at a snowy plateau. The ice palace glistened like a star, no more than a stone's throw away. Unfortunately, a broken ice bridge prevented anyone from getting closer, except for any ninjas that could easily jump the gap. Having not visited the palace in about a year, Elsa had expected there to be some damage that needed to be repaired. However, she hadn't expected for there to be no way across to the palace, so she decided to take the opportunity to improve the overall design of the bridge. Since there would be someone living in her castle of isolation, it would be a good idea to strengthen everything. Setting to work, the Queen of Arendelle began working, and took her eyes off Naruto. As the first blasts of ice left her fingers, a blinding cloud of snow exploded upwards, leaving her and the rest of the group covered in the white powder. When their vision cleared, Naruto was waving at them from the other side of the crevasse, yelling that he was going to take a look around. Once Elsa had given him the go-ahead, Naruto began examining the palace, and it was magnificent. The entire building shone brilliantly in the sun, with deep blues and cold whites complementing each other as hard edges and sharp lines enveloped the crystalline structure, only heightened by the wind that blew over the chilled exterior. Climbing the stairs and reaching the door, Naruto pushed against the frozen surface to open the building. The first room was massive as grand pillars, and a winding staircase reached to the ceiling where a gorgeous ice chandelier was hanging precariously. The icy stem of the piece had been worn down over time, causing it to have dropped several large frozen chunks onto the floor. Deciding that it would be best for Elsa to attempt any repairs on the large fixture, Naruto thought it would be best for him to, at the least, move some of the large bits that had fallen down. Making his way to the center of the room, dodging the occasional mound of snow as he walked, he noticed the west-facing window was open, most likely where all the snow had come from as well as the light that had caused so much damage. Having reached the center, the shinobi stopped for a second and noticed a large snowman standing in one corner. The massive creation stood on two legs, with strong arms and smooth icicles for fingers. Evidently something Elsa had created, given the intricate details of the statue. Wanting to get a closer look, he quickly started gathering up the fallen pieces of the chandelier. Once he had the first set of crystals in hand, a sudden set of thuds caught the blonde by surprise before a massive white blocked his vision and he was sent flying into one of the far walls. When he regained his senses, he found that the snowman, who had been standing still as a statue, had come to life and knocked him back. The orange wearer's imprint clearly visible on the giant's arm. "Thief, get out!" the apparently talkative snow giant yelled as it once again began charging forward. Naruto ducked under a strike aimed at him, sliding under the massive punch, and retaliated, delivering his own punch to the creature's unprotected side, only to find his fist sink into hardened snow. Unable to pull his arm free in time, the blonde was, again, sent flying across the room. Regaining his footing quickly, Naruto curiously watched as the snowman checked on its new wound, but left it alone in favor of continuing the fight. Jumping backwards to distance himself from the brute, the blonde was hoping to get a few seconds to think of a plan since his attacks didn't seem to be working. Unfortunately for him, the monster let out a fierce call as jagged shards of ice erupted from its body, coating itself in sharp spikes and changing its rounded frozen fingers into menacing claws. Now, very happy that he had backed up while he could, Naruto began trying to think of a plan for when the giant attacked again. While under Elsa's care, the blonde shinobi did not have the time to restock any of his weapons. Having used most of his supplies during the fight with Kaguya, and having woken up in the castle without the rest, Naruto didn't have many options for fending off the creature. In fact, the only thing he had that could be counted as a weapon was the plate from Haruka's old headband, and he really didn't want to use it against the now spiky snowman. This of course only left him with his favorite tools: his fist, his jutsus, and his ability to make up a plan as he went. Just the way he liked it, and with his need to use up some of his chakra. A fight seemed like the perfect way to do just that. It was only a second more before Naruto and the snowman were running at each other, both intent on ending the fight as quickly as possible. Near the center of the room, the two reached each other. The snow golem raised its arm, intent on smashing the blonde into the frozen floors. However, the ninja had already planned out how he was going to take down his opponent. Confuse and swarm it. The monster halted its attack as Naruto erupted into a cloud of smoke that quickly spread through the entrance hall. Before the covering veil could dissipate, several copies of the blonde came rushing out, each with a fist poised to strike. The first wave of clones rushed past the snowman, drawing its attention with quick jabs, each punch leaving a dent in its snowy body as they ran past. Once the first set of duplicates were behind it, the second group came out of the smoke to continue distracting the golem, while the original group kept around its back. With the second wave of the assault started, the first group made their move. Clones started jumping onto the creature's back, using the spike of ice to hold on as they beat into its large body. However, the monster proved more flexible than Naruto had anticipated, easily rotating its arm to grab a clone off its back before slamming the koppai into the ground. Yet for every duplicate that was crushed, swatted, or skewered, another moved in to continue the attack. Soon the golem became annoyed with being swarmed by the same man and began to switch up its tactics. With its swing of its arm to get the clones to back away, the giant let out a bellowing roar that ripped through the room and past the walls of the palace. As the sound faded, the piles of snow that littered the ground began to move around. It was slow at first, barely even noticeable, to the point that Naruto ignored them completely, instead choosing to focusing on his fight with the frosty colossus, a decision he would soon regret. The first sign of trouble came when some of the clones that had stayed near the back began popping as mounds of white crashed down on top of them. Soon the horde of blondes were on the receiving end of their opponent's own swarming technique as the moving hills of snow continued attacking, leaving room for the giant snowman to resume its own assault. The clones were being put on the defensive as they struggled to ward off the shifting snow piles, which broke apart and rejoined at will. It was only when one of the clones got a lucky punch in that the group realized what they were fighting. Clinging to the koppai's arm were snowmen, little tiny snowmen, who gazed up at him with large black eyes, each one smiling joyfully as if they had been playing the most wonderful game. The revelation that the clones were being pushed around by smaller versions of the giant snowman spurred the blondes into fighting harder, none of them wanting to admit that they were being matched in their typical swarm tactic. With new resolve, the ninja doppelgangers brought their hands together and began channeling chakra, intent on putting an end to this fight. However, before they could begin creating their classic spherical attack, the fight was interrupted. "Hi, Marshmallow," a loud voice yelled out, drawing everyone's attention to the top of the stairs where Olaf the snowman now stood waving. "I heard your call and came as fast as I could." The animated lover of warm hugs gave a few meager jumps as he attempted to mount the handrail, possibly to try and ride it down, but soon gave up and slid down the stairs on his back. At the bottom of the steps, he was greeted by the numerous tiny snowmen who had been harassing the shinobi and his copies moments before, the miniature creatures seemingly having lost interest in the fight once a new distraction had shown up, almost like they were children. Below their Frost, and Flake, and Ansel, and Pat, and the magic snowman slowed to a stop in his greeting of his smaller kin as he noticed that Naruto's frozen mid-fight against the giant snow golem. "Marshmallow, you're making friends with the nice guy who talks funny and is hot like a whole summer's worth of hugs," Olaf continued, "and look, there are so many more of him now, so there are even more hugs to go around." All of the blondes, who were very confused by this point, began looking at each other trying to make sense of what was going on, none of them really sure if they should continue fighting or if it would be best to abandon the battle. Thankfully, the people who could restore order arrived as Anna, Kristoff, and Elsa burst into the palace. "What's going on?" the red-haired princess questioned as she barged through the heavy ice doors, looking concerned. "We heard a roar," Kristoff continued as he chased after his girlfriend. Elsa, despite being last inside, was ready for anything as tiny flakes of ice circled her hands. She had feared that she might find her guest mid-combat with her most powerful creation. What she did not expecting to see were multiple copies of her friends scattered throughout the room. "Naruto, why are there so many of you?" Elsa asked, feeling very unsure about what she had seen. The blonde was quiet for a few seconds, trying to think of the words that might explain chakra to the three. Thankfully, earlier that day Pabi had taught him the word for chakra. "Magic," he proclaimed happily, content that despite his limited vocabulary he had adequately explained his clones. "Break. Magic, he says," Kristoff complained as the last light of the day faded. the mountain man steering his sled into Arendelle, as if that's all he needed to say to explain why there were 10 of him. Kristoff, Elsa can make snow and ice appear with magic, Anna reminded her boyfriend. I don't think it's too hard to believe that Naruto can copy himself with magic. It would be more likely that he was unable to actually explain how he did it, in our language, but it's nice that he still tried, Elsa said from the back seat. Honestly, right now I'm more worried about leaving Naruto alone with Marshmallow and the Snowgies overnight. It'll be fine, Anna replied, feeling confident that nothing bad would happen. Everyone was ready to be friends once we explained what was going on, and you saw them all working together to clean up when we left. We still should have remembered to warn Naruto about Marshmallow, or at least told him not to enter the palace alone, Elsa continued as she leaned back. With Naruto no longer sharing a seat with her, the queen had plenty of room to herself in the sled. She pulled her cloak tighter around herself to ward off a sudden gust of cold as the sled was pulled onto the cobble roads of Arendelle. I'm going back up to see him first thing in the morning, so none of us have to worry, Kristoff claimed. They're both tough enough to spend at least one night with each other. Besides, Marshmallow only attacked because he thought Naruto was a thief who was going to steal from the palace. I know, Elsa said, frustrated that she had to come back to the castle before night completely fell. If it had been possible, she would have spent at least the first night in the palace to make sure Naruto settled in, but she had obligations as queen. Her only comfort was the knowledge that Naruto could take care of himself, and wouldn't do anything that might hurt any of the snowmen. That still didn't make her feel comfortable about leaving her fellow blonde alone. Unfortunately, she was going to be one of many worried people tonight. As the castle gates were drawing closer, she spied a group of children waiting at the bridge. Most prominent of all, sat on the cold road at the front of the crowd, was little Ingrid. Elsa felt her heart sink as the sleigh pulled past the gathering and into the castle courtyard. The horrified faces the children made as they realized that Naruto wasn't with them tore at the queen's feelings. As soon as Sven had stopped moving, and by the time several stable hands began helping put the sled away for the night, Elsa was already back out the gates and moving towards the kids. Ingrid, the ever-forward girl that she was, now stood halfway down the bridge waiting patiently. Yet her patience could only last for so long. Where is he? The young girl questioned as tears threatened to fall from her eyes. Elsa felt as if the weight of the world was on her as she sank down, kneeling in front of the girl. The queen felt her own lip quiver as she contemplated how best to explain to the girl where her hero was, all the while enduring the large curious stares of the village children. He is staying in the mountains for a little bit, the royal blonde started. With how high his fever is, he's going to stay with some friends until he's fully healed. She cringed at the basic answer to the child's question, feeling bad that she was leaving out some of the important details. Yet Elsa felt that she shouldn't tell them about the trolls, for fear that they might go looking for them, and Naruto's earlier fight was a grim reminder of how dangerous Marshmallow could be. Part of Elsa wondered if the roles had been reversed, if Naruto would have told the children fantastical stories about trolls and living snowmen, never bothering with keeping anything from the young ones, but instead ensuring their safety on his own like a loving father. Sometimes it was hard to be the queen and think of the safety of all her subjects, no matter how small they were. Is he going to come back? The soft words of Ingrid broke the queen from her inner thoughts. Still kneeling, Elsa raised her hand and smiled as she wiped away the young girl's tears. I don't think there's anything that could keep him away for too long. You know how strong he is, Elsa said, feeling her chest lighten with each word. And when he's all healed and comes back, I'll bet he's going to give you a great big hug. Elsa felt content at the smiling faces of all the children, and a couple of the adults that had joined the crowd also curious about the ninja's whereabouts. There was only one last question from Ingrid, and Elsa didn't know how to answer it. Do you think he will give me a shoulder ride, like some of the other girls' papas do? Arendelle Castle was quiet and cold, the winter night blanketing everything in darkness, yet some residents found it difficult to sleep. Chief among these individuals was Elsa, who found herself restlessly sat on the side of her bed, the pale moonlight shining down on her form, having given up on trying to fall asleep. Placing her naked feet on the cold floor, she stood up and began stretching her lithe body in the hopes of relieving some tension. Finding no relief for her stiff muscles from the almost day-long sled riding, the queen thought about asking Naruto, in the morning, if he could help ease some of the strain with his heat and a massage. Only for her to stop and sigh as she remembered that Naruto wasn't in the castle, and with any luck his body heat would be lowered significantly when he did return, meaning that after a hard day of being queen she wouldn't be able to enjoy any more hot back rubs. Giving up on her train of thought, for now at least, the young woman strode over to the window of her bedroom, drawing the curtain farther back to let the moonlight glisten on her skin, casting her silhouette against the far wall. She felt breeze through the glass, sending a soft shudder down her frame. Perhaps the window had lost its seal, causing a chill in the room, which was why she was unable to sleep. The staff would have to be told in the morning, but for the time being Elsa felt she could go for a walk around the castle, possibly finding herself a vacant room. Pulling on a dressing gown, she opened the door and walked into the hallway, the soft carpet keeping her still bare feet warm. While the castle was dark, the queen guided herself by memories, long past moments of her youth, running up and down the corridors with Anna as the two of them explored their home. Part way down a hall, past Anna's room, Elsa felt another chill as she walked by a door, the open window inside the room being the most likely culprit for the draft. although why it hadn't been closed for the winter left her confused. However, the answer came to her when she entered and realized that it was her old room where Naruto had stayed. The staff had probably forgotten to close the window that was left open to help cool down their blonde guest. Thus she found herself sealing up the room to increase the temperature a bit, even going so far as to light a small fire in the seldom used fireplace. A few short hours ago such an act would have defeated the purpose of trying to cool Naruto down, but now brought a warmth to the stone castle. Not wanting to leave the fire unattended, Elsa took a seat behind her desk. She considered moving the heavy piece of furniture out of the room now that she no longer needed to keep an eye on her fellow blonde, but found herself hesitate as she looked to the empty ice bed. Perhaps she could discuss it with Naruto when he returned. This was more his room than her makeshift office after all. With her decision made, she sunk into her high-backed chair as she closed her eyes in comfort. While sleep still eluded her, there was a comforting presence about the room that helped ease her mind. After some time had passed, she reopened her eyes, a feeling of refreshment washing over her. Finding herself still sat at her desk, but with no desire to get any work done, she passed the time by once again reading through the Japanese dictionary that she had bought several months ago. Having read it cover to cover several times, she still put forth time to try and memorize more of the foreign words. As the night dragged on, she continued to flip through the pages for any word that might happen to catch her interest. Unfortunately, nothing caught her eye, and she gave up on reading for the moment. Once again reminded that the book was meant to help merchants speak with each other, not translate the whole language. The fact that she was unable to find the word for magic proved that fact nicely. A sudden crack startled the queen out of her thoughts as the fire she had been watching started to die, the dancing flames growing smaller before receding into embers with a final pop. With the once cold room returned to a decent temperature, Elsa closed her book and stood up. Trying to stifle a yawn, she looked towards the ice bed and, not wanting to walk more than she had to, considered staying in the room for the night. A thought that was quickly discarded, as the staff would worry in the morning if they couldn't find her in her usual bed. Plus, she had left her room to avoid the cold, not sleep on it. Walk around her desk, she made sure the fire was completely gone before she left. As she was leaving, she sent a blast of frost to the bed, purely on instinct, to make sure it stayed frozen. Not even realizing what she had done, she closed the door behind her. With nothing left to distract her, Elsa returned to her room. A familiar chill greeted her as she approached her bed. Pulling off her robe and carelessly tossing it onto a nearby chair, she slipped between the covers and fell asleep almost instantly. Yet one final thought entered her mind before she began to dream. She missed Naruto. Break. Anna was dancing through the castle halls as she looked around for her sister, who was currently missing lunch. The throne was empty and she hadn't been in her own bedroom. So, logically, she must be in Naruto's bedroom, which just so happened to serve as the queen's office. Landing in front of the partially open door with a flourish, Anna knocked and entered. "Hey Elsa," the cheerful girl sang out. "Good morning, Anna," the queen replied tiredly, her eyes giving away her lack of sleep the night before. "Actually, it's afternoon, and your lunch is getting cold," the redhead corrected her sister. The queen immediately turned to look out the window at the bright snowy day. The sun slightly past its highest point, and already beginning the slow journey downward. "I didn't realize it was so late," she said. "It's fine," the princess replied with a sweet smile as she followed her sister's gaze. "You look tired," she pointed out as she moved farther in. "I had some trouble falling asleep last night," the blonde replied, softly rubbing her dreary eyes. "It did seem extra chilly last night," Anna said, watching the snow-filled fields through the window as she rubbed her arms together for warmth. "I heard a lot of the staff talking about how cold it was. The window was left open in here last night," Elsa stated. "We'll have to ask the staff to check every room and make sure the castle is sealed tight." The red-headed princess gave a nod as she continued to watch the snow. She turned to her sister. A smile started to stretch across her lips as a wonderful idea came to her. "Do you want to build a snowman?" By the time the sisters made it back inside the castle, the courtyard was littered with snowmen, and Elsa's lunch had gone cold, needing to be replaced with a simple meal from the kitchen. Although the staff were grateful that the queen had stopped by, given their current problem. Apparently all the chefs were so used to having Naruto around that the usual amount of ramen had been made, but there was now no one to eat it all. While Elsa was busy trying to think of the logistics of sending the noodle soup to Naruto via Kristoff's sled, Anna came up with a better idea. Invite all the orphans over and let them have the food. It would certainly make them smile. And since it was Anna's idea, Elsa felt that it should be her sister to go and tell all the energetic children that they would be dining in the castle that night, just like they did while the new orphanage was being built. Until then, Elsa was going to finish some paperwork before their guests arrive. So later that evening, a horde of children were seen charging through the streets, a smiling princess running beside them the whole way. The large group only coming to a stop once they got over the castle's bridge, where a garden of snowmen silently waited for them. "There are so many snowmen," the ever-outgoing Ingrid yelled, seeming to skate between each creation. "And every one of them loves warm hugs," an excited Anna cheered. "Do all snowmen love warm hugs?" the bright-eyed boy asked. "Well, all the ones made by Elsa do," was the princess' response. As children often do, questions of how and why soon followed, leaving Anna lost for words. While she knew that Olaf liked warm hugs, she couldn't seem to remember where that fact came from. A creeping fear about her magically altered memories began to appear. The children's inquiry was interrupted by the arrival of the orphanage keepers. Many of the older caretakers, including the matron, had chosen to turn down dinner at the castle to have a quiet night by themselves. "Thank you for guiding the children here, Princess Anna," a young attendant casually said between labored breaths. The other chaperones, while equally as winded, smiled happily as the children danced among the snow sculptures. After nearly 10 minutes, everyone had been herded into the castle. It took so long that Elsa had finished her work and was waiting for everyone inside. Of course, all the children and caretakers bowed as soon as they saw her. Even Ingrid knelt down before the queen, but quickly jumped up and flashing a large toothy smile, which Elsa found eerily similar to an absent blonde. Although the little girl did relieve some of the loneliness that had been present all day. Anna stood near the back, having been the last person inside, watching with a smile as everyone tried to show as much respect to her sister as possible. Her smile dropped slightly as thoughts drifted towards a desire for them to show her the same respect, but she quickly banished the thoughts. Content with the townspeople's smile over their bent forms. Part of the perks of being the princess instead of the queen, she guessed. "Queen Elsa," Ingrid said, calling attention to herself. "Why do snowmen like warm hugs?" Many of the children's heads popped up, each wanting to know the answer just as much, while the caretakers looked at each other in confusion, as none of them had been present for the initial question. Elsa, for her part, was just as confused, looking towards Anna in curiosity as to why they would ask her instead of the outgoing princess. "Sorry, I don't remember at all," the redhead replied, curious if it had anything to do with her missing memories. Elsa was quiet for a few seconds before she started trying to stifle a giggle behind her own hand. "Of course you wouldn't remember. You were only 2 years old when it happened," the queen stated with a large smile. Retreating deeper into the entrance hall and making sure that everyone was following her to the warmer interior, Elsa took a seat on a lone couch beside a set of stairs. The children all gathered around her, eager to hear a story from the queen. "Many years ago, Princess Anna and I went out into the snow to make a snowman," the icy beauty started softly, a happy smile at the children's large stares. "But no matter what we tried, we couldn't keep the snow from falling over. So we went into the kitchen to find something to build up our snowman around. We found a long stick with a metal tip, what would be perfect to stick in the ground." All the onlookers were silent, enraptured by the story. Elsa, wanting to add a bit more whimsy to the tale, held out her hand, and pinching the air just above her palm pulled up, creating a small snowman in her hand which all the children crowded around to see. "Unfortunately, we had taken the coal shovel for the stove, and the kitchen staff couldn't work with how cold it was. Our mother had to come out and try to convince us that we needed to take down the snowman so the shovel could be returned. Of course, little Anna refused to destroy our creation," the elder sister stated with a sly smirk at her sibling. "You said I was 2, the redhead counter, embarrassed by the comment. Although the more the story progressed, the more relieved she felt that this memory had not been changed with magic, but instead had been forgotten in the same old non-magical way most memories are lost. With the princess interruption, Elsa took some time to create more of a snowy scene in her palm, adding the 2 young sisters and their mother around the snowman. A sudden shifting on the couch made the queen realize that Ingrid had taken up a seat next to her, staring at the handheld winter wonderland intently with everyone else. Elsa could only smile at the outgoing girl. "Our mother told us that we had to separate the shovel from our snowman, because the snow would want to stay outside in the cold, but the shovel would want to go inside where it was warm. So Anna said that she would come outside every day to give the snowman a warm hug to keep the shovel happy while the snow stayed outside. In the end, the snowman was left up, and we had to go into town to buy a new coal shovel for the kitchen. So every morning Anna would race outside to give the snowman a great warm hug." Elsa took a break for a few seconds while she looked at the children all smiling at the tale. "And those hugs were so great and warm that the snowman told all the other snowmen about how good warm hugs were, and that is why snowmen like warm hugs." The children all stood and cheered, dancing around at the story and pleading with the caretakers to take them back outside so they too could hug the snowman in the courtyard. Thankfully, before any of them could try and head into the cold, the doors swung open and a snow-covered Kristoff and Sven walked in, quickly getting inside where it was warm. Anna raced over to her boyfriend, and heedless of his frozen clothes gave him one of her, now famous, warm hugs, something the ice harvester accepted with gratitude. Sven just wandered off to find a nice fireplace. "What's with all the kids?" Kristoff asked, having moved closer to the group. "The kitchen made Naruto-sized portions by mistake, and we thought the orphans would like to come back for a nice meal," Anna replied, stationed next to her boyfriend. "Speaking of, I've got a report on our favorite blonde," the gruff man said, until he looked towards Elsa. "Second favorite," he amended, not wanting to insult the queen, before taking off his cap and looking up at his own hair. "Third favorite. You can tell us over dinner," Elsa said with a chuckle, looking over the children still gathered around her. "I think it's time for everyone to go wash up before we eat." Although many of the children groaned and huffed, all of them hurried off to get ready for dinner. Ingrid and Elsa sharded a large smile before the young girl followed after her friends, while Anna and Kristoff joined the caretakers in herding the children towards the nearest washrooms. Leaving Elsa alone, the queen's palm was still filled with the miniature snowy scene. A quick thought was all it took for everything to change, as a replica of the ice palace rose up, with 2 figures standing in front of the structure. one a man and the other a woman, their fists touching, the same as hers and Naruto's had yesterday when they said goodnight, as had become their secret tradition over the past few months. Dismissing the scene from her hand, Elsa stood and walked towards the kitchen, eager to hear how her friend was faring on the mountain. Hopefully he had cooled down a little. The morning sun glistened off the snow from the highest peak of the northern mountain. Elsa's ice palace sparkled as the rays passed through the open windows and onto the face Marshmallow, the snow giant slowly moving from where it had laid down to rest the night before. It only took a few minutes for the creature to stand and begin to move around the palace, checking every room to make sure that everything its mistress had made was intact and in place, which, of course, everything was just as it had been last night. The palace's guardian did this every morning and evening, having little else to do on top of the mountain besides keep everything tidy, at least until the Snowgies showed up and turned each day into an unscripted parade. Of course, Olaf's frequent visits were also unpredictable. The fact that one of those visits happened to be when he brought the Snowgies to the mountain peak was not lost on the golem, a fact that never failed to make Marshmallow smile, having immediately become attached to all of its siblings. The one thing that was different about the palace was last night's new addition, Naruto, who had spent his time exploring the palace before going to bed. The long journey to the mountaintop must have tired him out given how quickly he fell asleep, yet found the energy to disappear before the giant woke up. The soft colossus looked around a few side rooms of the palace, but had little luck in finding the new addition. Only when it opened the doors leading outside was it evident where the guest had gone, given the army of clones that now roamed around the snowy expanse before the palace. The giant snow creature nodded its head, happy to have found the blonde its mistress was interested in. The numerous copies of the blonde did worry the golem for a bit, but remembering their fight from the previous evening, Marshmallow wasn't too worried by the sudden increase of guests, figuring they would be gone just as abruptly as they appeared. Naruto had been hard at work since before the sun had come up. After having stuck to basic physical conditioning for the past 6 months, he was ready to get back to serious training. While he had been holding off from training in the hope that his chakra would heal his overheating problem, it was really boring. While Elsa had, thankfully, been there to keep him company, he still found himself wanting to go out and do something. However, his caretakers were adamant that he needed to rest, enabling him in his belief that he shouldn't be using too much of his chakra. Hopefully that stone troll guy would be correct, and he would start healing once he began using chakra again. The sooner he started feeling better, the sooner he could get back to the castle. Even though it had just been a single night, he missed seeing Elsa every morning, and he had promised to play more games with Ingrid and the other children. So before the sun even came up, the blonde was already outside, warmed up, and ready to start wasting chakra. With his desires solidified, the blonde started training as soon as he woke up. He started by summoning several groups of shadow clones once he was outside, not wanting to cause any damage by getting started inside the ice palace. Having created the clones more to waste chakra than for any real reason, Naruto let each of them do as they pleased, with some of them starting to spar against each other, while others immediately began channeling chakra, enjoying the familiar warmth of their internal energy. And that was how most of the morning went, as copies of the blonde kept practicing, with the original joining a group in their activity before moving on to join another. Eventually the sun was high enough to start the morning in earnest, and the doors to the ice palace swung open, letting out Marshmallow, who stayed by the doors before beckoning the shinobi inside. With the sudden appearance of the snow golem, Naruto's stomach took that moment to release a loud growl, a reminder that he couldn't live on training alone and need breakfast, something he was eager to get to. He was curious about what kind of food the trolls had packed for him. Taking the stairs, 2 at a time, the blonde rushed back towards the grand doors of the ice palace, only to forcefully come to a stop when Marshmallow barred his entrance, the snow golem looking pointedly at the delicate steps of ice that now had a footprint melted into every other one. Naruto, having taken off his shoes before he began training, as well as his shirt and jacket, had forgotten to grab his clothes from the base of the stairs, a fact that left him with a deep blush on his face as he rocketed back to the pile of clothes in a single jump. Landing and dressing quickly, Naruto returned to the top of the stairs, self-conscious of the indents his excessive body heat had made on his previous ascent, and hoping that Elsa was forgiving when she inevitably found out what he had done to her pristine ice sculpture. Although with how kind and fair she was, he didn't think he would be given too harsh of a punishment. Breakfast was a less chaotic event than the blonde had expected. Having met the residents of the palace, and knowing how many there were, he had expected things to be an out-of-control mess with the Snowgies constantly running around. While the tiny snow creatures were running through the entire palace, causing trouble, they mostly kept to their routines and left the blonde alone, at least until he was finished eating. By that point the Snowgies couldn't stay away from him, and trailed behind as he began to explore the icy mansion. At first, Naruto found it unsettling to be followed around by a tidal wave of snow, but eventually he grew accustomed to the company, though he did try to be friendly with the braver ones that would walk beside him. He made the effort to keep some distance so he wouldn't cause any of them to melt. This continued on as he walked around his new home for the foreseeable future, trying to get acquainted with the magnificent palace and admiring the beauty of it, awestruck by just how beautiful it was, perfectly matching the queen who built it. Eventually he grew restless from walking around the palace and made his way back outside. where he continued to expel as much chakra as he could, which was a lot. By the time the sun had reached its peak, the blonde and his clones had cleared out a large portion of land in front of the palace's stairs, leaving a stone patio on top of the mountain. It was during a spar with a clone, while Naruto was created a racing in, that the displaced ninja heard another growl. Thinking himself to be hungry again, he sat down, ate something, and got back to training, only to hear another rumble. Realizing that it wasn't his stomach, and getting worried, he began to look around. While he didn't know a lot about mountains, he had been on enough missions to know what bad things could happen on one. Mainly, an avalanche. With an army of clones searching the entire mountaintop, it wasn't long before Naruto found out what was wrong. Nothing. No matter where he searched, there was nothing that looked like it might have caused the loud noises. There were no snowy overhangs that might fall down any second. He couldn't find any fissures that were about to swallow everything up. In fact, the worst he did find were 2 trees that had fallen over from the weight of their snow-coated branches. Yet the sounds continued to grow louder and more frequent the longer he searched, which caused him to grow more concerned, leading him to summon more clones to search even more of the mountain. And still the sounds continued to grow louder and longer as he searched. With nothing to go on but a sound, and some growing paranoia, Naruto returned to the front of the palace, where he decided to do something that as many teachers had been trying to get him to do for years. He sat down and tried to think about what to do. Maybe all that time he spent with Elsa was doing him some good. For almost half an hour, Naruto sat on the ground, unable to think of anything that might help him. Instead, he ended up spending most of the time resting from his earlier search, regaining a bit of the chakra he had exhausted. As his break continued, Naruto noted that the once loud rumblings had quieted down. Where once they had occurred at erratic intervals, now the growling was low and constant, almost rhythmic in nature, like someone's breathing was evening out just before they woke up. Suddenly one last roar was heard, louder than any of the others so far. It had startled Naruto so much that before he even knew what happened, he was standing. The following silence unnerved the blonde, cautious of how quiet it was. It was so quiet, in fact, that there was nothing to block the sleepy sound that brought a smile to the ninja's face. Kid, while Kristoff was accustomed to long rides in his sled, he wasn't used to consecutive rides over the course of a day. First he had to go to the ice fields, then back to the castle, and here he was finishing the last bit of his journey to the ice palace, where Naruto was staying. And he still had to make it back down the mountain. It had already been an exhausting day so far, yet there was still so much to do. Rounding the last corner to reach the mountain top, the gruff man kept his eyes to what passed for a road, fully focusing on parking the sled. When he finally looked up at the full scale of the icy palace, he took some time to marvel at the wonder. Each tower stood tall and proud in the late afternoon sun, with the pure ice spires magnifying the cloud-painted sky behind them, casting rainbows of light across the frozen landscape, causing the shadows to leap around in a dance of erratic joy. To the ice harvester, it was just as perfect a sight as the first time he had seen the palace, a perfect monument to the material he loved so much that never failed to captivate him, even now, keeping him within a trance until his reindeer partner bumped into him with a concerned snort. Looking towards Sven, with a bit of annoyance, Kristoff tried to find out why he had just been broken from his awe-induced stupor. Yet the reindeer only stared forward in a similar fashion to the ice harvester. Following the large animal's gaze, Kristoff finally saw where his fellow blonde was. Sitting on the ground, motionless to the point that several birds had settled within his hair, was Naruto, the unnatural heat from his body being the only thing that kept him from being buried in the falling snow. And a small, almost eerily absent, movement of his chest was the only sign that the blonde was still alive. Kristoff immediately began running towards the seemingly dead man, a strike of panic coursing through his body. Break. Naruto's smile was wide and bright, a stark contrast to the murky surroundings of his own mindscape. Kurama's normally fierce expression was replaced with half-closed eyes as the fox's head rested on the ground. Its slow rhythmic breathing gave away just how tired the giant beast was, having only just woken up from a long slumber. "I'm glad you're awake," Naruto practically yelled out. "I'm glad to be awake too," Kurama replied, trying to keep a superior tone despite being exhausted. "And I guess I'm glad you're not dead." Naruto chuckled in return. While he had only befriended the Biju for a short time during the war, he could tell that the Biju was just acting disinterested, merely falling back into old habits. With a large smile, the blonde held up his hand towards the fox, and with no bars between them, Kurama easily pushed its own fist against Naruto's own. A loud laugh was shared between the two as they rejoiced at their reunion. "How long have I been asleep?" the Biju asked once both of them had fallen silent. "About half a year," the blonde guesses out loud, not having paid attention to the passage of time while he had been in Arendelle, mostly due to him being stuck in the castle for fear of hurting anyone. "Why did it take you so long to wake me up?" Kurama growled out in shock. "Once you used enough chakra, so your body wasn't cooking itself, I should have woken up soon after. I wasn't really sure what was wrong with me when I woke up, so I decided not to use too much chakra until I healed," Naruto replied, scratching at the back of his head. "Before I got knocked out, I told you that your body was using too much chakra, and we needed to get rid of as much of it as possible for you to survive." A loud yawn followed the Biju's growled statement. "Oh, I don't really remember a lot after the battle. except for saying goodbye to everyone. A large grin spread across the blonde's face as he thought about his friends, happy in the knowledge that they were safe. Everything else was a bit hazy. Too tired to assault the boy for his stupidity, Kurama settled for shaking its large head in disbelief. Although the fox did take a second to sense the low temperature outside the blonde's mind, at least our luck held out and you landed somewhere cold enough that all the extra chakra was used up just keeping you warm. Well, I only came to this mountain yesterday, but I'm told the trolls found me in the forest outside Arendelle. Thankfully Elsa was able to keep me cool and save my life. The blonde began to scratch at the back of his head at the thought of his friend. What are trolls? Where is Arendelle? And who in the hell is Elsa? The beast questioned, confusion and intrigue holding off tiredness. Naruto spent the next hour recounting his adventures in the new world he had landed in, trying his best to describe all the important events that he had been a part of. Although every few minutes the blonde had to stop and let his Vulpine partner release another earth-shaking yawn to stave off sleep. The duo did share a few laughs at some of Naruto's more idiotic moments, specifically about him jumping into a burning building. It was really annoying trying to learn a new language, Naruto rambled on as he reached the end of his tale. At least Elsa and I can talk to each other now, so I guess it was worth it. Obviously, you respect this woman quite a lot if you're putting that much effort into learning how to talk with her, Kurama replied with a hidden smirk. Well yeah, she's super nice and I owe her so much. Plus she's my friend. I'm sure, the fox said, now extremely curious about the relationship between its container and this queen. Suddenly the Biju stopped moving, sensing the world outside the seal. It seems someone else wants to talk to you. Go see what they want, while I go back to sleep and rest up, so I can yell at you for being stupid later. Any retort that Naruto might have had was wasted as the fox fell into a comfortable sleep, fully incapable of hearing anything the blonde might say. With nothing keeping him there, Naruto returned to the waking world. Waiting for the shinobi was Kristoff. A look of pure terror in the gruff man's eyes as he looked over his fellow. Naruto opened his own eyes. The ice harvester jumped back in shock, before sighing deeply as he massaged his weary face. Oh, thank all that is good in his antlers, the mountain man spoke in an exasperated voice. You were so still I thought you froze to death, and then when I got back to the castle Elsa was going to freeze me. The words were spoken too fast for Naruto to fully comprehend what his friend was saying, but it was clear that something had him upset. It was rather obvious given how frantically the ice harvester switched between rambling incoherently and trying to take calming breaths. This continued on for almost a minute before Sven walked up and physically bumped into the blonde to stop him. Before anything else could upset the mentally tired man, Naruto decided to bring him into the ice palace, where they could take their time going over anything that needed to be reported to Elsa, which kept the man calm for the few seconds it took to reach the steps, where the obvious footprints melted into the once pristine ice sent him into a round of questions. It took over an hour for Kristoff to check everything he needed to before heading home, making sure that Naruto would have enough food and blankets to survive until his next visit. With his mind full of facts to tell Anna and Elsa, the extremely tired ice harvester loaded into his sled and waved his goodbyes as he and Sven started down the mountain. However, once Kristoff was back at the castle, he was greeted with the entire Arendelle orphanage seated for dinner. While it was a very enjoyable meal of warm noodles and broth, it was a bit distracting. Finally, once everyone was full, he settled down to tell the royal sisters, plus one particular little girl, about the ninja's health. Outside of being tired from playing in the snow all day, I'm happy to say that he's just as active as ever, the ice harvester said to the bright smiles of all. While I was there, he and Marshmallow spent their time trying to corral all the snowgies, so those two are getting along well. He did choose to leave out the part about him thinking that Naruto had died. There was no reason to make anyone worry about something that even he didn't understand. When he had pressed Naruto about why he had been sitting so still, the shinobi was unable to properly explain what he had been doing. The only thing Kristoff had been able to understand was that his fellow blonde had been talking to a friend, however that was possible on the mountaintop. He should have enough food and supplies to last him a full week up there, but I plan to go back up again the day after tomorrow, he said, much to his own delight as his girlfriend wrapped herself around him in thanks for being such a great guy. The rest of the evening was spent herding the children back to the orphanage, before everyone turned in themselves. Although Kristoff couldn't shake the feeling that he had forgotten to mention something to Elsa. Back on top of the mountain, Naruto looked out the window at the damaged ice steps, hoping that Kristoff had remembered to tell Elsa about them. Happy birthday, Elsa, everyone yelled out as the queen stood behind a table with a massive chocolate cake. A large room in the castle was filled with a small group of people, most of them being staff members. While normally the birthday of a beloved ruler would be cause for mass celebration, Elsa had grown up preferring smaller, more intimate parties. This worked out for the best, since the Jul festival was only a few days away, during which the villagers were more than happy to give their best wishes. After the attendees had finished passing out slices of cake, the blonde queen took the time to look around at everyone. Her sister was darting around the room, making sure to talk with each guest at least once. Some of the staff had taken to tidying up, so they would have less to do later, while Olaf seemed to be everywhere at once. The final guest, a blonde man, stood off in a corner and upon noticing her gaze, gave a light wave before going back to talking with his reindeer friend. Elsa let out a soft breath, happy to be surrounded by those she knew so well, but feeling like there was someone missing. A sudden gust of wintry air made very clear who wasn't there. The sun-like warmth of the absent man was missed by all who frequented the castle. "Happy birthday," Anna called next to her sister, having finished her rounds. "And happy half-birthday to you," Elsa returned with a half-smile. "Oh yeah, I keep forgetting about that," the redhead said. "But I'm happy where my birthday is. Not only is it opposite to yours, but I also get 2 sets of presents each year." Here the princess stopped and looked at the scant amount of wrapped gifts on a far table. "While it's just easier to give you all your presents at Christmas, given how close your birthday is, it's not so bad to have a birthday so close to the holidays," Elsa said, her mind wandering to years past, as fond memories of her parents giving her a new toy during Anna's birthday, to keep things even, brought a smile to her lips. "While more gifts would be nice, I don't think a queen should complain too much." "True," Anna agreed, unable to counter the claim. "But depending on when you get married, you could get anniversary present in the summer," the red-haired princess almost sang out. A deep flush stained Elsa's cheeks as she resisted the urge to cover her face, her sister having brought up one of the most embarrassing topics she had to deal with. "Please, Anna, not you too. I already have enough people asking me about when I'll get married." Elsa resisted the urge to hold her head, just feeling happy that winter was here again, and she wouldn't have to deal with any foreign dignitaries asking about her love life. Although the topic of marriage did have one bright spot, the ability to tease her sister. "Of course, I don't think you have any room to talk about marriage." The queen purposely turned her attention towards the blonde ice harvester on the other side of the room. "Yeah," Anna coughed out, a flush matching her hair upon her cheeks. "Some of the villagers have been way forward in their inquiries." The princess was quiet again, looking anywhere but her boyfriend. Elsa stifled a chuckle at her sister's discomfort, before changing the topic to help ease the tension. "Speaking of the villagers, how's our little surprise coming along?" The sisters waited a second, casually noted that Olaf wasn't near them, and began speaking in hushed whispers about their upcoming plans. "While most of the food will need to be prepared on the day of the feast, the chefs have already started making what they can," Anna said, recounting as what the staff had told her. "And with the banquet being right after we ring the jewel bell, everyone will be there," Elsa cheered, genuinely excited to give the people a gift of her own for the holidays. Anna's voice cut through her sister's giddiness. "Everyone, except for one, will be there." The queen deflated slightly, knowing full well who would be missing the party. "As much as I want Naruto to be in attendance, I have to keep in mind the safety of everyone else." The blonde's shoulders sagged as she continued, not happy with the decision she had to make. With the entire village in one place, the chance that someone might bump into Naruto and burn themselves is too great a risk to take. "Well, that's easy to fix," Anna stated. "We'll just have him stand a little farther back from the main group. You know how much he loves to sit in the rafters of the castle. And what would be the point of bringing him to a party if we don't let him join the party?" Elsa asked, having already spent hours working through the problem in her head. "It would be best to have him come down for the New Year celebration. Everyone should be a bit more spread out, and he can more easily avoid bumping into anyone." Anna listened, not having a good argument against her sister's idea, although she was not pleased with the idea of spending the holidays without even one of her friends, especially since this would be the first holiday she spent with Elsa, without a door between them. Not to mention that Kristoff, Sven, and Olaf would also be there, but the princess wanted to make sure that everyone had a great time. And knowing Elsa as well as she did, Anna was certain that her sister would be constantly worried about the blonde-haired man living in the mountains, and the queen would just continue to worry until he returned to Arendelle. Thankfully, Anna had her own blonde man who could easily make it up the mountains. "You want me to go to the Ice Palace and bring Naruto back as a present for Elsa?" Kristoff asked, making sure he had heard everything correctly. "Exactly," Anna cheered, having pulled Kristoff away from the party to discuss her new plan with him. "You'll leave after we ring the jewel bell and be back with him in time for all the nighttime activities. And by that time, a lot of people will have already gone home, so there'll be less of a chance for him to accidentally hurt anyone. It'll be perfect and Elsa will love it." Resisting the urge to ask for clarification on her choice of wording, Kristoff agreed with his girlfriend's plan and let her wander off, none the wiser that she had just plainly asked him to bring the queen a man as a present for nighttime activities. The mountain man loved the redhead with all his heart, but sometimes it was obvious that she had been a little sheltered as a child. With a shrug of his shoulders, Kristoff went to make some early preparations for the Christmas tradition he celebrated with the trolls, and wished to spread to his girlfriend and her family. Since he was now going up a mountain instead of making the traditional phlegmy stew, he needed to go get ready for the surprise trip he now needed to make. While it wasn't a complete disaster, the surprise feast had not gone as Anna had planned. The jewel bell ceremony went perfectly, with the whole town showing up to ring in the holiday season with a joyous sound. Unfortunately, immediately after she and Elsa had rung the jewel bell, when their surprise feast was to be unveiled, everyone went home, their own holiday traditions waiting for them in the warmth of their own homes, with their own families. Elsa had been crushed that their gift had been unneeded, and Anna could only think of one way to cheer her sister up. A few words later and Kristoff was on his way up the North Mountain to bring his fellow blonde home for the holidays, assuming that Naruto would be able to understand what was going on. So, you are having a winter festival, and you're going to give gifts to each other, Naruto recited, making sure he got everything that Kristoff had told him. That about covers it, the ice harvester said. And for some reason, Elsa is sad. Naruto asked, getting a nod in return. Let me make a gift and we can go. It took him only a few minutes, but Naruto exited the ice palace carrying a small package covered in paper. Kristoff didn't worry too much about it, knowing that his fellow blonde didn't have a lot of resources at the mountaintop to make much of anything. Honestly, all there was to work with was ice. The trip down the mountain went quickly, yet still took enough time for the sky to turn dark, leaving a beautifully lit Arendelle off in the distance. Or it would have been lovely if more than half the lights within the town were on, leaving the houses with a dark atmosphere, a heavy contrast for such a happy time of the year. It was only through Naruto's observant eyes and keen hearing that they noticed flickering lights and the sound of caroling through the forest. Making their way forward, the two men were surprised to find a celebration taking place in a clearing in the woods, with what looked like the whole town of Arendelle in attendance. Several tables made of ice had been created in the ankle-deep snow, topped to the point of spilling over with food and snacks for everyone to enjoy. Some of the townsfolk had taken to skating around on a nearby frozen pond, while those on land chatted with each other, ate delicious food, and held candles to help illuminate the large area. And off to the side, standing near the center of the clearing, was Elsa, surrounded by the people she worked tirelessly to take care of, all of them wishing her well or thanking her for all that she has done over the past few months, with hopes of good things to come in the next year. Suddenly, a silence began to pass through the crowds, starting near the edges before reaching the center, causing Anna and Elsa to bring their heads up and locked eyes with the two blonde men who had just stumbled into the clear. For several seconds, it was silent, the sudden appearance of the two men being a welcome yet unexpected surprise. But once the silence had settled, the first ones to move were a set of girls. Ingrid, for as young as she was, began charging through the snow towards the blonde-haired man. The other girl was Anna, who leaned over to her sister and whispered a quick "Merry Christmas, Elsa, hope you like your present," before pushing the queen forwards. By this point the rest of the villagers had come out of their shock and began talking to each other. Meanwhile Ingrid had reached the shinobi, stopping just in front of him, keeping just far enough away that she wouldn't be burned by his heat. Although her smile was just as radiant as it always was. Naruto also wore a smile, but it was more subdued, determined. While he knew what he was about to do was safe, he still worried for the little girl he had come to care for so greatly. With slow movements, he pulled the protective gloves from his hands and held his fist out for her to see. Normally the heat from his body would be enough to keep the snowfall from ever reaching his skin. Yet now, each icy flake had to fly next to him before melting, a sign that all his hard work to lower his fever had been successful. Ingrid, herself, couldn't have possibly been brighter, curling her own fingers into a fist and bumped it against Naruto's own. While warm, there was no danger of her being burned from the blonde's skin. It was only a few seconds before the little girl threw her arms around the ninja's waist, happy that her friend was feeling better. By the time Elsa reached the two, she couldn't keep the smile from her face. The little girl and the Uzumaki continuing to embrace was a heartwarming sight, although the hug did remind the queen of something else she had promised earlier. Giving a sweet smile that couldn't hide her smirk, Elsa leaned down to Naruto and whispered softly in his ear. Ingrid had let go of the man by this point and joined the rest of the villagers in wondering what was being spoken. Between the two blondes, it was a short-held secret, known only by them for a passing second, before Naruto's broad smile turned mischievous. Reaching forward with singular purpose, the ninja grabbed hold of little Ingrid by her sides and lifted her into the air, screaming for only a moment as she found herself weightless while being turned around midair. The young child soon found herself sitting on her idol's shoulders, while his firm hands held her safely to him. Elsa helped as well, placing a steadying hand on the girl's back, which mostly served to increase Ingrid's glee, leading to her shouts of joy lighting up the cold winter night. The whole town was talking now, with hushed whispers passing through the gathered crowds. Most of them were discussing Ingrid and how happy she looked, riding on Naruto's shoulders, while a few others were more focused on Elsa and how telling her actions might be. The queen would look so lovely wearing white. An older woman spoke softly to her group of friends. "Oh Halima, you old romantic," someone chided her, remembering how in love the woman had been in her youth, before her beloved had disappeared. A few steps away, Kristoff had joined with Anna, holding her close with one arm as the couple watched on. "Thanks for bringing Naruto to Elsa," the red-headed princess said, kissing her blonde on the cheek. "It was super easy to see how worried she's been about him." With the last guests having finally arrived, the party continued long into the night. Naruto would walk around, greeting everyone, Ingrid still riding on his shoulders and Elsa by his side. Eventually the ninja ran into Olaf, and it had to be explained that the reason for the outdoor part was caused by the snowman. Apparently after the Jol ceremony, the carrot-nosed individual went out to collect as many traditions from the villagers as possible. Then, through a series of strange events, Olaf became lost and everything he had collected had been destroyed. "It was crazy," the snowman said. "First the tree that you're supposed to hang stuff on caught fire, and that spread to the brooms. Which let me tell you, I was given those brooms to hide from the witches, and I think I accomplished that goal. They're ash now, and no one is going to find them. Naruto listened, trying his best to keep up with the energetic snowman. Ingrid and Elsa smiled, familiar with the story already, but enjoying the more detailed telling. The tradition I think I'm most upset about losing was the sauna, Akef continued, pointing at Naruto. I think you and Elsa would have really liked it. First you get naked, put on only a towel, and then you sit in a really hot room together until you feel good. Naruto was now confused, sauna being a word he hadn't learned yet, and the description wasn't helping with his understanding. At best he guessed that it was something like a hot springs, but without the water, and no separate rooms for girls and boys. Elsa wasn't sure she needed to go to a sauna, given how hot she was feeling at Olaf's description. So she decided to redirect the snowman before any more could be said about the topic. Olaf, I don't think Naruto needs to be any hotter than he already is. Oh yeah, the snowman replied, you're right, since he's hot enough to burn footprints into the steps of the ice palace, he probably shouldn't be going to any warm places. A loud groan resounded from a nearby Kristoff. I knew I was forgetting to tell you something. The ice harvester held his head, muttering about driving his sleigh all day. Oh, what's the big deal? Anna called out. We all knew that Naruto would probably melt some of the ice, and it's not like it's a problem or anything. Unless the steps are over something dangerous, like the gorge that leads to the palace, Elsa pointed out, while staring sternly at Kristoff, whose nod confirmed her that was, indeed, where the damage was. It would definitely be bad if someone fell down there, Anna admitted, sheepishly. Which is why I need to go and fix it as soon as possible, Elsa said, forgetting about the part in late hour. A sudden movement broke everyone formed the conversation, as Naruto had started waving his arm to get their attention. If you are talking about where I walked on the ice without shoes, Marshmallow showed me, and I have been jumping over the stairs ever since. The ninja explained as best he could. What I think Naruto's trying to say is that the steps are safe for the moment. Kristoff offered in agreement with his friend. Last time I was up there the footprints were noticeable but shallow. So I don't think there's a reason to go charging up the mountain right now, at night. Elsa released a sigh, knowing it was true. Very well, but I will have to go with Naruto when he returns to the Ice Palace, so I can fix and reinforce the steps. How about you go up after the new year, Anna recommended. That way Naruto can stay in the castle with us for a little bit. Yeah, an excited Ingrid interrupted the princess, before letting out a loud yawn and laying her own head atop Naruto's. Elsa relented and agreed with Ingrid that it was getting late. As the group made their way over to Kristoff's sleigh, several other families following similar strategies, ushering their own sleepy children home. As they continued to walk, Elsa noticed a pair of discarded gloves in the snow. Given how thick they looked, she had to believe they belonged to Naruto. A smile peeked onto her face as she watched the blonde, his bare hands gently keeping Ingrid in place as he moved, making sure not to grip her too tightly for fear of burning the little girl, yet still ensuring that she would never fall. When they reached Kristoff's sleigh, Naruto first lowered a now sleeping Ingrid onto a seat and covered her with a spare blanket to keep her warm. Once he had finished tucking in the little girl, the Uzumaki reached over and picked up a medium-sized package, crudely wrapped in paper and tied with a piece of string. The blonde presented the parcel to Elsa. Kristoff told me this was a winter festival, and that people normally give gifts to each other, Naruto explained. As the queen accepted the gift, she wasn't sure how she felt about the gesture. While she had received plenty of gifts for her birthday, just days ago in fact, she had not expected to be given anything from her whisker-cheeked friend, especially since he had been living on top of a mountain. Taking the package, she felt the leftover heat from where Naruto had been holding it. A reminder that he still wasn't wearing his gloves, and that, along with the surprise present, brought a wide smile to the Ice Queen, happy that her fellow blonde was healing and would soon be able to take off his gloves for good, much like she had done earlier in the year. Tearing into the paper with all the refinement an anxious royal could have, Elsa had soon freed her gift and came face to face with herself. An ice sculpture in her own image. The statuette was roughly shaped, but still unmistakably a recreation of her. It's beautiful, she said, tenderly holding the icy gift. I was thinking about ways to use up more magic, and I decided to start cutting blocks of ice, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head in nervousness. I am just glad that I could get it to look like you. You cut ice? Elsa asked, adjusting the statuette in her arms. For my magic I have a natural wind ability. Elsa was glad that she would have until the new year to spend with her friend, so she could try to figure out what he meant by that. The entrance hall to Arendelle Castle was in mid-turmoil, as the decorations for the holidays were changed to ones more befitting the New Year's celebration. An act with little meaning, given that no foreign dignitaries dared travel to the region during the frozen winters, but it did lift the spirits of the townspeople so no one complained. Least of all Anna, who was attempting to slide down a garland-covered banister. She was able to make it a fourth of the way down the railing before the garlands hanging on the side forced her to stop and jump onto the stairs. A new record for her. Now it's my turn, Anna, Olaf called as he climbed onto the railing and was soon hurtled downwards, his body easily passing through all of the ornaments, leaving a light dusting of snow behind him. Reaching the bottom, he launched himself with a stylish twirl and landed in just as dramatic a fashion. Very good, Olaf, Anna said as she moved down the stairs to join him. We should totally go sledding this afternoon, the snowman cheered. That way Sven could come with us. If we do, we'll have to make sure that Elsa and Naruto come as well, the princess amended. That's easy. All we have to do is get Naruto to come with us, and then Elsa will follow him. She and Naruto are almost never apart. Well, when Naruto first arrived in Arendelle, Elsa spent the most time with him. So she probably missed him the most when he left for the Ice Palace, Anna sheepishly admitted, having noticed the amount of time her sister spent with the whiskered blonde. Yeah, the snowman exclaimed. I'm just glad that Elsa found someone to keep her company while you and I aren't around. All of us have our own duties, so we can't be around each other all the time, the redhead said, thinking about all the times that she had been pulled away from her sister or the other way around. Hey, do I have any duties to perform? Olaf innocently asked. I don't know, but we could probably find some for you, Anna said as she began running towards the kitchen, as the snowman let out a yell of joy before chasing after her. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, Elsa was filling out paperwork at her desk, a nearby window giving her a glimpse at the frozen world outside, specifically the whiskered man who currently had several kids clinging to him while he ran laps around the courtyard. She knew that for the next 2 days all the children would try to spend as much of their time with the blonde as they could, before he had to return to his isolation in the Ice Palace, where, hopefully, he would continue to drop his fever and then return to the village permanently. While the queen felt lonely as she sat at her desk, she couldn't find it in herself to pull Naruto away from the children, leaving them to have their fun. And although the warm blonde had quickly become one of her closest friends, she always felt a sense of loss when he had to leave. It was the same feeling from all those years ago when she and her sister had been separated. But those were thoughts for another time. Naruto would have chastised her for being so down, telling her to, instead, be glad for the here and now. It was probably selfish of her, wanting to keep the whiskered youth to herself, even though he had already touched the lives of so many people in the village, especially the children. But it was rapidly approaching nighttime, and everybody would be heading back to the warmth of their houses, at which point Naruto would still be outside, working his body as hard as he could. Also, he would spend less time at the Ice Palace and come back to the castle sooner. The queen straightened in her chair, returning her attention to her desk. While the winter months had given her less paperwork, there was still plenty to do. And with just the thought of Naruto distracting her, maybe it was better that she was alone in her office. Who knew how distracting it would be if she was alone with Naruto? Break. It was shortly after dinner when Elsa and Naruto entered the parlor. In an hour or so Anna and Kristoff would be joining them for a night of games, but the couple were off doing their own thing for the moment, thus leaving the two blondes alone. With the ninja having been absent for so long, the queen thought it would be a good idea to go over the Japanese dictionary again, much like they used to do when Naruto first came to Arendelle, and to make sure that his language skills hadn't deteriorated during his stay at the palace. Time quickly passed as the two kept each other company. Elsa would read out a word, and Naruto would, to the best of his abilities, answer, until they reached a certain section. For all the previous times the two had read through the book, the queen had made certain to leave out several words. This hadn't been done with malicious intent, but due to their embarrassing nature, along with her uncertainty that her friend would ever need to know them. Yet for every day that passed, it looked more likely that the mysterious blonde would continue to stay in the village, near all of his new friends and her. With a deep breath, the queen contemplated her options. On the page before her was the word lovers, and while she didn't mind the word at all, Elsa struggled to read it out loud, feeling sure that Naruto would have never heard the word, and she would have to explain to him what was involved. However, she had found the perfect replacement word, and it was all thanks to her sister, boyfriend, a word that the golden blonde was sure to need while out in the village, but without the implications that came with lovers. Naruto took a couple of seconds to think of a response. Not that Elsa minded, taking her own time to enjoy how cute his whiskered cheeks looked when he puffed them out and thought, a friend who is a man. The ninja sounded out from his knowledge. Yes, but it has a specific meaning that I want you to know, the platinum blonde answered. It usually goes with the word girlfriend if that helps you. So, it refers to a man and a woman who are together. Naruto replied back, a hint of questioning to his voice. Dating, the queen said, putting emphasis on the end of the word. If two people want to see how well they get along before they get married, they will go on a date. The ninja repeated the words under his breath, making sure that he understood everything that was being said. And married is when two people move in with each other and have children. Elsa's whole face turned an impressive shade of pink as she nodded her head in confirmation. She was glad that her, sometimes, naive friends seemed to know what being married could entail without her having to explain anything, but this was still a topic she had been hoping to avoid. Luckily, she had an example to use as a distraction. Yes, children are part of getting married, but we've gotten sidetracked. Elsa made a show of shifting in her seat in the hope that Naruto would leave the topic of children behind them. Now, Kristoff and Anna are not yet married, so that means they are dating, the blonde answered with his usual enthusiasm, causing the woman to clap in joy, glad that her distraction had worked. At least until Naruto's bluntness came back in full force with an innocent question. Are you dating anyone, Elsa? It took the queen almost a minute to compose herself before she gave out a quick no, although she was unsure why she was so reluctant to answer his question. While she was tired of fending off suitors, she didn't feel that she should be embarrassed about her lack of a relationship. Yet she felt her heart soar and clutch at the same time when her friend began to open his mouth to ask another question. Whatever it might have been would have to go unanswered for the moment, as the door to the room was hurriedly opened, allowing the aforementioned couple of Anna and Kristoff to enter, with the princess carrying a stack of boxes in her arms. "It's game night," the redhead hollered out in joy as she moved towards a table, her boyfriend following close behind. The two other blondes looked at each other, knowing their practice time alone was at an end. With a smile, Elsa closed the dictionary as Naruto stood up from his seat on the fireplace brickwork. Throughout the rest of the night, the queen insisted on sitting beside her friend, making sure that he understood everything that was going on in the game. Break. The early noon sun was high in the air as Elsa and Naruto made their way higher into the mountains, with the queen's horse easily following behind the overheated ninja through the snow, moving at a quick pace to the ice palace where she would repair the icy steps. The journey went by quickly as Elsa nimbly guided her mount forward, her body feeling warm and loose from the shoulder massage Naruto had given her the previous night, a service she would surely miss while her friend was away. Of course she would miss her friend more, but the quiet moments the two shared together always brought a smile to her lips. Sometimes it felt like she was keeping a thrilling secret from the rest of the kingdom as she confided in her fellow blonde, which scared her as much as she enjoyed it. A stranger becoming so close to a queen in only 6 months would be frightening most of the time. But Naruto was able to do it seamlessly, thanks to his kindness towards everyone, herself included. It was this thought that she became lost in, mindlessly letting her horse follow behind the man who stole her thoughts. When she was young, Elsa was treated as a princess, and now that she was queen, that is how she was treated, with respect and admiration. Yet Naruto didn't. The displaced man was just as ready to help someone carry a heavy load as he was giving the queen a shoulder massage. He never treated anyone different from anyone else, instead choosing to put equal importance on spending time with her as he did with the orphan children. Elsa found it refreshing. The only other people who regularly treated her the same as everyone else were her sister and Olaf. And while she always enjoyed spending time with those two, there was just something about Naruto that drew her to him, an unfamiliar freshness that pulled her towards the unknown, which led to her spending as much of her time as she could, and more, with the blonde. His optimistic outlook and sunny personality always brought her a smile. Just being around him seemed to brighten her day, and not because of his higher body temperature. In all honesty, her desire to spend more time with Naruto often left her confused. The sudden sting of a frozen wind broke the queen from her thoughts, startling not only her, but her horse, at the sudden dip in temperature. Thankfully, she was accompanied by someone whose body heat was very useful for staying warm. And with his unique fashion sense that was easy to follow in the brewing blizzard, it only took a few minutes before they arrived at the palace. Acting quickly, Elsa raised an icy stable to house her horse. Yet before she could congratulate herself on a job well done, she was scooped up into Naruto's arms. Instead of being carried over the slightly damaged stairs, the shinobi simply jumped to the other side, gracefully landing into a sprint as he barged into the protective cover of the building. Once they had both caught their breath, having run from the unexpected snowstorm, the two turned to each other, only to find a lack of space between them as Naruto still held the queen in his arms, having held her close to his warm body as he carried her over the threshold. Red-faced, the two separated, with the golden blonde gently placing the platinum blonde back on her feet. And despite Elsa's desire to move farther away from her friend, at least until her blush cooled down, she found herself sticking by his warm side. While the unnatural heat from Naruto had kept any snow from sticking to him, Elsa was not as fortunate. Even though she was the queen of ice and snow, she wasn't able to completely protect herself from a blizzard, leaving small patches of snow sticking to her cloak and hair. After a silent minute, the two of them regained their composure. "With that blizzard outside, I don't think we'll be fixing the steps for a while," Elsa said as she moved farther into the ice palace, which Naruto readily agreed with. He was probably the only person who could go out in that storm safely, and that had just as much to do with his ninja training as his higher body temperature. With an elegant shake, the queen was able to dislodge all the snow that had been clinging to her, after which she began to undo the clasp on her cloak, intent on hanging it up to dry for the ride back down the mountain. Unfortunately, she found that, once inside, more snow had found its way onto her, mainly the snowgies, many of whom were now riding around on the train of her cape. The rest of the small snowmen queuing up patiently for their turn, each one with a gleeful smile. Elsa found herself unable to leave the little ones disappointed, so she spent the remainder of the night enjoying the rare opportunity to play with them, from carrying them around on her dress to creating mounds of ice for them to slide down. The queen made sure that everyone was given attention, and as soon as she was done with one group, they would skip over to awaiting Naruto and Marshmallow, both of whom had taken to juggling the small creatures, which was met with much joy, especially when the two would begin passing them between each other. This lasted until the night, when Elsa and Naruto eventually broke off for a simple dinner made from the food that Kristoff had previously brought up. Shortly thereafter, the queen tried to stifle a yawn before being ushered off to bed by her friend, falling asleep minutes after laying her head down on the pillow of snow. Elsa would swear she had never felt so comfortable, her entire body surrounded by a delicate softness, and although she would have enjoyed a bit more warmth around her, she felt safe as she rested. Then she was awoken. Something had just called to her. Perhaps she had imagined it, for just as quickly as she heard it, it was gone, as though it was just a song whistled by the wind. Whatever it had been was real enough to bring her to full consciousness, ending the peaceful sleep she had been enjoying, and with little hope of going back to sleep, she sat up. While the room was dimly lit, she was still able to make out the familiar emptiness of the suite, the only furniture being the elegant bed she had made for herself on that first night she had run away, leaving behind everything that she had known and loved in exchange for release. What she had first thought was freedom had been beautiful and liberating. Yet, much like the room she had made for herself, was empty and lonely with no one to share it with. Something Anna had shown her. Elsa shook her head to dispel the thoughts, having long ago accepted that being with her sister, and the village as a whole, was for the best. Not only for her health and sanity, but for her happiness as well. Yet, in this empty room, the queen found herself blaming the silence for reintroducing the memories of when she was alone. In fact, she had become so lost in her own thoughts that she was surprised by just how quiet it was. The previous howl of the blizzard had vanished during her short rest, leaving behind a fragile peace that was only broken when she stood up. After adjusting her dress that she had worn to bed, the queen began walking towards the stairs, wishing that she could rush back to the castle for her usual nightgown, before returning to the chilled comfort of the bed she was leaving. Of course, she couldn't stay in the ice palace any longer than she had to. As long as her people needed her, she would always return to her throne as quickly as possible. Once the stairs were fixed in the morning, she would bid Naruto farewell and return to the village. Having left her frozen bedroom, and with no other goal in mind, Elsa set out looking for her fellow blonde, thinking that the energetic youth was probably still awake somewhere in the palace. Thankfully, she found him as soon as she reached the grand staircase in the entrance hall, finding the front door left open, with her target sitting outside in the clear winter night. A minute later and she was sitting next to him, secretly enjoying the warmth her friend radiated, that made watching the beautiful sky more comfortable. "It's gorgeous, isn't it?" the queen stated more than asked. "I like it," Naruto answered simply. "Sometimes it's nice to just lean back and look at the stars," Elsa continued, finding familiar comfort in talking with her friend. "Just forget everything else for a little bit and act like a normal girl. It is nice to be treated the same as everyone else," the warm blonde confirmed, before asking, "Do you like being treated like a normal girl, Elsa?" "Yes, very much," she replied with a bit more force than she had meant to. Composing herself, she continued, "Most people see me as the queen, so it's always nice when I can relax a little." Naruto nodded, understanding her situation. So, with little hesitation he reached out and held her hand. "Elsa, will you be my girlfriend?" Elsa was speechless. While she had been shocked and confused when he had grabbed her hand, all of that was forgotten once he had voiced his question. She didn't know how to respond, or what to think of the proposal. Her body and mind were now frozen, not knowing what to do. "When we talked about dating earlier, you looked sad about not having a boyfriend. So I want to take you on a date to make you feel better," the blonde man said, with all the simplicity that made up his being. Elsa, while still shocked, suddenly felt like laughing. Only Naruto would be able to create a moment in her life that she would never forget, with the sole intent of making her happy. "Naruto, it's more complicated than that," the queen pushed herself to answer, not wanting her friend to get the wrong idea if she took too long. Although in her heart she couldn't think of anything to say. For almost a year she had been fending off suitors, her position as queen making her very appealing to certain groups. Naruto gave her hand a light squeeze, wanting to convey his intent to her with his actions, just as much as with the words she had taught him. "When I first arrived here, you took care of me even when you were busy. You even made sure to teach me the language, so I could make friends in this new place." His speech was slow, but Elsa was captivated by his every word, unable to do more than listen. "You became my first friend here," the blonde took a breath before he continued. "And as your friend I want to learn more about you and make you happy." Elsa put her entire focus into processing the confession she had just heard, Naruto specifically letting her have all the power in this decision, while still making his own hopes known, as everything about the man in front of her was resolute, except for his hands. The queen could feel her own soft hand being cupped by the rough palm of her friend, holding her close, yet giving her enough room to pull back if she wanted, letting her feel all of the hard work he had put into making his hands so calloused, and knowing he would put just as much work into making her happy. "Yes," she breathes out, "I want to be your girlfriend." A shock of thrill wound through her body at the smile on her friend's face, a smile that she had given to her boyfriend, and the grip of his hand tightened, telling her he would hold on to her forever. But Elsa interrupted before he could respond, a playful smile on her lips. "You can't take me on a date until your temperature is back to normal." "Then, I will be healed before spring," Naruto declared with his usual finality. Elsa chuckled, and shifted herself so she was sitting against the man she hoped to be seeing more of. "I know you will," she said. "Just remember that it's bad manners to keep a girl waiting." He nodded and flashed her that large grin of his that she found so endearing. And so, long into the night, the daughter of a king and the son of a cage sat beside each other, their hands clasped together, silently watching the night sky, neither able to deafen their smiles from showing just how happy they were. The symbol of Arendelle was the crocus, a flower that was planted throughout the entire kingdom. being just as easily found within the castle gardens as it was out in the wild fields. But the most prominent place of honor for the crocus was on the emblem that was hung at every corner, proudly stitched onto the Arendelle flag as a symbol of rising up even before spring had come, which is exactly what the village was preparing for. But just as the first crocus was blooming into life outside of Arendelle in the widespread mountains, someone else was worrying about the end of winter, and the promise he fully intended to keep. Naruto Uzumaki stood at the bottom of the repaired stairs, his body fully clothed and protected from the biting wind, except for his hands, which he kept bare for his final test. Plunging his arm into a nearby snowplee, he pulled out the biggest handful of snow he could and began molding it. Once his snowball was finished, he held it in his hand for a minute, before throwing it against a tree. When the projectile broke apart against the hard bark, having kept its shape until then, Naruto smiled. If prolonged contact didn't immediately melt the snow, then it seemed that his overheating problem had finally been solved. While you're not completely healed, you should only have to worry about having a higher temperature than normal, Kurama called out from the blonde's mind. I never would have healed this quickly if it weren't for you, partner, the ninja replied, glad that he wasn't melting things instantly with his touch. I guess you'll be heading back to that village to keep that promise you wouldn't shut up about. The ancient fox chose not to make a big deal out of the blonde's words. Just a few things left to do, and we'll be on our way, Naruto happily called. Next to the ice stable that Elsa had hastily erected was a flat sleigh loaded high with chopped wood. A few leftover cords of wood were neatly placed and stacked inside the stable. This had come about thanks to Kristoff, who had brought Naruto his weekly supply of food a few days after Elsa had returned to the village. After which the two blondes spent some time discussing the surprising, but not unwelcome, news about the new couple. Flashback. Kristoff gave an appraising look towards his friend. You actually asked Elsa out on a date? Yes, the ninja answered, as the two carried several boxes into the palace. Just checking, the ice harvester stressed. While I trust Elsa, I just wanted to make sure that both of you were certain about this. I asked her, and she agreed. It was that simple, Naruto summarized. Trust me on this, dating royalty is never that simple. While Anna and I have been going out for close to a year, I've had to change a lot of my habits. For instance, I can't scratch myself whenever I want now, and I'm only dating a princess, Kristoff exclaimed, who wants me to ask you everything, because this date between you and her sister is all she's been thinking about since she found out. Anna is very energetic, Naruto admitted, scratching at the back of his head after putting down his boxes. She is probably just making sure that Elsa will not regret going on a date with me. I've seen how you and Elsa act around each other, and I'm pretty sure she'll enjoy whatever you have planned. But I think there might be a problem with that. At the confused look on Kristoff's face, the ninja tried to explain further. I do not know about any of the normal things to do on a date here. I do not even know if they are different from where I am from. That could be a problem, the native man spoke in a somber tone. If you accidentally did something weird, even if Elsa doesn't mind, the rest of the town might. Which is why I want you to teach me about dating here in Arendelle, Naruto said with conviction, having decided that it would be best for him to seek advice from another man. Also, Kristoff was the only person he could talk to on top of the mountain. And I need to figure out a way to earn some money. Well, we've got plenty of time to talk about dating, but there's not much you can do in the winter to make money. All I can really think of is chopping wood for fires. I can make chop wood easily, the ninja joyfully said, instantly liking the idea. There are already plenty of trees nearby that have fallen down. It would not be too much trouble to cut them up. And I can take everything you chop up down to the village to sell, Kristoff called out, equally happy with the idea. Present. A deal was soon struck between the two blondes, and it was thanks to this partnership that a nice jingle of coins could be from Naruto's pouch, most of which would be spent on making sure that Elsa was happy, but he did plan to keep some for later, possibly their next date. With another look at the ice palace, and a wave towards Marshmallow and the Snowgies, Naruto headed towards the wood-laden sleigh. The harness currently attached to it was meant for a reindeer, but Sven and Kristoff had already left for the week. And since he had decided only a couple of days ago to return to the village, he would have to pull the sleigh down the mountain himself. It would be a simple workout for him. Of course, since the ice harvester and his reindeer had left unaware that Naruto's fever had finally receded. The rest of the village would be in for a surprise when the blonde showed up in a few hours. Is there any reason you're choosing now to return? Kurama asked. It seems to me you would have a more graceful entrance if you waited a few more days for that other man to show up. I already stayed a few extra days to make sure that I was fully healed, and now that I know my fever isn't going to come back, I'm too excited to just wait, Naruto responded to his partner with a silly grin on his face. I guess you're just going to keep your title of being unpredictable. The giant fox's words were met with a grunt as Naruto, with the sled being pulled behind him, took his first step towards getting down the mountain, with the tall pile of wood bumping into the lower branches of the trees, causing the sleigh and its contents to be covered in snow. Break, do you think he'll come back today? The red-headed princess of Arendelle asked, as she twirled about the room. Anna, you've asked that question almost every day for a month, Elsa replied from her chair. When Naruto is ready, Kristoff will bring him down. But Kristoff isn't going back to the Ice Palace to check on him for several more days, Anna sighed out, having already heard her sister give this explanation. Feeling annoyed that the return of her sister's intended relied on her own boyfriend. I don't know why you're so excited for my date, the Queen said, making sure to emphasize that this would be an event for her. Of course I'm excited, my sister is going on a date, the freckled princess stated. And it's my job, as your sister, to be happy for you. Except that you seem even more thrilled than I am. And trust me, I'm ecstatic about this, Elsa spoke, calmly at first, but her voice became louder as her trepidation began to return. See, Anna called out at her sister's agitation. This is why I'm glad you've got a date. After all those years where you were locked in your room, someone has finally asked you out, and you're stressed about it. I am not. Yes, you are. I know all the little signs you show when you are, the princess stated, before she began to count with her fingers. You've been doing nothing but work since you got back from the Ice Palace. You're constantly pacing, and you're even wearing Mother's scarf, which you only pull out when you're worrying about something. Elsa shrunk into her chair as she was unable to deny any of her sister's claims. She had been using paperwork to keep her mind busy, and with a timid glance over her shoulder she could see her mother's maroon scarf hung, lovingly, on the back of her chair. You're right, Anna, I'm nervous, she admitted with a sigh. And I know what you're going to say next, but I'm going to stop you, the redhead proclaimed. You're worried about how your date will go. But Naruto is a lot like Kristoff, and both of them would do anything they can to make sure that any date they plan goes perfectly. So you don't need to worry about anything other than what dress you want to wear. Elsa took a few moments to let her sister's words sink in, trying to calmly think about what she had, inadvertently, agreed to. While she would never regret accepting Naruto's offer of a date, the possible side effects had been far from her mind as she gazed into his sapphire eyes. One of her main concerns was the people of the town. While the Queen going on a date with a local hero would not be seen as odd by most of the people, there would be a few who disliked the idea of their ruler being courted by a foreigner. One of the many reasons she had declined all suitors up till now. There was also the perception of her boyfriend. It was rather easy to write the man off as being simple-minded. While it wasn't his fault that he could barely read or write their language, it did not win him any favors with the more traditional citizens. Thankfully, that could be corrected in time, much as the language barrier had been, but it would take a while. The final point against him was just how mysterious the blonde was. Since he had only shown up about half a year ago, there was still so little that anyone knew about him. When he talked about his home, it was sometimes difficult to believe some of the more fantastical-sounding elements. With a contented sigh, the Queen sat back up in her chair. While it would be hard work to maintain any kind of relationship, Elsa's social schedule was constantly full. From rekindling what she had with Anna to being queen, but something about Naruto made her want to try for something more. Whether it was the feeling of safety she had whenever he was around, or that sunny smile he had, all it took was remembering how happy he looked when she said yes to his question, to help ease her mind. You're right, Anna. Everything will be fine, Elsa finally said, secure in her decision. Of course I am, the perky redhead stated with confidence. You and Naruto already get along so well, there's no reason you should worry about small things. The Queen stifled a giggle as her sister's antics, before her lips turned into a sly smile. When did you become an authority on dating? Well, my boyfriend's family is full of love experts, so I was bound to learn a couple of things from them, Anna quickly replied, now sharing Elsa's smile. It was only a second later that the two sisters broke into laughter, both enjoying the moment shared between them. The simple act of discussing their respective boyfriends would soon become a common topic. It was the sound of running feet that alerted Elsa and Anna to the arrival of a new group. A pair of guards rushed into the room, both apologizing for the sudden interruption, but they apparently had urgent news. There's a giant mound of snow moving towards the village, Your Highness, the first guard spoke. At first I thought he was just seeing things, the second guard followed. But I saw it too. There's a large pile of snow moving through the trees towards the town gates. Anna leaned closer to her sister. It sounds like marshmallow. Except there's no reason for him to leave the ice palace, the Queen countered. Unless something happened. Like an accident, the princess spoke, her tone turning grim. Elsa didn't need to be told what might have happened at the ice palace, or more precisely who it would have involved. Her heart suddenly felt cold as she stared ahead blankly. A patch of ice spread from where her fingers gripped the table. Queen Elsa. The yell tore everyone's attention away from the thought of what might have happened. As an out-of-breath Gerda ran through the open doors. Naruto is at the front gate, the maid gasped out. Whatever else was going to be said was lost as Elsa bolted from her chair, her feet feeling as light as her heart now was, gladdened at the knowledge that her friend was okay, that her boyfriend was safe. Faster than she had ever made the trip, the Queen was standing in the entryway of the castle, arriving just in time to watch the man she had been worrying about walk through the door, a dusting of snow clinging to his head and shoulders, meaning he had kept his promise and only returned after he was healed. While Elsa was unsure if she was ready to say that she loved the blonde man before her, the past few minutes helped her learn a bit more about how deeply she felt. From how scared she was at the thought of anything bad happening to him, to the joy she felt at learning he had kept his promise. She could feel herself getting closer to saying that she truly loved him. Elsa, Naruto happily called out with a wave. But before he rushed over to her, he stared at her face. Have you been sad? There he goes again, she thought, worrying about her and making her heart melt. Not anymore. So it wasn't a monster, said the guard, who had initially raised the alarm. He and his partner were standing in the courtyard of the castle, watching as Naruto effortlessly unloaded the chopped wood from his sled, happily dusting the snow from the top of the pile, which the guards had seen moving, and mistook it for some kind of creature. Even if it had been a monster, Elsa would have dealt with it, Anna answered the guards. Why don't you two head back into town and tell people that Naruto's back? The princess continued, believing that there would be others in the town who mistook the snow-covered sleigh. With a bow, the two guards took off, leaving the princess, who turned her focus back to her sister. Elsa was busy directing the castle staff to help unload the chopped wood from the sled. While she didn't know why her boyfriend had brought the wood, she was going to make sure that it was stored properly. She did plan on finding out later what it was for, but all of that could wait. For the moment, she just wanted to go back inside with her boyfriend, possibly have a late lunch before sitting and talking with each other, much like they had been before he left. When everything was put away, Elsa stood beside the fountain, trying to patiently wait for her fellow blonde to arrive, smiling to herself that Naruto's infectious energy seemed to be rubbing off on her. When the no longer overheating man was finally standing beside her, the two shared a smile before turning towards the castle, at which point Elsa made her move, sliding next to her boyfriend and with a red face. The queen quietly took his hand in hers and began walking towards the entrance. It was an odd feeling for her, acting like a girlfriend and holding hands because she liked being close to him, as opposed to guiding him around. After years of isolating herself in a room, it was a struggle to reach out and touch him, always afraid of hurting someone with her ice, like she had with Anna. But with Naruto she didn't get that feeling of dread, his warm body preventing her ice from affecting him. Even now, after his temperature had gone down, she could feel his warmth pass from his hand to hers and heat up her own body. Perhaps this was how Anna felt when she and Kristoff started dating. Happy just to be around the one you cared for, just enjoying the simple pleasure of holding each other's hands. Break. Elsa fidgeted around, much to Anna's quiet amusement, as the queen walked around in her undergarments, alternating between her wardrobe and peeking out the window at the clear sky. Okay, deep breath, the platinum blonde said, suddenly stopping in the middle of the room, trying to rein in her nervousness. I don't think I've ever seen you this nervous before, Anna said with a laugh. You kind of remind me of Kristoff during our first date. I'm not shaking nearly as much as he was, the elder sister retorted, feigning an insulted tone, although the smile she wore gave her away. The red-headed princess rolled her eyes as she stood up from the bed and moved towards the wardrobe, the doors already wide open to show off the different gowns inside, none of which had been touched, as Elsa struggled to decide on which one to wear. The queen having been adamant on not just conjuring an ice dress for her date, and instead wanted to dress in something that her boyfriend hadn't seen her in yet. If you're not happy with any of these dresses, maybe you have something else in your closet, Anna questioned, exasperated by her sister's indecision, which was strange for the normally well-organized queen. Although Anna's words were meant to calm her down, Elsa instead found herself remembering what was left inside the closet of her new room. While she may have moved into this room a year ago, just before her coronation, it had originally been her parents', and a lot of what they had left behind after their passing had been stored inside the closet. I don't think there's anything I could wear in there, the queen said softly. Then get over here and pick something you think you could wear, Anna pressed in exasperation. And you need to hurry and choose, because we've got a lot more to do if you want to look as amazing as possible for Naruto. Elsa sighed as she ran her hand through her loose hair, which was yet another thing she needed to decide on before her date. She was starting to worry that dating was going to require even more decision-making than ruling a kingdom. Break. In one of the sitting rooms beside the entrance hall, Naruto, Kristoff, and Sven had gathered to finalize the plan for the date. While the ninja was already dressed as well as he could be for the event, and everything he would need for the date was packed safely in a basket, his nervousness was still easy to see, something which had the ice harvester scratching his head, given his friend's usually brash nature. By now the Uzumaki was on his 9th lap of the room, walking towards the far wall before going up it, across the ceiling, and finally down another wall to begin his 10th lap. I don't think you really have anything left to worry about, Kristoff said as he leaned over to scratch Sven behind his ears. This is my first time taking royalty on a date, the shinobi countered. What, queens back home didn't ask you out? The Arendelle native jokingly asked. Naruto paused as he thought about several daimyos and a high priestess he knew, but chose not to answer the question, letting the silence hang in the air. Kristoff shrugged, taking his companion's silence as a show of his anxiety. Given how you two normally act around each other, I don't think there's much to worry about. The ice harvester would have said more, but since his companion remained silent, he chose to stay quiet as well. In fact, the only thing the other blonde did was stare off into the distance and occasionally move his brow as though he was listening to an exasperating discussion. Whatever the former ninja was doing, Kristoff figured it would be best to let his friend be for the moment, and just enjoy the time before his date. At least he had stopped walking around the room. Break. Okay, Elsa, here we go, the queen spoke to herself, slowly walking towards the entrance hall where her date was waiting, trying desperately to conceal her nervousness while still feeling the joy flowing inside her. A few steps later and she rounded the last corner into the entrance hall where Naruto was waiting patiently. Once she was in view, he greeted her in his usual enthusiastic way, but didn't say anything beyond that. He simply stood and stared at her, taking in every detail of her appearance. A dark blush forming on his cheeks that was soon joined by a blush of her own. With the early spring chill still in the air, she had chosen to wear a heavier gown, ensuring some protection from the cold wind. While the cold didn't bother her, there was something nice about being snug and warm, which was a small portion of why she enjoyed spending so much time with the man next to her. His very being made her feel safe and comfortable. Whether it was the heat radiating from his body or that wonderful smile he always had, her boyfriend was a joy to be around. The two spent a few seconds appreciating each other before leaving the castle, hand in hand, and doing their best to ignore the watchful eyes of the castle residents, who were trying to discreetly watch the couple as they made it past the front gates. "Where are we going?" Elsa excitedly asked, not knowing what was planned for the day, having given in to Naruto's request to let him plan out their date. "Outside of town," the blonde said, holding up a wicker basket. "We are having lunch next to the lake." The queen was pleasantly surprised by the response, knowing that lunch would probably be part of their outing, but had expected something indoors due to the cold weather. Although perhaps that was why he had chosen the outdoor venue. There were very few people who would venture outside unnecessarily in the early spring, meaning that she and Naruto would be alone, something that was becoming a welcome idea as the two strolled down the street, stopping every few steps for Elsa to greet a villager or Naruto to quickly help someone move something heavy onto a cart. Once the ninja had spent a few seconds helping whoever needed it, he would return to the queen's side and grasp her hand again, something the people took great notice of as the closer the new couple got to the edge of town, the more people would whisper and point at them, no doubt curious about what relationship they now shared. Just before the two were about to leave the town, they passed by an empty lot that had been set aside for the children to play in. Once Naruto was seen passing by, the kids stopped what they were doing and rushed towards the blonde, happily yelling out in excitement at his passing. Of course, near the front of the pack was Ingrid, a young girl throwing herself into the air, where the Uzumaki dexterously caught her with a single arm, although he did have to let go of his girlfriend's hand. "Hello everyone," the blonde shouted out as the kids gathered around him. "I am sorry, but I cannot play today. I am spending the day with Elsa." The children turned their attention to the queen, many of whom had already given their respectful greeting. Among the children was Ingrid's friend, a young girl with frizzy red hair and freckles named Hedda. "Are you two going on a date?" the redhead asked with a wide smile. While Naruto began speaking in his native language, Elsa decided it would be best to tell the truth to the children and everyone else that was listening. Blushing, the queen lowered herself closer to the child's height. "Yes, Naruto and I are going on a date." All of the children cheered. Ingrid gave a quick hug around the blonde's neck before jumping down from his arm. Once on the ground, the little girl and several others began to push the man towards his girlfriend so they could continue with their date. Once more holding hands, the two blondes were able to make their way out of the town to the well wishes of the villagers. Although the farewell calls to Queen Elsa and King Naruto would take some getting used to for everyone. "Things are going to be interesting once we get back to town," Elsa called out. "We'll probably have to sneak back to the castle to avoid everybody." "I can carry you over the rooftops," Naruto replied cheekily. "Maybe," the queen giggled to herself. Both of them happily talked as they moved farther away from the town, eventually reaching the spot Naruto had picked for their picnic. Although Elsa had been to the lake he had chosen, where they would be sitting was not what she had expected. While she had been thinking they would have lunched next to the frozen lake, the displaced ninja instead began walking over it, leading them to a small grassy island in the middle of the ice. Surprised by the turn of events, the queen smiled at her boyfriend to let him know she was happy, before suddenly letting go of his hand. While others would struggle to find solid footing, the sorceress found freedom. Gale skating around her fellow blonde with perfect precision, sailing so close that their clothes brushed together with each pass. Where Naruto could walk across the ice, Elsa danced. It took far longer than intended for the duo to reach the island. Elsa was happily out of breath as she made one last twirl before walking onto the land. Lunch already set out, as her boyfriend sat on a rock clapping at her display. With a half bow, she took a seat next to him to catch her breath. A minute of rest later and she was presented with a plate of sandwiches. The meal was simple, made to survive the early spring weather more than anything. And while the food was tasty, the company was even better, as the two spent hours sitting together, neither caring about the cold, only paying attention to each other as they talked. When the sun was well past its zenith, the couple became silent, simply relaxing in the other's presence. Naruto stared off into the distance, while Elsa took some time to watch his face. She had noticed that ever since he had returned for the Ice Palace, her boyfriend had picked up a strange habit. Sometimes, when Naruto was looking off into the distance, she had noticed that he would twitch his eyebrows or roll his eyes, almost like he was having a conversation that only he could hear. She found herself thinking it was cute, but not as cute as his whiskered cheeks. With a devious smile, the queen reached up to give the faux whiskers a soft rub, startling their owner, but he calmed down quickly when he realized it was Elsa. Begrudgingly, he sat as quietly as he could, letting the girl massage his cheek, until, inevitably, he began to purr. While initially the queen had found little opportunity to talk with her friend about his strange ability, over the months they had known each other the topic had come up. And while the shinobi was usually not fond of the trait, he made an exception for the woman he cherished. taking his own enjoyment from her soft caresses. Once the queen was satisfied, she stopped, letting the low rumble from the man end before she made her own move. While Naruto had planned out the wonderful date, she doubted he had planned for this. As quick as she could, she leaned over and kissed his cheek. She pulled back with a smile. "Today was wonderful, Naruto, thank you." Her words were soft but heartfelt. Having greatly enjoyed her time away from the castle and town, being out in nature with no one else around but her boyfriend had a profoundly calming effect on her. With none of her royal duties to attend to, the queen felt at ease. There was even a nice song on the wind calling out to her. Standing up, she brushed her gown clean and turned to the still stunned man. His face colored crimson as he held his own cheek. "It's about time we head back," Elsa said, much to her own displeasure. "We can't hide out here forever, and everyone probably wants to know how our date went." Though not moving as swiftly as normal, Naruto did stand up as well. Quickly putting away what was left of lunch, he stood next to her with a smile. "I think our date was great," he stated, grasping her hand. Elsa shared his grin, but took a quick look at their joined hands. Neither of them needed to wear gloves so their bare skin could touch. "Life is definitely better with the gloves off," she softly spoke to herself, but Naruto still heard, looking at her in confusion while he lifted up the wicker basket with his other bare hand. With no flames in sight, "Let's go home. I heard that the queen's date went well yesterday," a woman spoke with her friend, both of them enjoying the clear spring sky. "Last fall, Naruto helped my husband move a tree down to the mill," the other woman responded. "It's comforting to know that our queen is dating someone so reliable." Many similar conversations were happening all over the kingdom, each filled with stories about the blonde and all that he had done for the village. Queen Elsa and King Naruto, walking hand in hand, a group of children sang out as they marched down the street. "For the last time, children, the queen's suitor is not allowed to become king. At most he will become Prince Naruto," a music instructor lamented to the kids. "Why can't he be king?" one of the children asked. "I think Naruto would make a great king. He's so kind and strong. Regardless of his qualifications, he is a foreigner," the tutor replied, "and therefore he cannot become king. The highest rank he can obtain will be prince." "That's dumb," another child exclaimed. "Naruto would be the best king ever, but he does not have the training or knowledge to lead our people. He can learn, just like he learned to talk with us," a young red-headed girl yelled out, quickly supported by her blonde friend, and then all the other gathered children. Queen Elsa and King Naruto, walking hand in hand, the children began to sing again as they continued walking down the street, leaving an irritated instructor behind. Watching everything that happened was Princess Anna, who decided to take a walk around the village before she had to meet Kristoff, taking in all the sights and sounds of community, along with listening for any gossip about her sister. Elsa returned to the castle with a large smile as she was carried over the castle walls in her boyfriend's arms, conveniently avoiding the entire town and the many curious villagers waiting for them. Of course, once the two were back on solid ground, the couple still had to answer to the red-headed princess and castle staff. Now, with the dawning of a new day, Anna was making it her duty to tell all the villagers that the queen's date went perfectly. She was doing this, partially, to prevent any rumors from forming, but her main reason was to keep people from going directly to her sister. It wouldn't be good for anyone if the queen couldn't get any work done because she was too busy answering questions about her love life. Thankfully, for Anna at least, she only needed to tell a couple of people about how the date went, and they went off and told everyone else for her, leaving the princess to walk around with only the usual amount of interruptions from the people. Eventually the sun neared its peak, and Anna hurried off to her own date with her own blonde. Apparently Kristoff had helped Naruto with the preparations for his outing, so the ice harvester wanted to take her somewhere nice. To the princess, this was proof that she and her sister both had great taste in men, even if Anna preferred hers to have the faint smell of reindeer. Break. On a dirt road leading out of town, there were two giant mounds of snow, one on each side of the newly cleared road. Each of these piles had been claimed by a group of children who were eagerly shaping them into forts, getting ready for a coming snowball fight. "Has anybody started making snowballs?" Ingrid called out, putting the finishing touches on a wall. "I think some of the boys have already started," the frizzy-haired header replied. "This would have been easier if Naruto was here," someone else said in exasperation. "He's busy now," Ingrid insisted. "Besides, he wouldn't want us to always rely on him." "Yeah, so we have to win this battle for him," and Queen Elsa, Hedda cheered in support of her blonde friend, joined soon after by the rest of the group. "With me, Hedda the mighty, to lead the charge, and Ingrid the wise to guide us, we're unstoppable," the red-haired girl proclaimed. The blonde girl blushed a deep red, both embarrassed from her friend's words and flattered by her confidence. Unfortunately, the group's cheering was cut short when a snowball brushed over Ingrid's head and broke apart against a far wall, causing everyone to crouch behind their frosty cover. "Keeping throwing those snowballs," a girl from the other group yelled out, leading to a shower of fluffy projectiles. Risking a peek over a wall, Hedda could see the black-haired girl, Sarah, ordering around the group of kids, trying to get them to follow her commands, with little success. Only the young Arn, a short, dirty, blonde-haired boy, seemed to listen to her after the first snowball had been thrown. "So what now?" the redhead asked her friend, ducking behind the wall. "Sarah's trying to lead them. They'll run out of snowballs to throw eventually," Ingrid replied, grabbing handfuls of snow. "Until then, we should stay hidden and make more snowballs of our own." Ah, be sneaky, Hedda said, grabbing her own snow as several others did the same. Just like Naruto taught us, the blonde smiled. The two girls bumped their fists together, confident in their teammates and each other. Break. All right, Sven, Kristoff yelled as his best friend trotted beside him, a picnic basket swinging from his antler. Today is the day we once again show Anna how great of a boyfriend I am. That's right, Kristoff, the reindeer replied, spoken by his human companion. You need to show that all the dating advice you gave Naruto wasn't a fluke. I wouldn't go that far, buddy, the ice harvester said, patting his friend's shoulder. It's not like there's a competition between the two of us. While it's true that neither of you are competing against each other, both of you are dating royal sisters. So the villagers are bound to compare you too. So what you're saying is that I would be showing off for the townspeople, and not the people I actually care about, the blonde summarized, receiving a stern nod and a grunt from his friend. But it's only fun if I show off for you, Anna, and our friends. A whinnying laugh came from the four-legged friend, rhythmically patting his hoof against the ground. Then don't worry so much. Take Anna on a date because you want to. Not because Naruto took Elsa out yesterday. You're right, Sven, as you always are. The only thing that matters about my dating skills is that Anna is having a good time, Kristoff enthusiastically declared. Thanks for the advice, buddy. I'll have to share it with Naruto. I can only imagine how much tougher it is dating a queen instead of a princess. The two marched off, continuing to talk as they went. Passing by a set of snow forts, the duo gave a wave to Ingrid and Hedda, who were standing victoriously in the snowball fight that had just taken place. Eventually the two reached the edge of town where Anna was sitting on a stone wall, kicking her feet to a rhythm that only she could hear. When she saw the duo, she gave a large wave as she jumped off the old wall into a joyous sprint towards her boyfriend. The following picnic was delicious, even if Sven ate all the carrots. Elsa smiled politely as she passed by some of the maids in the castle's hallways, quickly continuing towards her office that had been fully moved out of Naruto's bedroom now that he didn't need to be watched over. Stopping by a window, the queen looked past the open curtains and clenched her hand tightly as she could see another group of finely dressed men walking over the bridge towards the castle. It had only been a short time since spring had started, yet there were already several sets of diplomats who had arrived in the kingdom, much earlier than they usually would have. No doubt this group, like the previous ones, were interested in the rumors about the fiery beast of Arendelle. Stories from the merchants who left for the winter were spreading around the other nations, telling the grand tales of Naruto's powers, at least the ones they had known about at the time. A man whose mere touch could spark a fire and was capable of lifting a house's roof by himself were impossible-sounding stories. Almost as impossible as a queen who had control over ice. Now several countries were sending envoys, eager to learn the truth about Naruto, and determine if he was a threat or another reason to keep good relations with Arendelle. That was the part Elsa hated the most, being forced to use her boyfriend as a bargaining chip to ensure her country's continued safety and happiness. Constantly having to admit that most of the rumors were true and Naruto was unnaturally powerful, while trying to ensure that he had, and would, only use his abilities to help those around him. Although she always smiled when she got to say that his ability to start a fire with a touch had been cured. Thankfully, the only rumors the envoys had were from before winter, meaning they were missing some of the newer stories revolving around the blonde. Mainly that he had begun to date the queen, which Elsa chose not to mention unless she was asked. Unfortunately, their ignorance of that topic would only last until they talked with anyone outside the castle. Knowing that questions would be inevitable, Elsa had already declared a state dinner for tomorrow, with the promise that Naruto would be attending. She was already debating in her mind where everyone would sit, wanting Naruto seated next to her as a proclamation that they were dating. But any further planning would have to be put on hold. The finely dressed men had reached the castle and would soon be led to the conference room. Another pang of annoyance flashed through her at the thought of having to repeat the same discussion again. Suddenly, a pleasant heat surrounded her body, signifying the presence of her boyfriend, and she only had to wait another second before she felt his arms wrap around her in a warm hug. "What is wrong?" Naruto asked her, holding her against his chest. Of course, the first thing he noticed was how stressed she was. It was one of the parts of his charm that she fell for. "There's nothing wrong," Elsa defended softly, unable to find the strength or will to break free of the soothing embrace. "I was just thinking about something." "You are upset," the blonde insisted. "I can tell. The next few days are going to be difficult," the queen confided. "Several countries have sent people here to check on rumors about me and my power," Naruto finished for her. Elsa could only place her hand over one of his as she looked over her shoulder at him, not surprised by how quickly he picked up on the situation. While he was still struggling with the language, her boyfriend was not stupid. He was simple, but that only added to his charm. "They're curious if the rumors about your strength are true. I hope they are not too afraid of me," Naruto muttered, releasing his hold on his girlfriend to rub the back of his head. Elsa took the chance to turn around so she could look at her boyfriend, his deep blue eyes gazing back at her lovingly. "They just don't know you yet," she stated with a fond smile. "Once they meet you, I doubt they could be scared of you." "I hope so," he responded, pulling her back into a comforting hug, which she happily returned. Eventually they pulled apart, both having something they still needed to do that day. However, Elsa wanted to warn her boyfriend about what would be happening tomorrow. "Most of these visitors don't know that we're dating," she began. enjoying the thrill she still got when acknowledging their relationship out loud. Tomorrow we'll be having a state dinner with all the visitors, so we can introduce you to them. Do I have to wear a suit? Naruto asked in dread. It would be best if you did, Elsa answered, now thinking about what her boyfriend would look like dressed up. That was now a definite perk to this plan, in her opinion. I will try not to complain too much, he smiled at her. Although, for a moment, he looked away like he had heard someone else talk to him. A habit he seemed to develop during his stay at the Ice Palace. It will only be for a few hours, she assured him. You're free until tomorrow, so go finish what you need to do, and we'll talk more tonight. I will do that, he responded as he began to walk away, leaving Elsa by herself. Although the hallway was soon filled with more people, several finely dressed men being escorted by a group of servants. All of them were given a polite smile and wave from Naruto as he maneuvered past them. Most of the visitors looked towards him, but soon focused their attention on the queen before them, each intent on impressing the ruler and gaining favor for their own country, while bringing back any knowledge about the rumored fiery beast. Gentlemen, we welcome you to our kingdom, Elsa smiled, doing her best to stay polite. You will have to excuse Naruto, he is on his way to meet with all the children in town. They're going to have a sled race today, and he's one of the judges. The Queen of Ice and Snow tried to stifle a giggle as she watched two of the men hastily turn around in search of the blonde. They probably spent the morning walking around town, and must have heard Naruto's name. Pardon me, Your Majesty, one of the two men called out. A tall thin man, with a pointed beard. We had heard rumors about a man, by that name, who was so hot, that no one could get near him. The rest of the visitors, who were not as well informed, refocused their attention, eager for any confirmation about the rumors, while at the same time being annoyed with themselves for not paying attention to the blonde when he walked past them. It was true, Elsa began. When Naruto first came to Arendelle, his temperature was so high that most people would be burned if they tried to touch him. Only we could even approach him. Thankfully he has recently cooled down, and can no longer set things on fire with a touch. The dignitaries all nodded at the pleasant news. Each of them revealed that they could return home and tell their rules that there wasn't a monster with fire powers living in Arendelle. Although there were still questions they wanted to ask, but all of them kept quiet, eager to hear more. Yet, even with such a fever, he still insisted on helping around the town as much as he could, the queen chuckled, enjoying being able to brag about how great her boyfriend was. That made him very popular around town, and all the children love it when he visits them. Speaking of, another man, the second of the informed duo, called out, a bushy red beard on his face. The town's children, they sing about a relationship between you and this man. All noise stopped at the question. The other visitors, who did not know, were shocked at the revelation. While Elsa smiled. Yes, we are in a committed relationship with him, she proudly stated. Why should she conceal her feelings when the thought of Naruto made her happy? Wouldn't it be better to share her happiness with everyone? I don't think I've ever seen you put this much effort into wearing clothes, Kurama called out from within his friend and partner. I'm doing this to help Elsa, Naruto gave as a mental reply, trying desperately to fix the collar of his shirt. Now that we are off that mountain, I'm looking forward to learning more about this woman who has changed you so much in the short time that I've been resting, the fox barked out in a laugh. Giving up on perfecting his shirt, for the moment, Naruto turned to look through the closed window. A light shower of snow fell from the mid-spring sky, coating the town in a thin white dust. She must be a special person to get you to put up with something like this, using only her words. Of course she's special. She's a lot of fun to be around, and really smart. Not to mention beautiful. Well yeah, so is Sakura. But Elsa's more than that. Everything she does is for those around her. Whether it's the village, the people in the castle, or even us. She always tries to make everyone happy, Naruto smiled as he thought about his girlfriend, recalling a few of the times when she would take on a task to help someone. And her powers? Kurama questioned, interrupting his partner's musings. What about them? The ability to freely control ice seems to be even more of a rarity here than it was back in the elemental nations. Most people would chase after someone with that kind of power, whether to take it as their own or ensure it can't be used against them. If there are people like that out there, I'll make sure to protect Elsa from them, Naruto firmly stated. If someone wants to use or attack her, they'll have to get through me first. A thunderous laugh floated through the blonde's mind. You never fail to show why you're the only human I like. Anyone else would have focused on her powers first and, possibly, protecting her second. While her powers are cool, they're not what define her. The ninja waited a few seconds before continuing. I don't think you and I can really talk about people wanting to use others for power. I spent over 2 years training for the Akatsuki, and you had it even worse than that, long before I was born. True, Kurama lamented. The two fell into a silence that was neither tense nor comfortable. It was a simple quiet between two friends who had endured a lot, both before they became friends and afterwards. After a few minutes, during which Naruto was able to fix the collar of his shirt, a knocking at his door grabbed his attention. Pardon me, Naruto, but you should head down to the banquet hall soon, Jirta called from behind the door. Thank you, Jirta, the blonde called back. I will be done in a minute. An acknowledgement was said before he heard the woman walking away, continuing with her many tasks. Naruto liked the head maid. Ever since he had arrived, she had always been friendly with him, giving a kind smile as she moved about the castle, always working on her next project. It had actually been her who helped foster his friendship with Kai, the head attendant of the castle. While the man had a strict adherence to rules and traditions, he also had a mischievous nature that blended well with Naruto's own. With one final look in the mirror, Naruto exited his room and steadily made his way to the dining hall, where many of the visiting ambassadors were anxiously waiting at the table. When the blonde ninja arrived, the only familiar face he saw was Kristoff. Neither Elsa nor Anna had arrived yet. Both of them were intended to be the last ones to enter the dining room. Kai called out a quick, but formal, introduction as the two blondes entered the dining hall. Both men waved politely as they made their way to the table, taking their spots at their predetermined positions. At the center of the table was an open seat, where Elsa would preside over the dinner when she arrived. To the right was another empty chair for Anna, giving a strong sense of unity between the queen and princess. Kristoff took his own seat next to his girlfriend's. This put Naruto beside Elsa's left. A fitting spot, he thought, given his girlfriend's handedness. While few of the visitors would understand, he enjoyed the thought. Presenting Her Majesty Queen Elsa of Arendelle, Kai called out after a few minutes, stepping to the side as the blonde ruler strode into the room, her ever-elegant features on full display as she moved through the room, graciously greeting guests as she passed them or waving to the farther away ones. Eventually she neared her spot at the table and Naruto stood, holding her chair as she sat, before pushing her towards the table. While he had been unsure about doing this, the smile that Elsa now wore outshone even the ice she controlled, meaning Naruto would have to thank Kristoff for the advice. "You look beautiful, Elsa-chan," the blonde said in his native language, making sure he was loud to be heard by those around him. "Thank you very much, Naruto-kun," she replied slowly. While still not comfortable speaking Japanese, she had been practicing, giving them a way to talk with each other and allow them simple, yet special, moments together. It always amazed Elsa how devious Naruto could be. While she had never been on the receiving end of his pranks, she had heard plenty of stories from the castle staff. But this had been something different, a clear declaration about the relationship they shared, which involved the shared knowledge of an exotic language. Many of the visitors were shocked by the action. Some of them were trying to repeat the foreign words in their head and attempting to decipher what they meant. One ambassador was even writing down what he thought he heard and would probably ask someone back in his country to try and translate it. With the soft ringing of a fork against her glass, Elsa addressed the congregation, welcoming them all to Arendelle and the feast, before giving a short speech about the legacy of trade between all the nations and how she hoped everyone continued to prosper together. When she was done, she sat down as the servants brought the food to the table. Beside her, Naruto gave a smile, pleased by her speech. Although she did notice him grimace at some of the longer words, she would have to work on his vocabulary again, especially since he would be accompanying her to more political events in the future. Soon the clatter of silverware could be heard as everyone began to eat, with everyone enjoying the good food, much to the kitchen staff's silent pleasure. Many of the guests gave particular praise to a noodle soup they had never heard of called ramen. Elsa was just glad that everything was going well, except for one minor annoyance. She was left-handed, and Naruto was right-handed, while her boyfriend was taking his time eating and putting all his etiquette training to use. The way they were seated next to each other was problematic, mainly that if both of them happened to stick their arm out at the same time, their elbows would bump against each other. The first time it happened, the two smiled and continued eating. The second time, they realized what was going on, and the third time had yet to happen. Now, every time Elsa unconsciously stuck out her left arm, she saw Naruto's either above or below hers, showing off the speed and dexterity that he possessed. Thankfully, none of the guests noticed the odd display, or if they did see the two bump their arms together, they chose not to mention it, wanting to avoid insulting the queen. Soon enough, dinner was finished, and Elsa stood once more to address everyone. "Thank you all for the generous compliments to the kitchen staff," she started. "Now, we would like to invite you all to the next room, where we can all talk in peace." The gathered dignitaries agreed. Every one of them was excited to have a chance to personally talk with the queen, or possibly her new boyfriend, and learn how deep their relationship had gone. Within minutes, everyone had gathered in the converted ballroom, happily congregated around the tables filled with small cakes and wine-filled glasses. "Queen Elsa, this has been a magnificent evening," an ambassadress said. The young, beautiful, and dark-haired woman held a still full glass of wine in her hand, as her sharp auburn eyes quickly traveled over the room. This was Babette, one of the few ambassadresses among the group of visiting dignitaries, and the only one that was close to Elsa's age. She and the queen had been cordial, if not outright friendly, with each other. However, Babette was loyal to her country and intent on learning everything she could about Naruto. "It was a big surprise to learn about your boyfriend," the ambassadress stated, echoing the feelings of many in the room, especially with all the wild rumors from last year. "I never would have imagined that the beast you tamed would be such a handsome man." Elsa laughed politely. "We do not know where those rumors came from, but Naruto has never acted like an animal around us." "You are very fortunate then," Babette cheered. "You found a good man, but I'm curious about how loyal he is." While loyal, Ambassadress Babette was a known flirt, be it with her hosts or other dignitaries. While Elsa was safe from the other woman's advances, she worried about what the dark-haired woman's intent was for Naruto. Thankfully, he had moved to the other side of the room, where the majority of the guests were gathered. coincidentally leaving Elsa with only a few dignitaries around her. The displaced ninja was busy answering questions about himself and his homeland, with the occasional, unsubtle query about his powers and abilities, at which point everyone would become very quiet as they intently listened for his answer, eager for any insight into what made him strong. An older diplomat, with a large mustache, stood next to Naruto, listening to the young man's story. "Well, young sir, it sounds like you've had quite the adventure," the man exclaimed, "and yet now find yourself in the lucky position of dating a queen." Naruto turned to the man, and as clearly as he could said, "Anyone can date a queen. What makes me lucky is that I am dating Elsa." Many of the gathered men chuckled at the comment, amused by the young man's belief that dating a queen wasn't special, although some of the older men were touched by the blonde's loyalty to his new girlfriend. Of those gathered, the only one who spoke up in support of Naruto was another young man, who was younger than the ninja. "I have often heard my sister say she wants a man like you for her husband," the boy spoke. His regal attire was perfectly fitted to his small frame, his green eyes locking with Naruto's blue ones. "If she were to get married, I think my whole kingdom would rest a bit easier." Prince Rudolph, one of the older ambassadors, called out to the boy, "In a few short years you will ascend to the throne, and your sister can step down as queen regent. But that shouldn't stop my sister from looking for love now," the now-named prince sighed. "I believe that Queen Elsa has set a new precedent, where one's obligations do not distract from finding love. Don't you agree, Lord Naruto?" "I agree," the blonde responded slowly, making sure that he fully understood the conversation. "And call me Naruto." "Very well," the prince responded, "but you must call me Ruddy in return." The two shook hands, as the older guests around them made strained faces at the casual nature of the two. Several minutes passed as different diplomats came around to talk with Naruto, while Ruddy stood nearby, listening to the conversation, but constantly looking around the ballroom for something. Suddenly Ruddy shifted, moving next to Naruto as he looked across the hall. "I'm sorry to leave so suddenly, but I need to go find Princess Anna and her boyfriend," the young prince proclaimed. A nearby older man twitched his hooked nose in annoyance. "The queen's sister was near the dessert table," he said with a sneer. "I'm sure she has plenty of time to spare." Ruddy gave a curt thanks to the man before he left to find the red-headed princess, leaving Naruto with the hook-nosed man, who he quickly left behind as well, using his ninja training to vanish from the man's sight, only to reappear seconds later with another group of, much more pleasant, diplomats. Break. A couple of hours later, the guests were beginning to leave the castle. Some of them were headed back to the hotels they were staying at, while others made their way back to their ships docked at the harbor and their private rooms on board. Elsa was standing at the entrance to the castle, seeing off the final few guests. "It was so good to see you again, Queen Elsa," Babette the ambassadress cheered. "And it was wonderful to meet your handsome boyfriend." Elsa gave a strained smile to the woman. She enjoyed talking with the ambassadress, but was not happy with her word choice anytime Naruto was mentioned. "It's just a shame that we couldn't have a ball," the notorious flirt cried. "It would have been so much fun to dance with Lord Naruto and Prince Rudolph." The Snow Queen withheld her smile. Due to the suddenness of the dignitaries, there hadn't been enough time to arrange a ball or any kind of dance, which meant she had less things to worry about. Of course, once the kings and queens are told that Naruto is both real and as powerful as the rumors say, they will want to personally meet him, Babette continued. Elsa shuddered at the unspoken truth. Soon there would be more people coming to Arendelle, and they would expect more than a state dinner. There would need to be entertainment and a formal dance planned out, which left the young queen feeling uneasy. With a few more parting words, Babette left the castle for her hotel, leaving Elsa in the castle entranceway with only Anna beside her. And once the ambassadress was outside the doorway, both sisters let out a great sigh of relief, happy that the night was over with no new problems to take care of. "Please tell me Babette was only joking about more royals coming to meet Naruto?" Anna asked, feeling tired at the thought of another royal ball, even if she did love parties. "Unfortunately, there will probably be another group coming to visit Arendelle," Elsa answered. "Thankfully, they won't show up until the summer. At least Kristoff will be happy that Ruddy will be coming back." The redhead chuckled to herself. "Where's Prince Rudolph?" the queen questioned. "I didn't see him leave with the other dignitaries. He and Kristoff left together about 2 hours ago to visit Sven," Anna replied. "I think they're still in the stable. I never knew Prince Rudolph liked reindeer. Neither did anyone else, but apparently he's as big a reindeer fanatic as Kristoff is," the princess growled. "He walked up, proclaimed that I had to call him Ruddy, and then stole my boyfriend to go talk about reindeer. He is the strangest prince I have ever met, and I was engaged to Hans for a day." Elsa tried to hide a chuckle at her sister's distress. "Prince Rudolph is a strange case," the queen admitted. "He's the prince of the Eastern Plains and younger brother of the Queen Regent Annette. However, he is supposed to take the throne when he comes of age in a few years. Then why is he outside the country?" Anna wondered. "Supposedly, he wanted to see the world and learn about it before he took the throne, so his sister placed him as the royal ambassador of their country. He now travels around the globe and has been doing a wonderful job of keeping good relations with everyone." Anna hummed, fascinated by the story. "The problem is that most of the other countries are putting a lot of effort into keeping him happy, so he'll remember them when he takes the throne." The blonde continued. "They treat him as a prince who will one day rule a country instead of an ambassador." Elsa chuckled to herself. There are rumors that Prince Rudolph is so comfortable being the ambassador that he might abdicate the throne and choose not to become king, leaving his sister to rule the land. That sounds complicated, Anna groaned. I'm glad you're around to deal with this stuff so I don't have to. It's not that hard, Elsa said, nudging her sister. But don't worry, as the princess you have other duties you need to do. Yeah, the redhead chuckled, and I think the first one I need to do now is to pull Kristoff out of the stable. Elsa laughed as her sister walked into the cold courtyard, intent on bringing her boyfriend back inside where it was warm. Although the queen waited patiently for her own source of warmth to return from guiding the visitors over the castle's bridge, ensuring that everyone actually left. And when he did return, the queen thought it would be wonderful if the two of them went to one of the quiet sitting rooms alone, to talk and spend time with each other after the stressful day, with the possibility of getting one of his wonderful massages always being on her mind. It had been several days since the state dinner at the castle, and all of the visiting dignitaries had returned home, bringing stories about Queen Elsa's intended with them, ensuring that many nobles would want to come and eventually meet the blonde themselves. For Arendelle itself, there hadn't been any snow the previous night, so the roads were clear, although there were still large piles of snow on either side of the walkway, giving the children plenty of places to play, which most of them were doing. Although, once the snow did thaw, the town was ready to begin planting this year's crops, which would, hopefully, be next week. But until then the children were all making sure to spend their time playing, except for two little girls, who were more interested in spending time with their friend. We're so high up, Ingrid said as she sat on Naruto's shoulder, using her hand to shade her eyes as she looked around the town. You're really tall, Naruto, Hedda said from the ninja's other shoulder. I'm not that tall, the lone male chuckled. Kristoff is taller than me. Yeah, but Kristoff is a giant that was raised in the woods, Ingrid claimed. At least that's what Mr. Hansen says at the orphanage. And how does he know about Kristoff? Naruto asked curiously. He says he and Kristoff used to live in the orphanage together, the blonde girl answered. But then one day Kristoff left the orphanage, with a baby reindeer beside him, the redhead finished. That sounds like something Kristoff would do, Naruto chuckled. Both girls joined in as they continued to ride on their friends' shoulders, waving at some of the other townspeople as they passed. Do you think I could survive if I went into the woods? Ingrid asked suddenly. Well, Naruto hesitated. It depends on how prepared you are. The blonde thought for a moment. Do you remember when it first started snowing, and I taught you how to build a fire to stay warm? I remember, Ingrid cheered from her perch. You also taught us how to make markers so we won't get lost in the forest. I remember the fire, but nothing else, Hedda admitted. That is all right, the lone boy of the group encouraged. It takes time to learn new things, which is why you should be prepared when you try something new, like living in the woods. The girls took a few minutes to think over his words, Ingrid silently thinking over the situation and reciting what she had learned from her fellow blonde, while Hedda soon lost interest and began to look around, keeping track of her surroundings. A sudden gust of chilled air stopped the group on their tracks as the last bit of cold refused to leave the village, causing the two girls to shudder. I'm so jealous of your hair, Hedda, Ingrid called out, using her gloved hands to shield her ears. You have so much, you must be warm. It's not that much warmer, the redhead complained, pulling her pink jacket close. Naruto tried not to chuckle at the two, but found it difficult. While he was no longer overheating, his body temperature was still higher than normal, keeping him comfortable in the early spring weather. How about I buy you something to warm you up, the ninja said, flexing his shoulders to signal the girls, who dutifully jumped to the ground. Walking up to a clothing stall, Naruto began to look at the selection. All of the clothes were left over from the previous winter, and with the spring thaw only days away, few were interested in new cold wear. However, after only a minute of looking, Ingrid had a large blue hat, with ear flaps, placed loosely on her head. There you go, Naruto said proudly. By next winter you will have grown into that. As one girl began to dance around with her new hat, the blonde turned to the other girl. Her large hair did offer protection from the cold, so she didn't need a hat. But a new scarf would be nice, which is how the redhead was given a lime green scarf that clashed horribly with her pink jacket. Naruto thought the colors were striking together, and Hedda didn't care as she danced around with Ingrid. Okay, you two, the blonde said, kneeling down to the girl's level. I need to head back to the castle soon. There is a lot of furniture I promised to help move. The two girls whined. But we still want to play. I will be back to play with you two tomorrow, but until then I want both of you to play together. We could pretend to climb mountains, Hedda suggested. If we use the snow mounds around town, it'll be like we're making our way to the Forbidden Lands, Ingrid added. So we'll be ready to go there in the future. Naruto chuckled at the enthusiastic girls. That is what I meant about being prepared. I could have saved myself a lot of trouble when I was younger if I had been more prepared. Then we'll get ready now, so we can be famous explorers later, the redhead announced, as head of the mighty and Ingrid the wise. And I will be there to cheer you on, Naruto said, patting the young girls on their heads. The trio laughed, happy in their knowledge that they will be friends forever. Eventually the displaced ninja stood up and said his goodbyes as he turned back to the castle. However, before he could leave, Ingrid gasped at remembering something and ran up to grab his sleeve. Are you still coming to the school pageant next week? The little girl asked. Of course I will be there, Naruto answered. Elsa and Anna are also excited to see the show. With that final question answered, the two girls cheered and ran off to go play, while the ninja disappeared over the rooftops, quickly making his way back to the castle. Hedda and Ingrid rushed off down the road, into a nearby alleyway that had a snow pile that went all the way to the roof of a house. A minute later, Ingrid had found some discarded twine and created a make-believe tether for the two girls to climb their mountain, where they imagined harsh storms and the freezing cold oppose their ascent. I, Hedda the Mighty, have climbed this mountain and conquered the Forbidden Land, the redhead called from her vantage point. Ingrid smiled next to her as both girls raised their hands to cheer, happy with how their game of make-believe was going. I find it hard to believe that you could conquer the Forbidden Land when you don't even know where it is, a new voice called out. An older girl with black hair called from the bottom of the snow mound. Maybe you should be called Hedda the Mini instead. As if you know anything about the Forbidden Land, Sarah, Hedda challenged back to the girl. I know plenty about the Forbidden Land, the dark-haired girl responded with a quiver. Don't they, Arn? Behind the older girl, a boy with dirty blonde hair, and shorter than both Hedda and Ingrid, poked his head out. Yeah, she does, he yelled out, although he kept as close to the older girl as he physically could. Ingrid stepped forward, ready to challenge Sarah's claim. But before any words could be spoken, a giant snowball rolled between the two groups of children, smashing to pieces against a far wall, revealing a living snowman at its center. That was fun, Olaf said, his carrot nose pushed back into his head. Hi everyone, I hope I was a good pretend avalanche. Olaf, what are you doing here? Hedda asked, while Ingrid snuck behind the sentient snowman and pushed his carrot nose back into place. I heard everyone talking about the Forbidden Land and wanted to play too, so I pretended to be an avalanche and joined in the fun. The sound of snow crunching was heard as Sarah stomped her foot on the ground. Avalanches aren't common in the Forbidden Land, she yelled. Her lips snarled, showing off her large front teeth. Avalanches happen all the time in the mountains, Ingrid countered, which is where the Forbidden Land is. Wouldn't it be called the Forbidden Mountain if that were true? Sarah countered, marching forward to tower over the other two girls. But there are already several Forbidden Mountains. A new voice broke over the argument. Kristoff now stood at the end of the alley. Sven hitched to the ice sled was visible behind him. As I was passing by, I heard an interesting conversation, so I stopped by to join in, the blonde man said with a stern look. So what's this about a Forbidden Land? It's nothing, Sarah answered, turning her back to the ice harvester. Come on, Arn, we're leaving. We are, the younger boy questioned, but didn't get to say anything else as he ran to keep up with the near-running older girl. When the duo was finally out of sight, Kristoff's face softened. It honestly sounded like a fight was about to break out, he muttered to himself before turning to the two remaining girls and snowmen. I hope everyone is all right, but what's the story with those two? Sarah and Arn live at the orphanage with us, Hedda admitted. Sarah's older and bigger than most of us. She's mean, Ingrid added. I understand, Kristoff said, shaking his head. There was a kid named Gustav who lived at the orphanage with me. He was always picking on me because I was shorter than him. But you're so big and tall, Hedda yelled, craning her neck to look up at the blonde man. I don't think anyone would mess with you. Gustav was several years older than me, Kristoff answered. And I only got this big and strong from living in the wilderness for so long. In fact, let me tell you a story. The ice harvester knelt down to the girl's level. Meanwhile, Sven made a groaning noise before he too sat on the cold ground, the ice cart still attached to him, while Olaf sat beside the girls. Kristoff took a few seconds to collect his memories before he began his tale. Back when I was a kid, I used to sneak out of the orphanage at night to go see the ice harvesters at the lake. They were my friends and were always happy to see me. One of them even gave me a lute to play. He said if I got good enough I could play for them while they worked. The blonde stopped talking for a minute as he looked towards his sled. The head of his precious lute was visible among the rest of his bags. But one night Gustav stole my lute and he wouldn't give it back. I was so mad that I had to sneak out that night or I would have burst. Thankfully, this was the night I met my best friend Sven and we saved each other's lives. Sven put his head on Kristoff's shoulder. The blonde rubbed his friend's snout in return. It was only a few days later that I left the orphanage to live in the forest. Because they wouldn't let Sven stay at the orphanage with me, Kristoff continued. Gustav and I never got along, but I was able to meet my best buddy because of him. Well, I've already got my best friend, Hedda declared, as she wrapped her arm around Ingrid's shoulders. But I wouldn't mind if I made more friends because of Sarah. As long as we're together, I don't think there's anything we can't handle, the blonde girl added. That's the truth, Kristoff cheered, scratching Sven behind his ears. There will always be people who want to give you a rough time, but as long as you're with your friends, you can do anything. A certain snowman, who had been listening intently, jumped in the air with joy. So everyone has to deal with mean people when they're growing up. Olaf asked, but as long as you have friends, they'll never be able to get to you. I'll bet even Naruto had to put up with jerks when he was growing up. Everything went quiet for a few minutes as the two girls stared at each other. Neither one had ever thought that someone might try to pick on their friend, especially since everyone in Arendelle liked Naruto. No way, Hedda declared. It's impossible to not like Naruto, Ingrid stated. He probably had his own struggles growing up, Kristoff added. Why don't you ask him how he deals with jerks the next time you see him? The two girls cheered, intent on doing exactly that the next time they saw their friend. Olaf also asked to be with them, curious about the blonde. Although he joined in a dance with the girls, his personal flurry cloud struggling to keep up with his dancing form. Speaking of asking people something, I need to go drop off this ice, and then ask someone about a squeaky wheel. Kristoff gestured towards the ice cart still attached to Sven. I'm going to head out, but I want you two back at the orphanage before nightfall. It still gets cold after dark, and Olaf needs to be back at the castle as well. A round of agreements were heard as the ice harvester turned and headed down the street, walking beside Sven, unaware that by the next morning, Ingrid and Hedda had run away from the orphanage. Why would Hedda and Ingrid run away? Anna asked, hoping that anyone might have an answer. I don't know. They looked so happy when they came home last night, Mr. Hansen, the orphanage director, said. He was a tall and plump man several years older than Anna, with brown hair, dark eyes, and a big bushy mustache that all the children liked to make fun, which the gentleman didn't worry about, going so far as to keep his facial hair to entertain his wards. And it kept his lips warm. When I went to wake them up this morning, they and their knapsacks were gone. There's also a few loaves of bread missing too. This is so strange, Elsa said, holding her chin in thought. Those two wouldn't run away for no reason. Anna, Elsa, and Olaf were discussing what might have happened to cause Ingrid and Hedda to run away from the orphanage in the middle of the night, while Naruto and Kristoff were looking for clues about where the girls might have gone. A few minutes later, the displaced ninja landed next to the group, kicking up some of the snow that still covered the ground. There is no sign of either of them, the blonde said hurriedly, continuing to look around erratically in the hopes of finding them. Their tracks must have been covered by the snow during the night. And we still haven't found a reason why they would run away, Elsa solemnly added. We should go meet up with Kristoff, Anna suggested. He and Sven might have found something. With no other leads, the group began to head back through the town, never noticing the pair of shadowy figures listening to their conversation, nor when those figures ran to a nearby sled. Any luck? Anna questioned her boyfriend as the group neared him. Nothing, the ice harvester admitted. They must have left late at night or super early in the morning, because their tracks are gone. We'll have to expand our search then, Elsa sighed out with worry. Anna, go with Kristoff and look around the forest. They might be camping nearby. Naruto, Olaf, and I will keep searching in town. I will go deeper into the forest, Naruto stated. I taught both of them how to build campfires and trail markers. If they went deeper into the woods, I can follow them. We'll leave that to you then, Elsa responded. Stay safe, everyone. With barely any farewells, the group split apart, each focusing on their mission, with the only other thing that Elsa even registered was how stiff her shoulders felt due to the stress of worrying about the girls. Break. Kristoff was tightly holding Sven's reins as his sled glided past the town entrance. Anna was practically halfway outside the sled as she kept looking around the ground for any sign of the two girls. Look, the princess yelled, pointing to a nearby row of trees. There are sleigh tracks going into the forest. I don't know, the ice harvester added. Those look too new to have been made by the girls last night. They were probably made this morning. Maybe, but whoever made those tracks isn't following the road, Anna countered. Perhaps they saw something. It's worth checking out, her boyfriend acknowledged. Without any delay, the group was soon following the tracks deeper into the woods, keeping their eyes open to make sure they were closely following the trail. I just don't understand, Anna suddenly yelled, breaking the tense silence. Why would Hedda and Ingrid run away? It's probably my fault, Kristoff admitted. Yesterday I told them about how I used to sneak out of the orphanage when I was younger. The princess, while shocked, was also confused, refusing to believe that her boyfriend would ever encourage anyone to do something like this. You would never tell the girls to run away. And you also told me you left the orphanage because they wouldn't let you keep Sven. That was after I snuck out a lot, the ice harvester replied. I ran into the girls yesterday while they were being picked on by two other kids. After the other kids left, I told Hedda and Ingrid a story about how I would sneak out at night because a kid named Gustav was picking on me. And you think they got the idea to run away because of your story? Anna ventured. It's what I'm worried about. Slipping her hand into his, the princess smiled at her boyfriend. We'll find them, she said. Elsa's right, those two wouldn't run away for no reason. And I don't think your story alone would make them. Thanks, the blonde responded shyly, feeling calmer from his girlfriend's words. Kristoff, look, Anna yelled suddenly. Leaning against a tree was an overturned sled. It had obviously crashed, and whatever was pulling it had snapped its harness and run away. Probably back towards town, judging by the tracks. Help me move the sled from the tree, Kristoff said, walking up to the crashed vehicle. As the duo began to move the sled, a pair of loud squeaks came from behind it. Hidden between the sled and tree were two children, but neither of them were Ingrid or Hedda. I know you too, Kristoff said, looking at the black-haired girl with large front teeth and a younger dirty blonde boy next to her. You were with Hedda and Ingrid yesterday. I'm Sarah, and this is Arn, the girl said, trying her best not to look at either the ice harvester or princess, while the boy was desperately trying to not start crying. What are you two doing here? Anna asked, worried about even more children being away from the village. The kids were silent for a few seconds, both uncomfortable with the situation. Suddenly, Arn could no longer hold back his tears. We came to look for Hedda and Ingrid, the young boy wailed. It's our fault they ran away. It's my fault they ran away, Sarah clarified, putting her hand on the weeping boy's shoulder. I got into a fight with them last night, and Ingrid's new hat got torn. When Hedda ran to her, her scarf got caught and ripped down the middle. By now the girl was openly crying as well. It was an accident, I didn't know they were gifts. And when those two started crying, I didn't know what to do. So Arn and I ran back to our rooms. We didn't know they had run away until the next morning. It's okay you two, Anna said, trying to comfort the crying children, but finding herself unprepared to do so. If it really was an accident, I'm sure we can find Hedda and Ingrid and sort all of this out. Right, Kristoff? While the redhead had been expecting her boyfriend to agree with her, she was shocked when he didn't. We should take these two back to town, but with how deep into the woods we've gone it would be better if we kept on searching for the girls. We want to come, Sarah called through a sob. We want to help find Hedda and Ingrid. No, Kristoff stated. Well, we can't leave Sarah and Arn here, Anna said. We're not. There's a place close by where these two can safely stay, the blonde responded, a faint smile breaking through the grim look on his face. Break. Sven pulled the sled and its passengers past the tree line and into the Valley of the Living Rock. Drawn by the sound of a sled, and waiting near the entrance, were Kristoff's adopted mother Bolda and Grandpappy. Kristoff, my baby, the mother troll yelled, running forward to hug her son. And you brought Princess Anna with you. It's good to see you, Bolda, the Iceman said, hugging her back. Now, who are these two? The matronly troll asked, moving to Sarah and Arn and squishing the two together in a great hug. You don't bring many new friends here. Sarah's eyes were wide, unable to stop looking around at the trolls. The rumors were true. Kristoff really was raised by trolls in the forest. These two need a place to stay for a little bit, while Anna and I go take care of something important, the blonde said, referring to the still shocked-looking children. They can stay as long as necessary, Grandpappy proclaimed. But, before you and Princess Anna leave, I would like to talk with you, Kristoff. You seem upset. It's a long story, the ice harvester lamented, walking next to the elder troll, while Anna followed close behind. The two children were left under the care of the trolls, who immediately brought the kids into their group. Both of you are just in time. We were all about to play a game of Different, a young troll announced excitedly. Different? Arn asked, his confusion breaking him from his earlier shock at the mystical creatures before him. It's where you have to tell everyone something about yourself that makes you unique, another troll explained. Like this, an older troll said. You can't tell because I lean to the side a lot, but my left arm is longer than my right. So you can give bigger hugs with your left arm, a small troll stated with awe. That sounds useful, to have one arm that's especially good at giving hugs. Do either of you want to go next? Someone asked the two human children. I can, Arn volunteered, raising his hand. Let's see, I'm different because, but the young boy's words slowed down as he found himself unable to think of anything. It doesn't have to be anything big, one troll offered. As long as it's about yourself, another added. I know, the young boy exclaimed. Sometimes when I can't sleep at night, I suck my thumb. I do that too, a deep voice from the back of the group yelled. Many others joined in, adding to the game. A little ways away from the group was Sarah keeping quiet, but watching over everything. She thought the whole thing was stupid. Yet, slowly, she found it harder to keep a smile off of her face. Away from the main group, Grandpappy led Kristoff and Anna towards a set of rocks they could all sit on. Grandpappy reclined back, getting comfortable before he spoke. So, two girls have run away, and it might be because of the other two kids you brought here. That's the short version, Kristoff confirmed. It seems you're holding on to a lot of negative feelings, the elder noted. I wonder why. It's those two kids. They're bringing up bad memories of my time at the orphanage, the blonde said. Gustav, the ice harvester nodded. Anna sat quietly, watching her boyfriend talk with his adopted grandfather. Kristoff looked towards the elder. It'd be nice if you could use your magic to make me forget all the bad memories I have. The best spell I know for that would be forgiveness, Pappy said earnestly. It would be easier if you got rid of my memories, the blonde retorted. It might be easier, but to remove the bad memories I would also have to remove the good ones. I have good memories of that orphanage, Kristoff asked sarcastically. Perhaps you don't think of them as good, but they are there. Such as how you met Sven because of Gustav. Anna suddenly made her presence known, moving towards her boyfriend. I don't think you've ever told me how you met Sven. Well, there's not much to tell, the blonde started, but soon fell prey to the hopeful look on his girlfriend's face. I didn't have a lot of friends while I was growing up in the orphanage, so I would sneak out at night to visit the ice harvesters. One of them, named Tor, gave me a lute that I could learn to play. But this older kid, Gustav, took it from me one day and wouldn't give it back. Anna patted Kristoff's shoulder, giving support to the man she loved, who smiled back at her, a mutual feeling in his heart. Taking a few more seconds, he continued. That night, I snuck out of the orphanage and went to see the other icemen. I was really scared about telling Tor that the loot he gave me was taken away. But, before I could tell him, a pack of wolves ran towards us. Everyone rushed to get back to the village, but I was accidentally left behind. Kristoff took a few seconds to gather his thoughts, remembering Tor's sad voice as he yelled at his men to turn around and save the young Kristoff, only for his words to be ignored. I ran into the woods, planning to climb a tree and stay there until the wolves left. But on the way I saw a baby reindeer that had gotten his antlers stuck in the underbrush. Knowing that he would never be able to escape the wolves, I ran over and freed him. However, the wolves had caught up to us, and I had no time to climb a tree to safety. Thankfully, the reindeer nudged me onto his back and carried us both to safety. And you and Sven have been together ever since. Anna finished the story, already knowing where it was going. That's such a sweet story. Gustav took something precious from you, but you ended up with something even more precious, Grandpappy added. Even if it was by accident, some good did come from you being at that orphanage. That is why I think forgiveness would be the best solution here. I probably already would have forgiven Gustav if the orphanage director hadn't been waiting for me the next morning, because Gustav told him I had snuck out. They also wouldn't let me keep Sven as a pet, which is why I ultimately left the orphanage, Kristoff said with a smile, thinking about the moment he and his best friend became inseparable. And I don't think I need to tell you about all the good things that happened because of that, the troll laughed. It's sad to think that you may have never joined our family. When something bad happens, all you can do is keep moving forward, the blonde tried to summarize. And do the next right thing, Pabby simplified. The two sat in silence for a minute, simply enjoying each other's company, while Anna watched and listened, absorbing every word spoken. Suddenly Pabby spoke. Tell me, Kristoff, do you know where Gustav is now? He still lives in town, but I haven't talked to him since I left the orphanage, the blonde responded. Perhaps, when you have found the missing children, you should go and talk with him. I'll think about it, Kristoff replied evenly, lacking the usual dismissal of his childhood nemesis. But we do need to go find Hedda and Ingrid soon. The days are still short this time of year. The ice harvester stood and began to make his way back to the sled. Anna stayed behind for a few seconds, desperately wanting to ask the elder troll about her own memories, but was fearful that the conversation would be long and take away time from looking for the lost girls. Sir, she asked quickly, getting Pabby's attention. May I please, at a later date, come and talk with you about something? You are always welcome here, Princess, and I will be happy to speak with you. With a quick thanks, the redhead raced after her boyfriend, eager to continue the search. Sarah, Arn, she heard Kristoff call. We're heading off again to look for Hedda and Ingrid. If you want to come, get in the sled. Anna smiled as the two children yelled with joy as they raced to the sled, stopping for only a moment to wave goodbye to their new rock friends. A few minutes later, the group of four, and one reindeer who had been eating all the carrots Balda would let him, were on their way once more. Break. Naruto jumped from a tree onto the cold dirt below him. He was now in a clearing, where the snow had been swept away. There was a small pit dug into the middle, where a fire once sat, but now only held charred wood. 2 stones, placed around the pit, had been used as chairs, to keep everyone off the cold ground. Looking at the edge of the clearing, the displaced ninja found what he was looking for. A small stick had been buried in the ground, leaving only a small part of the top visible. 2 pieces of string, one pink and the other green, were tied to it. At the connection point with the twig, the strings were tied together with 2 separate knots, meaning the marker had been made at night. Farther down was a single knot, showing that the area was safe. Finally, there was a quick braid at the end, with the 2 colors crossing over each other in a coded pattern, meaning that whoever made this marker was intending to travel east. I'm glad those 2 are using what I taught them, Naruto said out loud. Ingrid definitely made that marker, while Hedda dug out and set up the fire pit. You sound like you're proud of them, Kurama called from within his mind. I am proud. They're both using what I taught them, splitting up the work between themselves, and focusing on their strengths. I wonder if this is how Iruka-sensei feels when he teaches. The 9-tailed fox made a rough sound, not really knowing much about teaching, but happy to see his partner excited. You know, you could probably use Sage Mode to find those girls instantly. I could, but honestly I don't think I need to. The marker they left told me which direction they headed in, so I'll catch up with them by tonight at the latest. And what if something, other than you, is also hunting them? They could be in danger. I taught them how to hide and get away from wolves. That should keep them safe until I find them. And of course, they have each other. Another grunt was his only response, but Naruto could feel his partner smiling. He and the giant beast shared a soft spot for the 2 girls. Besides, like Elsa-chan said, those 2 probably have a good reason for running away, Naruto said. I ran away from the orphanage when I was their age. I just hope they're not doing it for the same reason I did. With one final check of the clearing, the shinobi set out once more, feeling less worried for his friends but was still anxious to find them soon. The whole town of Arendelle was buzzing. Many people were running around the village in the hope of finding the missing children. While Hedda and Ingrid had been missing since the previous night, now there were 2 more children missing, Sarah and Arn. Thank you so much for your help, Elsa said to a group of men. It's no problem, Your Majesty. We're just as worried about those kids as anyone, one of them answered. It's still a great help, the Queen insisted. But I also know most of you will be needed at the docks soon. If any of you need to leave, we can keep searching. The docks aren't going anywhere, Your Highness. We'll keep looking for as long as we can. Thank you, Elsa said once more as the group disbanded, going their separate ways to look for the missing children. I really wish we could find Hedda and Ingrid, Olaf said from beside the Queen. Now's about the time all of us would play together. And what would you be playing? The blonde asked, eager for a lighter topic about the missing girls. Well, sometimes Hedda wants to go to Viking Valley, where you can hunt dragons, the snowman stated. Dragons, huh? The Ice Queen chuckled. Other times Ingrid wants to jump to the moon or go to the Forbidden Lands. The Forbidden Lands? Elsa questioned. as in the area east of Vilmark. That's a real place. Hedda and Ingrid want to conquer it someday. That's their dream, the snowman answered back. I hope they get to achieve it someday. The two of them said they want to conquer the Forbidden Lands. The queen asked, waiting only for Olaf to nod his head. We need to go find Kristoff and Anna. If Hedda and Ingrid went to the Forbidden Lands, they could be in extreme danger. With a quick word to the ever-faithful Kai, who was helping to organize the search, Elsa and Olaf went out the town gates, hoping they could find the pair of girls before they got hurt. Break, Sven trotted along, pulling his sled behind him, with Kristoff holding onto the reins, while Anna talked with Sarah and Arn, hoping that either one of them might have an idea where Hedda and Ingrid had run off to. Sarah, you mentioned you got into an argument with Hedda and Ingrid last night, the princess recalled. What were the three of you talking about? It wasn't anything important, the black-haired girl started. They were talking about going to the Forbidden Lands. I overheard you talking about that yesterday, Kristoff said, remembering when he last saw the girls. Yeah, but they were still talking about conquering it last night, Sarah continued. I told them they couldn't, because if the Forbidden Lands haven't been conquered already, they never will be. Was that what the fight was about? Anna questioned. About the Forbidden Lands. Sarah nodded, tilting her head slightly in confusion. Could Hedda and Ingrid have gone to the Forbidden Lands? Anna turned to ask for her boyfriend's opinion. I hope not. It's very dangerous out there, Kristoff replied, tightening his grip on the reins. Are the Forbidden Lands real? Arn asked. Everyone talks about them, but no one talks about where they are. It's a valley squished between two mountains, with a sheer cliff on one side, the ice harvester explained. If there's any kind of snowdrift, or worse, from the mountains, the valley floods with snow, washing away anything that isn't firmly attached to the ground, over the cliff. This makes exploring and mapping the area extremely dangerous, and almost impossible, which is why it's forbidden. If Hedda and Ingrid don't know about how dangerous it is, maybe they really did go there, Anna said. We can head in that direction, and see if there's any sign of them, the blonde man responded, directing his best friend to turn the sleigh in the direction of the Forbidden Lands. Break. As the four-member search party made its way to the Forbidden Valley, strong winds began to form, picking up snow and obscuring everyone's vision, but the group continued looking for the missing girls. Kristoff, on the right, Anna called out, pointing off in the distance, where two shapes could be seen. With the sled turned, the group was soon at the shapes. A pair of wolves fighting over a pink piece of cloth. Hedda, Sarah yelled out, looking at the familiar jacket. Kristoff lit a torch and ran at the wolves, scaring them off with his wild movements and grabbing the pink jacket. Once he was back at the sled, everyone's fears were confirmed. This is definitely Hedda's, Sarah said. She was wearing it last night. So she was here, Anna added. The wolves tore it up, but there's no blood, the ice harvester noted, able to put his hands through one of the new holes in the fabric. I think she got away from the wolves, but she's now missing her jacket in the cold. We need to find her and Ingrid soon. Suddenly a loud howl sounded over the valley. Are the wolves coming back? Arn asked, grabbing onto Sarah's jacket. No, Kristoff responded, looking around scared. It's something worse. A rumbling came from higher up the mountain, seemingly getting louder the longer it went on. Sven, run, the mountain men yelled, barely making sure that everyone was inside the sled. It's an avalanche, we need to find shelter. The group raced down the valley, no one willing to look back, only listening to the loud rumbling getting louder. We're nearing the cliff, Kristoff shouted. I see an alcove on the right, Anna yelled. With no other choice, Sven pulled as hard as he could, dragging the sled into cover, and with no time to spare, when a loud thump soon followed them, as a wall of snow blocked where they had entered from. At least we're safe now, Kristoff sighed, walking over to the obstructing snow mound. But I don't think we'll be able to dig our way through this snow. The rest of the group looked at the area they had found safety in. It was a large cutout on the side of the mountain, with an open side that emptied onto the cliff they had been trying to avoid. I'm going to try and climb up the mountainside, the blonde woodsman said, pulling some climbing gear from the sled. If I can find an anchor point farther up, I can secure a rope and we can all climb over the snow wall. With a large coil of rope around his arm and an ice axe, Kristoff prepared to climb. But when he struck the wall, a vicious tremor tore through the ground beneath them, forming a gash on the snowy ground beneath them. Everyone against the wall, the blonde yelled with panic. Everyone moved next to the mountain and as far from the edge as possible, with the iceman even unhooking Sven from the sled. Once the entire group was there, the fissure stopped, leaving a crack in the terrain. The ground's not solid, Kristoff groaned. We should be fine for now, but if we try anything reckless, the whole cliff might collapse. With nothing to do but wait, the group sat in silence for a few minutes, listening for any more cracks to form in the unstable ground. But soon a new sound was heard, crying. It's all my fault, Sarah sniffed, rubbing some tears from her eyes. I'm the reason that Hedda and Ingrid ran away, and I was even wrong about avalanches in the Forbidden Lands. I wish those two were here so I could tell them I'm sorry, even if they won't forgive me. Anna wanted to say something to try and comfort the children, but she was interrupted by Kristoff. Even if those two are angry with you, I don't think they'll hate you. There are times where I'm still angry about how the other kids picked on me when I was young. But sometimes I think about a certain night at the orphanage, and it helps me understand, the blonde man started, making sure that the children were listening. I was sneaking down to the kitchen when I saw a light on in the main office. Once I got closer, I could see the caretaker talking with this kid named Gustav. He was upset because his parents were supposed to visit him that day, but they couldn't. Gustav was so upset that he was actually crying and kept asking why this was happening to him. Kristoff took a few moments as he let everyone digest his story, while collecting his own thoughts. I later learned that Gustav's parents weren't able to take care of him, so they put him in the orphanage where we could be. His situation was different from mine, but he was also in pain, and he took that pain out on some of the other kids, including me. It's not an excuse for the bad things he did, but I understood him better after that night. The blonde ice harvester turned to look at Sarah, even kneeling down to her level. You can learn from both him and this experience and do better. Be better, and I'm sure Hedda and Ingrid will forgive you. A comfortable silence washed over the group as Kristoff finished his story, glad that it had gotten the children to think about their actions, while also distracting them from the situation they were in. Kristoff, is that you? A voice questioned from above the group, startling everyone. Farther up the wall that the blonde man had attempted to climb were Hedda and Ingrid, looking down at the group in surprise. Sarah, Arn, and Princess Anna too, Hedda added. We heard Kristoff talking and came to look, Ingrid said. It's so good to see that both of you are all right, Anna called up. When we found Hedda's jacket, we thought something terrible might have happened. When we heard the wolves, both of us climbed a tree and I had to ditch my jacket when it got caught on a branch, the redhead responded. The wolves carried it away from our camp. They were probably interested in the crumbs in the pockets. Thankfully, the trees we climbed were away from the avalanche, Ingrid added. A loud snap reminded the lower group that they needed to get off the ice shelf. Quickly, is there anything you two can tie a rope around up there? The blonde man called. There are several strong trees, and Naruto taught us how to tie knots, Ingrid responded. Perfect, Kristoff grinned, tying the end of a rope around his ice axe. Grab my axe when it lands, and wrap the rope around a tree. With a grunt, the ice harvester threw the axe up the cliff, purposefully aiming to the side to avoid the girls, while the rope coil unwound as the tool flew higher. Soon the axe landed, and the girls rushed over to grab it, where it was soon tightly wrapped and knotted around a tree. Everything's secured, Hedda called. Great, the blonde replied, attaching the other end of the rope to Sven's harness, before turning to the other humans with him. We don't have enough rope to wrap around ourselves, so we're going to have to climb up with just the rope. Sven will stay down here and be our anchor. We'll help him get up from the top. Does everybody understand? The explanation had been directed at the two kids, who nodded their heads, but looked unsure. It'll be fine, Anna assured the children. You two will go up first, so if you fall, Kristoff and I can catch you. The cliff has a low enough angle that if you hold tight to the rope, you can walk up the cliff. The two youngsters were relieved to hear that, although their nerves were still very much unsettled, especially when the princess guided Sarah to go up the rope first. Under the redhead's guidance, Sarah was soon holding the rope and walking up the steep cliff, with Arn soon following after her, before Anna started her own climb. Hang tight, buddy, Kristoff said to Sven, patting the reindeer's head. We'll get you up soon. Making sure that everyone was steadily making their way up the cliff, the blonde mountain man began after them, keeping a fair distance away from everyone else so his height wouldn't pull the rope away from the mountain. Slowly, the group made their way up the mountain. The tense atmosphere kept an oppressive silence over everyone. Even Hedda and Ingrid were unable to speak as they watched the group climb. It was Hedda who noticed first. Hang on, she called, confusing everyone else. But it wasn't enough warning for the group on the cliff as a sudden bellow of wind slammed into them, shaking their bodies and threatening to tear them away from the rope. Arn slipped first, sliding down into the more steady form of Anna, whose was quick to plant her feet to take the new weight, while Kristoff's experience kept him stable. Sarah, however, was not so lucky. She might have been able to hold on longer than her friend, but soon lost her grip. Yet instead of slipping down, her small body moved with the vicious gusts and slid sideways on the wall, where she was able to grab a lone, weak branch sticking out from the cliff. Hang on, Sarah, Kristoff yelled over the wind. Luckily, the wind died down quickly, letting the small girl keep hold of her new lifeline, although she could do little more than whimper at her new predicament, especially as she thought she heard the wood crack. Anna, how's Arn? The mountain man asked. I've got him, the princess responded. Continue on and get him to the top. I'm going to try and walk the rope over to Sarah, but I'll need you and Arn off of it first, Kristoff explained, anxiously watching the dark-haired girl as she clung to the branch. Anna agreed and tried to get the small boy walking again, although he was practically laying on her at this point. However, it was only when she looked up that the princess noticed that Hedda and Ingrid were missing. A sturdy rope sailed from the top of the cliff, with one end sliding down the wall. Not long enough to reach the bottom, but able to get close to Sarah. And that was enough as Ingrid, followed by Hedda, began to descend the cliff. What are you two doing? Kristoff called more than asked, but the girls ignored him as they quickly reached the bottom of the rope, a thick knot serving as a good handhold to stop it. With only a nod between the two, Hedda linked her arm with Ingrid's, allowing the blonde to let go of the rope and drop low enough to finally reach Sarah. Grab my hand, Ingrid said, holding her hand to the stranded girl. Hedda, Ingrid, Sarah stuttered out. I'm sorry for all of this and ruining your new clothes. You don't need to worry about that now, Hedda said. What matters is making sure you're safe, Ingrid continued, keeping her gloved hand within grabbing range. With her whole body shaking, Sarah managed to pull one of her hands away from the branch and grasped Ingrid's. Link your arm with mine, like Hedda and I are doing, the blonde girl instructed with a smile. Once you do that, we can safely get back to the main rope. Sarah did exactly as she was told, feeling a sense of relief as her form was supported by the other girl. With newfound confidence, she let go of the branch, letting the three-girl human chain leisurely swing back to the first rope, where Kristoff, Anna, and Arn were waiting with held breaths. Thankfully, everyone made it back to the main rope, and with the second rope that Ingrid and Hedda had used to reach Sarah, it was now even easier to climb to the top of the cliff. A few minutes later, the whole group finished climbing over the cliff, with Kristoff being the last one up and the only one not completely tired. Chuckling to himself, the mountain man let everyone else catch their breath while he looked around the small clearing. A little farther back was a row of trees, one of which Hedda and Ingrid had tied his rope around, while closer to the cliff was a quick snow anchor that the girls had made to secure their own rope. Evidently those two knew what they were doing, and when they grew up, they might actually conquer the Forbidden Lands. Okay everyone, don't rest too long, the ice harvester called. We still need to get Sven up here. However, before anyone could even stand up, a loud cry from the reindeer caused everyone to jump, as a sudden gust of wind blew past them, and a trembling Sven was with them at the top of the cliff, being carried in the arms of an orange-cloaked ninja. Do not worry, I brought him up, Naruto happily said, while putting the wide-eyed reindeer back on the ground. Kristoff ran over to his fellow blonde, intent on checking on his reindeer friend. Sorry Sven, the ninja apologizes. I did not think you would mind if I carried you up here. Well, reindeer were never meant to fly, the mountain man said, patting his partner's back. It's probably best if we avoid you carrying him in the future. Naruto, a sudden cry rang out as Hedda and Ingrid had recovered. Standing up from the ground, the two girls ran to their blonde friend, giving him a big hug as he knelt down to meet them. How did you find us? Hedda asked with a smile. I followed the markers you two made, the ninja responded. I am proud of you too. You did everything I taught you and looked after each other. The two girls blushed under the praise, while also glowing with happiness, eager to tell the blonde of their adventure, but there was something they had to do first. We're sorry for running away, Ingrid spoke, her voice low. We didn't think anyone would come looking for us, Hedda added. We just wanted to show that we could get to the Forbidden Lands on our own. While Naruto was not familiar with the area they were talking about, he understood their feelings, wanting to prove themselves to others. I understand, he said, gently placing his hands on their heads. Sometimes, it can feel good to run away from people. When I was young, I ran away to a forest. It was peaceful there, but I was lonely. Thankfully, a kind old man kept me company, and I went back to my village. So we should go back to our village too, Ingrid tried to summarize. Naruto smiled, pulling the girls into another hug. Promise me, if either of you ever want to run away again, you will run to me first. We promise, the girls swore, slightly muffled as they squished themselves into their friend. Several minutes passed as everyone settled down, each glad that the experience was over. Even Sarah and Arn couldn't stop smiling. Eventually, when the problem of returning to town with so many people was brought up, Naruto was quick to jump back down the cliff, returning with Kristoff's sled that had been abandoned there. With the sled attached to the now calm Sven, everyone got in, happy to be heading home, until they reached a new problem. A wide chasm was between the group and the quickest route home. It was impossible for all but Naruto to jump, and it would take some time to go around it, especially as the sun was beginning to set. I don't think Sven will let Naruto carry him across, Kristoff said, leaning over to try and see into the crevice. The reindeer of the group gave a loud snort, showing his disapproval at the very idea. We might have to if we can't think of something else, Anna said. Perhaps I can help, a voice called. Before the group could see who had spoken, a set of handrails, made of pristine ice, latched onto the cliff, with a set of steps following soon after. Queen Elsa, the children cheered, running to the new ice bridge, only to be greeted by an excitable snowman already crossing towards them. Hi everybody, Olaf yelled, running into the group. Across the bridge, Elsa stood beside her horse, smiling that everyone was safe. Twilight was setting in as the four kids and one snowman were nestled in the back of the sleigh, awake, but obviously tired from their day-long adventure. Sven trotted along happily with all his legs on the ground, as Elsa's horse moved beside him, while Anna leaned on Kristoff's shoulder. Elsa, meanwhile, kept looking at the forest nervously, watching for something that hadn't shown up yet, until they reached a certain point. Does anyone mind if we take a quick break here? The queen asked. Kristoff looked unsure, but did pull Sven to a stop. We're still several minutes from one of the main roads, but we can take some time. Thank you, Elsa said, dismounting her horse. Naruto, Anna, could both of you please follow me? What about me? The Iceman called, as his fellow blondes and girlfriend made their way to the tree line. Someone needs to stay behind and watch the kids, Anna replied. Sven and I can watch everyone, Olaf exclaimed. Kristoff grimaced and decided to stay with all the children. Elsa guided the other two past a few trees, going deeper into the forest, always moving forward without saying a word. Suddenly the group found themselves in a clearing. Everyone stood still, shocked by what they saw. Naruto silently noted the signs that Hedda and Ingrid had been in this clearing before. But there was something else. An ice sculpture of two children was at the edge of the clearing. It was crude, with little detail, but from the pose, they were being chased. Elsa, what is that? Anna asked, while Naruto moved closer to the ice figure. While I was headed to the Forbidden Lands, I passed through this clearing, the blonde admitted. I thought that Hedda and Ingrid might have stayed here, so I looked for footprints. The queen lowered herself next to the feet of the statue, pointing at them as she continued. I found some here, but there were leaves on them. So I sent a blast of magic to clear them off, but my magic didn't stop. Before I knew what was happening, this statue formed over the footprints. Distress began to show in the blonde's eyes as she looked at her companions. Confusion, mixed with a hint of fear, tore at her. I don't know what happened, but I think my powers are growing. Naruto stepped forward and hugged the woman, with Anna close behind. The trio stood there for a few minutes, letting the heavy feeling pass, with Elsa worrying that she might lose control again. It will be fine, the displaced ninja finally spoke. I do not think this new power is dangerous. Instead, it looks like a memory of what was happening here. The blonde moved behind the sculpture, carefully moving some snow out of the way to reveal a set of wolf paw prints. Hedda and Ingrid made camp here, Naruto explained, moving around the clearing. They were about to set out again when some wolves began chasing them. The statue is showing them about to climb a tree to get away. Anna gasped. This must have been where Hedda lost her jacket. That would make sense, the ninja said. There are signs of the wolves dragging something off, leaving torn pieces of pink fabric behind. But up in the tree, there is a green string from Hedda's scarf. The queen and princess looked up. Stuck to a branch and hidden by some leaves was a piece of green string. It seems like those two really learned a lot from you, Anna teased, making Naruto scratch the back of his head. I am just glad that they remembered everything, he muttered, blushing under the praise. Especially when Elsa wrapped her arm around his shoulder and began agreeing with her sister. It was several more minutes before the trio made it back to the sleigh. Break. By the time the group had made it back to town, the sun had long since set. Lanterns were lit, casting light over the roads, while the townspeople breathed sighs of relief that all the children had been found. With the safe return of everyone, many people suddenly felt tired as the stress of the day finally caught up with them, leading many to happily return home for some well-deserved rest. All while the sled continued on to the orphanage. Mr. Hanson was waiting for them at the door, a smile under his large mustache, while the rest of the children were waving from the windows. Hedda and Ingrid waved back, quickly running into the building, dragging Naruto behind them, who was followed by Elsa and Olaf, much to the kids' delight. Sarah hesitated outside the door, unsure of what would happen when she entered. Quietly she stood alone, only broken when a small pair of arms wrapped her in a hug. Beside her, as always, was Arn. I'm glad that you're safe, Sarah, the young boy said. I was really scared. I didn't want you to get hurt, 'cause I like you. Stunned, the older girl was frozen for a second, but she soon hugged her friend back. I like you too, Arn, she whispered, and I'm glad we both got back home safe. The young boy smiled, pulling his friend inside, with many cheering at their entrance, leaving only Anna with Mr. Hanson outside, while Kristoff stood far away from the orphanage. After unloading everyone, the blonde ice harvester had said he was going to take his sleigh back to the stables, but only drove a little down the road, still within sight, but away from the building, standing beside Sven. Eventually the reindeer got tired of his partner standing in place and nudged him forward, giving him a grunt of encouragement to walk forward, which the mountain man did, reluctantly. Kristoff stood a few paces from the orphanage, sighing to himself before calling out, Gustav. The orphanage caretaker turned away from his building and looked at the tall blonde. Kristoff, he choked out. Is that you? Yeah, it's me, was the curt response. It's been so long since I last saw you, the moustached man said slowly. It's been almost as long since anyone called me Gustav. Everyone knows me as Mr. Hanson now. Everyone in the fjord knows how great you are at taking care of the orphans, Kristoff said with a smile. I just didn't want anyone to grow up like I did, the man replied with his own smile. Thank you for finding those kids. It broke my heart when I found out those two had run away, and it only got worse when I couldn't find Sarah or Arn. Who knew you were so soft-hearted on the inside? The blonde chuckled. You're only saying that now 'cause you're finally bigger than me, Gustav answered back, causing both men to laugh. Eventually the two men began making their way inside, passing Anna along the way, missing the princess smile as she watched her boyfriend talk with the man who picked on him as a child, but, with time, might become a friend. Elsa desperately tried to keep a moan of pleasure from passing her lips. Naruto was standing behind her, gripping her shoulders with his strong, warm hands, working his own magic as he massaged the tension out of her. It had been several days since Ingrid, Hedda, Sarah, and Arn had returned to the orphanage, and with all of that excitement finished, the queen had found herself returning to her duty of ruling the kingdom, which, as always, left her feeling stressed. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and asked Naruto for a shoulder massage, which led to her current situation. Several months ago, she would have had no trouble asking Naruto for a quick massage, but things had changed now. Specifically that they were dating, and everyone knew it. Ever since her boyfriend had returned from his stay at the Ice Palace, Elsa felt uncomfortable asking her fellow blonde to rub her shoulders. The act sounded more intimate now that they were dating. But with everything going on, she finally relented and asked him. It was probably silly of her to worry. Naruto had jumped at the chance to help her in any way he could. A broad smile on his face as he moved behind her, preparing to squeeze the tension from her body. It was lucky that the two of them were alone together, although that luck might have been a hidden curse. While Elsa had been more willing to receive a massage while alone, she now had to fight the urge to moan out loud, with the implications of what the servants would think if they passed by her office while she was secluded with her boyfriend, only to hear the sound of moaning. The rumors would be unending, especially since she was a queen. Even being alone in a room with her boyfriend would be scandalous enough, if not for the loyalty of her staff. But it would be catastrophic for her to even whisper a lewd noise. Thankfully, her pleasant suffering came to an end as Naruto backed away from her. While she wasn't sure how much time had passed, it had evidently been enough to ease her body. She was not only feeling lighter, but felt as though everything was brighter. I definitely needed that, Elsa cheered, stretching her body as she stood up, unaware of the show she was giving. Thank you, Naruto-kun. You are welcome, the blonde replied, blushing slightly as his girlfriend continued to twist and stretch. It's nice to relax a little before we need to go out this afternoon, Elsa said, finishing her stretches. We still have an hour before we need to head out, so what should we do until then? There is not much we can do before the pageant, was Naruto's answer as he sat on a nearby couch. The queen joined him soon after, sitting close enough to her boyfriend that they could have shared one seat. Then I guess we'll sit together for a little while, Elsa said, tucking her feet under her and leaning into her fellow blonde. I like sitting alone with you, Naruto responded, gently reached out his hand to hold hers. I do too. A smile was shared between the two as they fell into a comfortable silence, simply enjoying each other's company. So much has happened lately, Elsa said after several minutes. We haven't been able to spend a lot of time together. But we get to spend it together now, Naruto stated. A lot has happened, but now we can relax. I'm glad that Heta and Ingrid are safe, the queen added after a few seconds. Everyone was worried when they disappeared. It is a good thing that both of them are always together, Naruto said. They are a good team and would never let anything bad happen to the other. They're like sisters, Elsa chuckled. And you've taught them well. I am happy that they wanted to listen to me. It made teaching them easy. The two chuckled together before falling into another easy silence, with the queen enjoying the soothing warmth from her boyfriend, while he tried to ignore her soft form pressed into him. After some time, Naruto nudged Elsa and the two spread apart. Seconds later, a maid entered the room, informing the couple that it was time for them to head out. Break. Anna rushed down the road, with Kristoff, Sven, Olaf, Elsa, and Naruto following behind. The red-headed princess excitedly weaved through the town. This is going to be so much fun, she exclaimed, spinning in place, while Olaf cheered in agreement. Slow down, Anne, Kristoff called out, having difficulty keeping up with his energetic girlfriend. Naruto would have been able to match and surpass the princess's speed, but he was more content to walk beside Elsa. But this is the spring pageant, Anna called back, where the town celebrates and the school puts on a play to officially announce that winter is over. And they do it every year, the ice harvester added. Yeah, but Elsa and I didn't get to see it last year, or the ones before that, or ever. The princess stopped in the road, her face blank as she tried to remember something. Elsa, did I ever go to the school pageant? The princess asked her sister. Mom and Dad took us every year before we closed the gates, the queen replied easily, her eyes filled with joy at the memory. You used to love watching the other girls in their colorful dresses and how they would dance. It was magical. Magical, Anna whispered. She didn't remember a lot of magical things from her childhood. Come on, Anna, Kristoff said, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. You're not the only one excited. This will be the first pageant in years that's being watched over by the queen and the princess. The whole town is eager to make this play one of the biggest celebrations ever. And I can't wait, the princess replied back, if a bit subdued. Grabbing her boyfriend's hand, she began to drag him to the auditorium where the play would be held, leaving Naruto and Elsa to follow behind the other couple. Break. The auditorium, where the play would be held, was next to the schoolhouse, a useful location since the students were putting on the performance. Every seat was taken, as many people gathered to watch the play. Thankfully, the queen and her party had a set of reserved seats, something the townspeople insisted on, since this was the first play that would be performed for Queen Elsa. Naruto found himself sitting between Elsa and a low dividing wall that was used to separate the royal seats from everyone else. It was nice to have the reserved seats, but the blonde ninja would have preferred standing with everyone else, even though all of the chairs were occupied, and the little bit of standing room was quickly filling up. Sven's sitting bulk was not helping. Soon the low hum of chatter that had filled the theater disappeared, as the school's music director walked onto the stage. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the lanky music instructor greeted. Welcome to the annual Arendelle Spring Pageant. I am Mr. Larison, and a special play has been prepared for today. The teacher gave an overly dramatic bow as he continued his speech, before turning to the box reserved for the royal guests. Today, we will be celebrating the life and love of King Agnar and Queen Ijuna, who met as children and grew together, with their love for each other only matched by their love for their family and kingdom. With his speech done, the teacher left the stage and made his way to the conductor's stand. where a small band was getting ready. With a flourish, the musicians began to play, and curtains on the stage pulled back. Several rows of children, grouped up by age, were lined up, waiting for their quay. When the music dipped low, the children began to sing. Naruto leaned back as much as he could in his chair, listening to the airy chanting as the different groups of children passed the song between each other. Sadly, the blonde was unable to understand the lyrics. Apparently, sung words were a little beyond what he could understand of his girlfriend's language, meaning there would be more language practice in his future. But Naruto would endure those lessons if it meant that he could see those precious to him smile. Elsa and Anna were staring at the stage, completely captured by the song, while Hedda and Ingrid stood beside their classmates on a raised platform in the back. Soon enough the song ended, and the older groups of children, who were standing in front, moved to the side, allowing several individual students to take center stage. Naruto didn't pay too much attention to them, instead keeping his gaze on his two friends, who, now that they were done singing, had begun looking around, as did many of the other students. The two girls spotted the displaced ninja and tried to wave at him without raising their hands. Naruto returned the gesture. Prince Agnar, a voice called out in narration as a boy stepped forward, a brave and chivalrous young man, always ready to help the people of Arendelle. The child playing Agnar gave a flamboyant bow before he was joined by another boy, who was older and larger, with a false mustache taped to his lip. King Runard sought to keep Arendelle safe from harm. The older boy made a sweeping bow, while several more children raced onto the stage, wearing furs. So the king went to speak with the mysterious Northuldra. The new group of children danced and chanted in a way that Naruto suspected he wasn't meant to understand. Soon they all stopped, and one of them walked up to the king. The Northuldra were a mystical people who used the power of the spirits, the narrator continued, such as the fire spirit. A picture of a burning tree was pushed into view from offstage. The water spirit, a painting of a creature climbing out of a river, came in from the other side. And the most fearsome of all, the earth spirit. A giant banner rolled down in the middle of the stage, showing a rocky gray creature who might have looked like a troll if it hadn't been as tall as the room. Many of the audience gasped at the giant. With these spirits under their command, the Northuldra were a powerful and dangerous people. So the king hoped to make a peace treaty with them. Suddenly a transparent blue curtain began to drop on the stage, limiting the view of the students. But the Northuldra betrayed King Runard and tried to trap him and his soldiers behind a wall of mist. The narrator went silent for a few seconds while the blue curtain began to shake, as several people came out from under the cloth. Among them was the prince and a young girl. No one knows what happened behind the wall of mist, but it was lucky that Prince Agnar returned safely, the narrator continued. Along with him was Iguna, daughter of Greta the Shield Maiden, and Tora the soldier, who had joined the king on his peace mission, but were lost behind the wall of mist. And from then on, Prince Agnar and the young Iguna were inseparable. The theater was filled with applause, giving time for the people on stage to remove the props they had used and get ready for the next scene. Naruto sat quietly, enjoying the parts of the story he could understand, while wondering about certain aspects, especially those Northuldra people he had never heard about, and the elemental spirits they used. The pageant continued for another hour, with many small tales about a young Iguna who would one day marry a king, and Elsa couldn't look away. The current queen fondly remembered the stories her mother used to tell her and Anna when they were young, especially about a dorky young prince who grew into a strong and confident king. But these stories were different. They weren't her mother's stories. Instead, this was how the townspeople saw her mother and father. There was no prince stumbling on his feet while trying to give a bouquet of flowers, or a young girl who preferred to read her books in the branches of a tree. Only a young couple who were in love. It was the perfect romance that the town wanted to see. When the play ended, the auditorium erupted into applause, with Anna being the loudest. Elsa joined in, having thoroughly enjoyed the performance. But now, the queen was curious. How did the town see her own relationship? Looking to her side, Elsa looked at her own dorky boyfriend, who was clapping with everyone else, but his attention was on the two girls near the back of the stage, both of whom were grinning widely as they looked at him, and by extension her. The town loved Naruto. With all the times he helped out around the village, to his heroic acts at the old orphanage, and his bright personality, it was easy for anyone to love him. But the town didn't get to see his other side. How he hated to get up in the morning, and would always try to get out of his language lessons. The townspeople didn't get to see that side of him, but she did. She had seen the sides of Naruto that most would ignore, but she had already accepted those parts of him, because they were what made him unique. With the spring pageant finished, the townspeople began exiting the auditorium, eager to go and enjoy the festivities that were now being held in the village. But many families stayed in the building to collect their children who had performed on the stage. One couple that had stayed behind were Naruto and Elsa, who wanted to stay beside her boyfriend. Of course, the queen was surrounded by people wishing her well, while keeping a respectful distance from their ruler, until two brave girls ran up to the queen and gave a quick, but polite, greeting, and then climbed into Naruto's open arms, eagerly asking him questions about what he thought of the show. Outside of the theater house, Kristoff and Anna stood away from the crowds as they discussed the play. That was so fun, the redhead cheered. And it was so cute getting to see Mom and Dad fall in love. I don't think that's how it actually happened, Kristoff said, leaning over to scratch Sven between the ears. It's rare for people to fall in love without having some problems. Well, you and I have never had problems, the princess countered. What about when we first met? What about it? Kristoff sighed. When you and I went to the North Mountain to save your sister. For most of the journey all we did was argue. So, Anna questioned, walking closer to her boyfriend. People argue with their loved ones all the time. Elsa and I had an argument yesterday about what dresses we should wear to the festival. But, back then you and I weren't. Kristoff trailed off, having learned after nearly a year that his girlfriend could be more stubborn as he was. It also wouldn't be good to remind the spirited girl of her former engagement. You know, Anna started, taking her boyfriend's silence as a victory. For someone who was raised by love experts, sometimes you don't seem to know a lot about love. And what does that mean? The blonde asked. It means you lack experience, was the response. For example, have you ever kissed a girl before me? Of course I have, Kristoff responded defensively, only for Anna to continue her questioning. I mean a human girl. The mountain man kept quiet. His thoughts of Balda, the troll who raised him, passed through his mind. That's what I thought, Anna smirked as she walked closer to her boyfriend. But the question still remains, what do you know about love? You're what I know about love, he responded with his own smirk, wrapping his arms around the woman's smaller frame and pulling her against his body, leaning down to press his lips against her own waiting pair. The couple continued their passionate kiss for several minutes, lost in their love for each other, until they were interrupted by someone clearing their throat. When they looked up, Elsa was standing alone, looking to the side with a blush on her cheeks. Anna and Kristoff had just enough time to untangle themselves before Naruto came around the corner, with Hedda and Ingrid still on his shoulders. There you two are, the blonde happily exclaimed, while the two girls on his shoulders waved. The displaced ninja was quick to notice the blushes on the couple's cheeks as well as on his own girlfriend's. Deciding it would be best to avoid an embarrassing conversation while Ingrid and Hedda were present, the blonde focused on a different question. Where's Olaf? He asked, noticing the snowman was missing despite Sven still being around, even though the reindeer was obviously looking away from the still blushing couple. He ran off with some children who wanted to play, and I answered, being the first to calm down. Olaf's a lot of fun to play with, Hedda said from her perch. But I think Naruto is better. Ingrid nodded from the blonde's other shoulder. Naruto's the best. If the two girls hadn't been riding on his shoulders, Naruto would have promptly hugged the two girls and patted them on their heads. Instead he settled for pulling his head back as far as he could to smile at the girls, who smiled back in response. The rest of the group cooed at the sweet scene, with Anna trying to contain a squeal at the sight. Kristoff tried to act tough, but found the moment cute. Elsa only smiled, already used to the young duo idolizing her boyfriend. Smiling back at their friend, the two girls also shared a competitive smile. When we're older and can act in the play, I'm going to be Naruto, Hedda declared to her friend. But he and I both have blonde hair, so I have to play him, Ingrid responded. You would be better at playing Queen Elsa, the redhead argued back. Girls, Naruto interrupted, trying to figure out what the two young girls were talking about. Elsa, Anna, Kristoff, and even Sven were equally confused. What are you talking about? We're trying to decide who gets to play you in the spring pageant, when we're old enough that we don't have to sing in the back, Hedda answered, while Ingrid gave a confirming nod. And what makes you think that they will make a play about me? The shinobi asked. The plays are always about strong and famous people, Hedda said. We'll have to do one about you eventually, Ingrid added confidently. Elsa had been trying to keep herself from laughing at her boyfriend, who was very confused by the conversation, but found the opportunity to tease him too much of a temptation to ignore. What makes you two think you'll be Naruto in a play? Elsa hummed. You're both too pretty to play him. The girls hummed questioningly at the queen. Naruto might not be pretty, but he's awesome, Hedda answered. He's like a brave knight from one of those old stories, fighting dragons and saving princesses, Ingrid continued. The red-headed girl's eyes suddenly went wide at a thought. Have you ever fought a dragon, Naruto? The shinobi chuckled. No, I know a lot of big creatures, but I never fought a dragon. What kind of creatures? Ingrid immediately asked, always eager to hear a story. When I was young, I had to prove myself to a toad that was many times bigger than the trees. He challenged me to ride on his head until sundown. Naruto continued telling the story of how he met Gamabunta, doing his best to explain events with his limited vocabulary, struggling every once in a while to find the correct word. He was secretly glad that he didn't know the words to explain summoning, since he doubted the two girls would leave his side until he summoned a toad for them to play with. And Anna definitely wouldn't have let him leave without verifying his claim, which would be a problem since he had been unable to summon anything since he arrived in this new world. What's the biggest and strongest monster you ever fought? Hedda asked, wanting to hear more. Naruto laughed, confusing those around him. The biggest and strongest animal I fought is not a monster. He is my partner and friend. Wow, the girls gasped, focused on the blonde's story. What kind of animal is he? He is a fox with 9 tails, the shinobi said with pride. He has been with me since I was a baby, but I only got to know him recently. Can we meet him? Ingrid questioned, leaning forward on Naruto's shoulder, her eyes wide with wonder. Maybe someday, he responded, looking up to smile at the girl before he turned to do the same with Hedda. I think he would like to meet you as well. What's his name? The red-headed girl asked, eager to meet a giant fox. Naruto stood still and closed his eyes, appearing as though he were thinking. while everyone watched in confusion until he opened his eyes. He is very protective of his name, and he would not like it if I told you. The two girls looked sad at the blonde's words, both hoping to know more about their friend's partner. But the shinobi interrupted everyone's thoughts. When you meet him yourself, I know he will tell you his name then. I can't wait to meet him, Heda exclaimed. Naruto chuckled at the girls' infectious excitement. Making sure they were secured, he continued walking towards the festival in town, carrying the two forward while answering questions about his nine-tailed friend. Unknown to the trio, the rest of their group stayed behind, talking amongst themselves about what they had learned. Naruto was joking, right? Anna asked as she looked between her sister and boyfriend. He was just making up a story to tell the girls. I don't know, Elsa admitted. He's never talked about these creatures before. But if they're real, why has he never talked about them before? Kristoff was the calmest out of the group, simply petting Sven while he thought. For a man who can walk up walls, giant toads probably don't seem that strange. The sisters looked at the blonde, both shocked at the reasonable response. That's actually pretty smart of you, Anna said, much to her boyfriend's annoyance. I can be smart, the ice harvester defended. You can, but it's not often, the redhead replied, while her sister chuckled in the background. But that's okay, I like it when you're straightforward and simple. Kristoff sighed, deciding it was easiest to take the compliment and move on. In truth, he also liked it when his girlfriend was straightforward and simple. All right, Anna cheered, let's stop wasting time and get to the festival. We need to make up for all those years we haven't gone. Without waiting for anyone, the princess started running farther into the village, eager to reach the town square where the festivities were being held. A few stalls had been set up with sweets and candies, while games of different types would be played, something Kristoff was especially looking forward to. Apparently he had a championship from last year to defend. As Anna ran down the street ahead of her boyfriend and sister, she laughed, happy for these moments with her family, where everyone she cared about could be together for a day and enjoy a celebration. She felt a cool sea breeze as she passed near the docks, where the trade ships were loaded up and sailors had already finished their preparations, ready to set out tomorrow morning after the festivities of today, leaving for several months as they trade with neighboring countries and beyond, with one ship rumored to be headed to Japan in the hopes of bringing back treasures for the queen and her beloved. Behind Anna, she could hear Sven catching up as his hooves clacked against the cobblestone road. Kristoff wouldn't be far behind his partner, she thought, knowing how fast her boyfriend could run. Anna tried to move faster, knowing that she couldn't outrun the duo, but wanting to make them work for their victory. Sadly, it was only another minute before Sven and then Kristoff passed her, both now racing each other to the town square. Anna didn't give up and kept running. However, none of them would win as Elsa effortlessly skated past them all, a thin strip of ice forming below her feet, leading her not only to the front, but right beside Naruto. Anna slowed to a walk, trying to control her breathing as she finished her journey, with the people already dancing around the pillar in the middle of the town square, to a band playing whatever they felt like. On top of the pillar was a statue that the princess only thought about in passing. It was a man with his sword drawn, valiantly pointed towards the north, in defense of Arendelle, the late King Runard, Anna and Elsa's grandfather. Anna had heard about her grandfather, but didn't know a lot about him. She was thinking of him now because of the pageant, where he tried to make peace with the neighboring tribes. With more things she didn't know about or remember, the princess felt determined to find out. And the best place to start was up the mountains, with the trolls. The afternoon sun sank deeper behind the mountains, as Arendelle's spring festival came to a close for another year. Many of the people going back to their homes, readying themselves for the busy days to come. Many children wished to stay and eat more sweets while playing games. Sadly, all of them were taken home and had to depart from their friends, with the loudest farewells coming from Olaf. Bye, the snowman called, waving his stick arms wildly as the children left. Eventually he turned around, joining the few people who remained, which consisted of Elsa, Anna, Kristoff, and Sven, while Naruto sat off to the side, letting Heda and Ingrid rest against him before going back to the orphanage. Well, that was fun, the walking snowman declared, his personal flurry above his head. We should definitely hold another festival tomorrow. Olaf, we can't have a festival every day, Elsa said. Festivals are only held for very special occasions. Then we'll have to create a special occasion tomorrow, the snowman continued. Anna chuckled. I think everyone will be too busy tomorrow, because the farmers are going to begin planting all their crops. Oh, I guess that gives us more time to plan the next festival then, Olaf stated, undeterred. While everyone else was chuckling at the bizarre statement, Elsa walked towards her boyfriend, who was sitting down, with two young girls leaning against him. Bags of leftover treats and small toys were piled up nearby, ready to be taken to the orphanage by the girls. Everyone else will be going back to the castle, the queen started. It'll just be us taking the girls back to the orphanage. Naruto nodded, jostling the girls to make sure they were awake, causing both of them to stand up and stretch as they lethargically grabbed their bags of goodies, before the group of four began slowly walking to the orphanage. After a few minutes, the silence was broken by Ingrid. Naruto, how did you deal with jerks when you were growing up in the orphanage? Why do you want to know? The blonde gently asked the little girl. Is Sarah being mean to you again? Ingrid quickly shook her head no, while Heda answered. Sarah apologized to everyone for being mean, and she's been a lot nicer recently. Before we ran away, Kristoff said you had your own jerks to deal with, the young blonde continued. We wanted to know what it was like for you growing up. Naruto stopped walking as he thought about the question, remembering things he hadn't thought about in a long time. When I was young, I had a lot of people who were mean to me. Some of them were the kids who lived with me at the orphanage. They would say mean things to me, and I would yell back, telling them they were wrong and that I would be the greatest someday. The blonde subconsciously clenched his hand into a fist at the memories. All the times he was belittled or told he didn't matter. Everything that happened to him while he didn't know about Kurama, so he didn't even know why everyone was so mean. Why they hated him. A cool feeling broke him from his thoughts as Elsa held his fist in her hand. The queen looked sad, realizing that he had lost himself to his memories. Naruto worried that he had scared those around him. Quickly looking down, he saw Hedda and Ingrid looking up at him, their eyes wide, filled with anticipation for the rest of his story, but also tainted with fear. Closing his own eyes for a second, Naruto opened them with a gentle smile, bringing his hands down to pat the girls on their heads and show them he was fine. Sometimes I would try and start fights. Other times I would run away, so the jerks would not see me cry, the blonde continued, making sure to keep calm. One time I ran away from the orphanage. I did not know where I would run, so I went to the forest. There I met an old man. He told the best stories. He was a great man, the leader of our village, and I wanted to be like him. So I never gave up, kept moving forward, and showed everyone that they were wrong about me. Wow, Hedda and Ingrid gasped in awe, both of them amazed by their friend's resolve. Elsa smiled, but wondered about her boyfriend's story. He made it sound like it wasn't just the kids he had to deal with. She knew that it was still difficult for Naruto to talk in their language, so she never pushed for him to explain things. But now she was even more curious about his past. Naruto continued to smile, knowing that he was still moving forward, even after he came to Arendelle. Are you thinking about trying to go back? Kurama asked inside the blonde's mind. The displaced shinobi looked at the girls around him, his girlfriend and the two girls he had become close friends with. Thinking back to his partner, I don't think I can return now. For a month, the kingdom of Arendelle had been busy. The citizens were hard at work, tending to fields and homes, while others had more strenuous jobs. Not a day passed that Elsa didn't spend hours sitting behind her desk, desperately signing papers and handling disputes, all while worrying about what would come later in the spring. Naruto would visit his girlfriend as often as he could, stopping by to bring her a drink, massage her shoulders for a few minutes, or simply talk, trying his best to keep her happy when he himself wasn't busy. Most of the time the blonde ninja was helping around town, doing any manual labor that was required, and with the farms being planted, there was always a lot to do, which didn't leave him with much free time to read in the library. Anna was less busy. With the need for ice growing every day, Kristoff spent most of his time up in the mountains, leaving the redhead alone with Olaf. However, the princess wasn't idle during the month, choosing to help out where she could while trying not to cause trouble for anyone. But most of her free time was spent thinking. She would gaze out the open windows, looking at the far mountains where the trolls lived. And while she stared, she would try to remember the past that had been covered up. All the happy memories of her time spent playing with Elsa. Before the gates were closed, there was sledding on warm snow-covered days and skating on frozen ponds under the bright sun. All things Elsa could do with her magic anytime she wished. But for Anna, there was no magic in her memories. Only the smiles she shared with her sister were real. With a sigh, the princess pushed herself away from the windowsill she had been leaning on, too eager to spend any more time thinking. Because, with the month ending, she was going to take everyone up the mountains for a rest, while finally talking with Grandpappy about her missing memories. With a skip and a hop, she was walking down the carpeted hallway, making her way towards her sister's office, where the queen was on her last stack of papers to sign. "Oh, Elsa," the younger sister sang as she opened the door. With a flourish of her pen, the eldest finished off a request and set it aside. "Hello, Anna, shouldn't you be getting ready for our trip tomorrow? I wanted to make sure that everyone else was prepared, since I've been ready since yesterday." "Well, I only have a few more papers to work through before I'm done," the queen smiled, seeing the end of her work. "Have you talked with the others yet?" "I've already talked with Olaf," Anna recounted. "Kristoff and Sven should be home any minute now, so I'll talk with them next. And I haven't found Naruto. Have you checked the library?" "Why would Naruto be in the library?" "I don't know," Elsa admitted with a sigh. "He's been reading a lot of books recently, but no one knows why. Maybe he's finally taking his language studies seriously. Maybe. If he is, it will make dealing with foreign guests easier." The two sisters shared a laugh, grateful for the moment together, but both knowing what was to come. The words of Ambassadress Babette about other rulers wanting to meet Naruto were becoming truer by the day, as more letters from different countries came in each day, all of them talking about sending royal envoys to Arendelle. By this point, Elsa only needed to decide when to hold the ball and then send out notices to every country that had asked. It was going to take a lot of work to host all the guests. Thankfully, there were still a couple months until the summer season when the royals would be able to visit. After a few more minutes of talking, Anna left her sister's office, choosing to walk to the stables in the courtyard where Sven usually slept. If the ice harvester and his reindeer were already home, they were sure to be there. "Hey!" the princess yelled, sticking the upper half of her body through the stable window. "Hey," Kristoff called, dropping a bundle of wheat on the floor in front of his companion, who gave a grunt in greeting. "Are you ready for tomorrow?" the redhead asked. "Yup," the reindeer-loving man answered. "Sven and I go into the mountains almost every day for work. It'll be nice not having to bring back ice this time. Such is the hard work required of Arendelle's ice master and deliverer," Anna said, watching her boyfriend finish feeding his best friend. The blonde sighed, still not convinced that his title was a real thing, although he had long ago given up arguing against his girlfriend. "Without asking, I know you're ready." Anna smiled. "Of course. And now you're going around checking on everyone else who is going on the trip tomorrow," Kristoff continued. "Right. You've probably already seen your sister. I just came from her office. I'm surprised Olaf isn't helping you find everyone. I checked with him first, and then he went into town to enjoy his new personal flurry." With a loud grunt, Kristoff heaved Sven's harness onto a bench, where it could be easily cleaned. "Which means the only one you might not have talked to yet is Naruto." "I can't find him," the princess admitted, leaning against the doorframe of the stable. Elsa said to try looking in the library. "Why would Naruto be in the library?" "And that question is why the library is the one place I haven't looked yet." "So you're headed there next," Kristoff stated, leaning down to pick up a brush from the floor while his girlfriend moved closer to him. "Maybe in a little bit," she sang, as a devious smile graced her lips. "Why, what do you need to do before then?" The ice harvester's question was silenced as a pair of soft lips pushed into his own, preventing any more words from being spoken as soft moans filled the stable. Sven looked away from the couple, trying to give them some privacy by moving to the other end of the building, where Kristoff had left a bundle of carrots unattended. Break. Later, when Anna had finished with her boyfriend, the princess arrived outside the library, a room she had spent years of her childhood in, reading the many books inside a castle that had closed its doors to the outside world. But now that the doors had been reopened, the redhead had only gone in a few times, haunted by the memories of what had happened inside, preferring, instead, to spend her time out in the village with her family and friends. She had even found a bookstore that had a more current collection of literature. With a simple push, she opened the familiar doors, moving into the simple room that had several tall bookcases lined along the back wall and a single soft red couch in front of a fireplace. The same fireplace that Hans had extinguished in his attempt to kill her. "Hello, Anna," Naruto called out from his spot on the couch. His speech was still stiff, but getting better. "Hey, Naruto," the princess responded, turning her focus towards the blonde. "Are you looking for something?" he questioned. "Just going around, making sure everyone is ready for our trip tomorrow." The orange-loving man nodded, placing the book he had been reading on the side table as he stood. "I understand. You do not need to worry, I am prepared to go to the mountains tomorrow." "Great," the redhead cheered with a smile, walking farther into the room. Stopping at the table, she looked at what her friend had been reading. A simple book that she had read at only 6 years old. It was actually one of the first books she had finished by herself as she was learning to read. "Why are you in the library, Naruto?" the princess questioned. "I am trying to improve my reading for selfish reasons," the blonde answered with a laugh while scratching the back of his head. "I am still a long way away from being good." Anna hummed, watching the ninja intently. "I can't think of a single time you've ever done something selfish, so I think you're playing a prank." "If I can read better, I can help more people," Naruto admitted. "But I have more personal reasons for wanting to read better." The princess feigned belief, moving across the room to one of the large bookcases. Leaning forward, she pointed towards the bottom 2 shelves, where many simple books were lined up, ready for little hands to grab and read them. "These were the first books I could read by myself," Anna proudly stated. "Before that, Elsa would read them to me." Naruto listened intently, more fascinated by the story than the actual books, but gained an interest at the mention of his girlfriend. Perhaps reading them would give them a closer relationship. Anna gave a smug smile to the ninja. "Tell me when you're done reading these," she ordered. "I remember them all, so I can quiz you and see how well you did." "Understood," Naruto declared. "I will be sure to read these carefully." For the rest of the afternoon, Anna spent her time reading in the library, simply browsing through some of the books she had grown up reading, revisiting the worlds and characters that carried her through childhood. It had been a busy month, and it was nice to relax before their next adventure. Olaf twirled into the courtyard, his 3 major sections separated for a second as he danced towards the center, where the sleigh, currently using wheels, was already attached to Sven. "Hello everybody," the snowman yelled. "I hope you're all ready for a fun-filled day." "Yes," Anna screamed. "I am so ready for this." "We're all excited," Kristoff added, tightening a strap that held some picnic baskets in place. A full day of rest and relaxation, with lunch at the Valley of Living Rock. "Oh," the living snowman cooed, "it'll be so nice to see the love experts again." As the sentient frost mound bounced around, his personal flurry struggled to keep up with his erratic movements, resulting in a thin trail of snow following him. "It looks like everyone else is ready," Elsa's regal voice called out, walking into the courtyard with Naruto by her side. "You're the last to arrive," Anna said, moving towards the duo. The queen still wore a thick dress. The pleasant breeze of spring would turn chilly up in the mountains, while Naruto carried his orange jacket in his arms. With his temperature now only a little above normal, he rarely wore his protective jacket that Elsa had commissioned for him. But he still kept it around and was bringing it with them up the mountain. which was probably smart, but Anna was more interested in if he brought something else. Did you bring any books with you? The blonde shook his head. I did not want to risk damaging any of them, so I left a clone to read. If something happens, the clone can let me know. That is such a handy ability, the princess groaned, while her sister and boyfriend nodded in agreement. It would make harvesting ice so much easier, Kristoff added. It is useful, but I found out that I cannot use them to read more than one book at a time, Naruto admitted. When I tried, I got confused about a mermaid climbing a beanstalk. Maybe when I am better at reading, I can use more clones to speed it up. You could at least understand the words, Kurama's deep voice sounded, unheard by everyone except his blonde partner, who gave a quick apology. All right, Kristoff called, getting everyone's attention. Let's get going up the mountain before it gets any later. I want to get to the valley by lunchtime. All agreed and moved to the sleigh, with the ice harvester sliding into the driver's seat, as Anna sat next to him. In the back seat, Naruto held Elsa close. At the front, Sven grunted once as Olaf's cold body clambered over his harness, taking a spot on the reindeer's back and leaving a trail of snow from his personal flurry. Let's go, Kristoff yelled as Sven began marching forward, taking everyone away to the mountains for a day of rest and discovery. Break. Hours later, the group rode swiftly up the mountain, having abandoned the roads to make their way to the secretive Troll Valley. Thankfully, the mid-spring sun had melted enough of the snow that it was easy to make progress with only the sleigh's wheels. With the sun a little below its peak, the group passed the unique stack of stones that marked the valley's entrance, opening into the moss-covered amphitheater of the troll's home, with the ancient stone circle in the center where Naruto had appeared almost a year ago. Kristoff's home. A yell rang out, followed by a great cheer. All at once the trolls ushered everyone into their crowd, with many of them jumping onto Kristoff as they usually did. Naruto was soon pulled into the mound of rock bodies, with Elsa and Anna at risk of joining in. Thankfully, Bulda dragged the two away from the pile before they got lost and brought them to Pabby, before she left to go dote on her baby. Please tell Kristoff to visit more often, Pabby chuckled to the sisters. If he had any guests he brings are covered by everyone after being gone for only a month, he might wish to make more regular visits. Grand Pabby, Anna called after chuckling at his comment. I wanted to talk with you about something. You mentioned that last time you were here, the elder said. What is troubling you? I wanted to ask about my memories that you removed when I was younger. The old troll moved to look at the young princess, giving her his full attention. While off to the side, Elsa stiffened at the mention of the past. I was wondering when you were going to ask about that, Pabby said to himself. Are you curious if you can get your memories back? No, the redhead cried, looking between the troll and her sister before admitting. Well, maybe. I don't know. Anna began to pace for a few moments, silently moving her hands as tried to collect her thoughts, while the two onlookers watched. I think I want to talk about my memories, she finally said. Or maybe ask about them, because I do know why they were removed, but sometimes I remember things that aren't true. Yet they're true enough, and I get confused. Anna, Elsa called, placing a comforting hand on her sister's, but could not keep the worried look from her eyes. Perhaps it would be best to start with the memories themselves, and not a reason, Pabby suggested. What do you remember? I remember sliding down hills covered by fresh snow on hot summer days, and laughing with Elsa as we crashed into a snowbank, Anna spoke, looking towards the sky in remembrance. We went skating on frozen ponds, and I thought about how pretty the leaves looked as they started turning from greens to gold and orange. The old troll nodded his head, listening to the young woman continue talking about her past. When she stopped talking, he began. When I removed the magic from your head, I removed all your memories of magic to ensure that no trace would be left behind, he started. But I promised your parents that I would leave the fun, and I am glad to see that I kept that promise. Elsa was quiet, her own memories coming back to her. With how upset and racked with guilt she had been at hurting her sister, she had forgotten that Anna still remembered the fun of their childhood. Pabby continued speaking after a few seconds of thought. I'm sad to say that the true memories of your youth have disappeared long ago, as any child's memories often do when they grow older. So I'll never get my true memories back. The princess seemed to ask herself. They'll keep fading until I only remember the fun. Tell me, princess, the elder interrupted before anything more could be said. When you remember riding a sled down the snow, does it matter if the snow is covering a hill or the entrance stairs of a castle? Well, Anna stretched the word for several seconds as she thought. Maybe, Mom and Dad would have been upset if the main stairs had been covered in snow. They weren't that upset, Elsa laughed. It was a really warm summer night. You came to my room to cool down because you couldn't sleep. We must have spent at least an hour sliding down the main stairs before Mom found us. She gave us a long lecture, Anna giggled. But she was happy that we didn't go outside. While the sisters laughed, while Pabby looked on, smiling softly as the redhead continued. I remember how scared we were when she found us. Suddenly, Anna went silent as she began to understand. I remember. Even though it's not perfect, I remember. It is not the where or when that's important in our memories, but the moments that define us and the people we share them with, the sagely troll added. Our precious people, Elsa whispered to herself. A moment spent alone with Naruto came to mind. The excited princess began rapidly clapping her hands as she started talking. I remember, the only time Mom ever got really mad at us was when we built a snowman in the art room. Elsa clapped her hands over her red face, letting out an unladylike groan. Why did you have to remind me of that? Mom was furious that we could have damaged the paintings. Sorry, Anna apologized, but she did eventually forgive us. When we filled the ballroom with snowmen and promised to only build them in there, she watched us constantly for a month to make sure we would keep that promise, the elder sister laughed, finally pulling her hands away from her face. And we did, the younger sibling sang happily. An hour passed by as the sisters talked about anything that came to mind, from snowman sled races across the dining room table, to Elsa and Anna learning how to properly sweep with a broom under Gerda's watchful eyes, when the duo had wanted to see if they could fill a hallway with snow. The sisters laughed and groaned as they swapped stories, with Anna no longer thinking about what she couldn't remember, but instead what she knew was true. While she hadn't gotten her memories back, she wasn't sure if she had wanted them back at all. She just wanted to talk more than anything. So, talk she did. It was Pabby who noted the time and urged the sisters back to the main area of the troll knoll. The group of 3 began making their way back, with the 2 girls walking at a sedate pace with the grandfatherly troll. Grandpappy, I had a question for you as well, Elsa spoke, gaining her companion's attentions. Did you know our grandfather? Oh yeah, the Pageant, Anna interrupted. I was wondering the same thing. The old troll sighed. I never met your grandfather, Runard I believe was his name. The 2 girls nodded. He and his father never came to the valley. In fact, your father was the first of the royal family to come to us in 100 years. That's such a long time, the queen noted. I wonder why there was such a big gap. I do not know, Pabby admitted. Perhaps something kept them away. Like what? Anna questioned. Fear was the simple answer. The girls stopped walking and stared at their companion, filled with concern and curiosity, silently urging the elder to continue. Fear of the unknown, and what is in it, has stopped many people from moving forward, the troll stated, continuing to walk towards the rest of the trolls, forcing the girls to keep up with him for once. If someone cannot understand something, most of the time it is easier to fear it, instead of trying to understand it. Like my powers, Elsa whispered, making soft wisps of snow swirl around her fingertips. Yes, but you have gotten past your fears, Pabby spoke, stopping any worry that might have arisen. Almost a year ago, you took that first step, and now only need to learn more about your powers to understand them. The few steps left to the clearing were taken in silence, with Elsa deep in thought about her powers, as Anna now thought about family and how important they were to her. She had felt that it was important to talk about her memories with only her sister, but this had meant that she had to leave some of her family behind. Kristoff, Olaf, and Naruto had stayed with the rest of the trolls, leaving them ignorant to what had been talked about. Anna had every intention of telling them about what happened, but felt it would be best between sisters to start, and she had made peace with her decision, especially after she got to see what the boys had been up to in her absence. Olaf danced around among the trolls like he was one of them, while Kristoff and Naruto were covered, head to toe, in mud and moss, making them look surprisingly like trolls, if a bit tall. Elsa had the courtesy to laugh into her hand. Anna just laughed. Trolls never worried about getting a little dirty. With bodies made of stone, a quick wash under some water would leave them clean again. So, when one troll throws a ball of mud at another troll, no one worries. This was how Kristoff had grown up alongside his troll family, with dirt being as much a constant as the river nearby. Naruto was also used to being outside. While he was traveling with Jiraiya, there had been many moments where water was scarce and the need for stealth was high. A little filth was hardly a concern when a life was in danger. So, when both men found themselves dodging mud balls from the younger trolls, everyone laughed and had a good time. Eventually a game was made from the messy activity, with Naruto and a confident Kristoff against a horde of troll children. All right, the ice harvester yelled. The rules are simple. The trolls try to hit us with mud balls, and whoever gets hit the least between us is the winner. The rows of rock people grinned mischievously, each one already holding a handful of mud in eager anticipation. Balda stood in the center of the field, raising her hand. When I give the sign, the competition will start. The troll began to walk backwards, holding her arm in the air, keeping the peace for just a little bit. She kept moving back until she was clear on the sidelines with Olaf and Sven, both of whom had been forbidden from competing since snow and fur were a little harder to clean. Good luck, Naruto said to his fellow blonde, a barely contained smirk on his face. I'm the one who should be wishing you luck, Kristoff responded. I've been dodging mud balls since I was a kid. Ready, Balda yelled, looking between the two teams. With no objections she brought her hand down, go. Chaos had been unleashed. At first the trolls focused on both Naruto and Kristoff equally, testing the two men. The troll-raised blonde had been struck in the leg by some flying muck, but the rest of him remained clean as he weaved through the thrown projectiles. Meanwhile, the displaced ninja was still clean, not a speck of dirt on him as he easily evaded the onslaught, shifting his body to allow the attacks to fly past him. The messy assault lasted for another 10 minutes. At first, Kristoff stayed mostly clean, but he began to slow with time. A mud ball to the chest distracted him long enough for another to hit his chin. He was thoroughly covered by the time Balda whistled to signal an end to the chaos. Sorry baby, but Naruto wins, the mother troll called. The ice harvester groaned, his body peppered with patches of mud, leaving only half his body clean. How did you dodge everything? Kristoff groaned. I have trained, since I was young, to dodge thrown attacks, the ninja bragged. If you watch someone's hands, you can easily see where they are aiming. Then all you need to do is move out of the way. The sunny blonde laughed for half a minute, enjoying his victory and the look on Kristoff's face, who had been so certain of his own victory, until the wet splat of a mud ball hit his back. Hey, he was right, and middle-aged troll yelled. If he's not watching you, you can actually hit him. Well, that would have been good to know earlier, another troll groaned, holding an unthrown ball of mud in her hand. Naruto watched the gathered trolls as he tilted his head to the side, letting another projectile harmlessly sail past his head. Nearby, a young troll smiled sheepishly with their arm outstretched. Sorry, the child squeaked. I wanted to see if I could hit you too. Naruto smiled at the little rock, understanding its want to what the other troll had done, especially since the middle-aged troll had been the only one to hit him so far. The footsteps behind him were the ninja's only warning. You ready to go another round? Kristoff asked good-naturedly, as he slapped his open palm against his friend's back, leaving a muddy handprint behind. It's not fair if only one of us is dirty. I am always ready, let us go for another round, Naruto grinned, eager for another chance to test his ninja skills. It had been too long since he had a proper challenge. The next half hour was spent with Naruto, by himself, moving around to dodge more and more projectiles from an ever-increasing crowd of trolls. The longer he went without being hit, the more living rocks would join up to circle around him, each looking to catch him off guard and hit him with a mud ball. And then someone did. 5 minutes into the assault, a glob of mud splattered against the ninja's right arm. He had been looking left to dodge another 3 balls, causing the first official hit to land on him. It was honestly a lucky shot, but that didn't stop the renewed confidence and vigor of the trolls, leading the earthen tribe to redouble their efforts. As time went on, Naruto would be tagged with more mud balls. But after 30 minutes, the group of trolls needed a break, and the match was called, leaving the ninja covered in mud, but still less dirty than his fellow blonde. The two men laughed, neither one really caring about the dirt covering them. A troll had given them a few sheets of moss to wipe off some of the muck before their inevitable bath, as the trolls around them also began to wipe themselves clean, many having gotten dirty from handling the mud or during the battle's crossfire. The only ones who were still clean from the start of the match were Sven and Bolda, with the reindeer having chosen to stay out of the game to avoid needing a bath, while the troll mother was busy refereeing the match. Olaf had been forbidden from joining in, but the snowman found a role for himself as he carried handfuls of mud to the trolls, thankfully leaving only his sticks in need of washing. Finally, everything was calming down, until a bark of laughter tore the air. Anna, Elsa, and Pabi had returned. The princess held her stomach as she looked at the scene before her. Elsa remained tactful, chuckling behind her hand, while the eldest troll simply smiled, having grown old alongside the games and traditions of the living rocks. What happened to you two? The queen asked once she had regained her composure. Her sister continued to laugh. The trolls wanted to have a mud ball fight, Kristoff explained. And it's been years since I've joined one, so I offered to be the target. Then Naruto joined as the other target. A few gasps for air sounded as Anna joined the group, having gotten her laughter under control, although she still chuckled every few seconds. You two need a bath before we eat lunch, she said, flicking a clod of dirt from her boyfriend's hair. Hey, I grew up here, Kristoff reminded everybody. Do you really think I would have agreed to this if there wasn't a warm river nearby? Warm river? Naruto asked. Do you mean a hot water fountain? I don't know about a fountain, the ice harvester responded with confusion. But the river comes from a hot spring farther up the mountain. It would be nice to go there, the ninja nodded his head, remembering some of the hot springs he had gone to with his friends. Maybe we can arrange a trip later, Kristoff responded. But for now, we need to go wash off all this mud. With a wave to the girls, the two boys walked behind some rocks, with Kristoff leading them towards the river, only stopping at the wagon to grab a change of clothes. Once they had reached the water, both men stripped out of their dirty garments and started washing themselves, enjoying the warm water on the mid-spring day, with a small waterfall nearby that they used to rinse off. Both men were quiet, with a relaxed atmosphere as they continued on, neither really worrying about the other man next to them. Naruto was smiling constantly, thinking about how fun the day had been. A game with the trolls had been the first real ninja training he'd had in a while, although the mud balls were a lot softer than the blunted kunai and shurikens used for training back at the academy. Thankfully, it was only a game, and he didn't need to actually defend himself. The idea of summoning clones to take hits for him didn't feel fair. After several minutes, the two men fished cleaning and began trying to shake themselves dry. With no real towels in the forest, they had to make do. Using Kristoff's spare shirts, the two were able to get mostly dry. But now they only had a pair of leather breeches each and would need to go shirtless for a little while. Hopefully they could wash their dirty clothes before heading back to Arendelle. Anna was finishing setting up the picnic, placing a large checkered blanket over the ground and pulling food from the large wicker basket. The trolls around the valley brought their own food to the luncheon, a mixture of berries, funguses, and edible mosses, few of which looked appetizing to the human princess. Elsa and Pabi had gotten into a conversation about ruling. Anna could mostly follow what they were talking about, but she wasn't paying too much attention. Instead, she watched Olaf stand in line with the young trolls, who were taking turns swinging on Sven's horns. With the snap of a dead twig being stepped on, Naruto and Kristoff returned, both shirtless and glistening from the water, making their muscled chests more pronounced. "Baby, you're so thin," Bolda called out as she hopped onto a rock and began poking her adopted son in his well-defined abs. "Are you eating enough?" "I'm eating plenty," Kristoff assured his mother. "Carrying ice around keeps me in great shape, and the castle chefs make sure I never go hungry." Years of harvesting ice and packing it onto sleds and wagons had kept him fit and trim, his muscular body appealing to Anna's eyes, as she watched him move around while Bolda continued to check on her boy. Elsa had finished her talk with Pabbie and was lounging back in her seat, an approving smirk clear on her face, as her eyes remained fixed on her boyfriend. While Naruto wasn't as muscular as his fellow blonde, he was just as fit, his naked upper half showing the almost predatory physique that was normally masked by his shirt. The way his lean but strong body moved as he helped some of the smaller trolls onto Sven's antlers, yet was still ready for anything that might happen. Elsa enjoyed watching him. His determination, sunny personality, the way he interacted with children, and now his finely crafted body were irresistible to the queen. The fact that neither man bothered to put a shirt back on until the group was making ready to return home was much appreciated. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.